What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4CF Chapter 106. Death of Vanderdecken 10,000 meters below the sea. Thousands of meters away from Fishman Island, in the dark and cold seawater, a shabby pirate ship coated with transparent bubble film was suspended on the seabed. On the deck, various long knives and sharp blades were piled up. A skinny fishman with 4 legs was excitedly selecting various weapons he had prepared on the deck. What else should I give you next? Today is the birthday of the lovely Princess Shirahoshi. I guess she should be eating her birthday cake right now. That should be the knife that needs to cut the cake. It's decided. Send another 20 knives over. Vanderdecken showed an excited smile. He grabbed the handle of the long sword on the deck with his gloved hand and threw it casually. More than 20 long swords shot out in one direction like arrows. Ha 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 ha, Princess Shirahoshi, you will definitely like my gift. The perverted and excited voice echoed on the deck, and Vanderdecken danced with joy, imagining Shirahoshi's happy look when he received the gift. However, a huge black shadow loomed from the deep ocean in the distance. The shadow blocked the path of the thrown long knife, and the huge and sharp claws swung, causing a surging torrent in the ocean. All the blades seemed to be caught in a tornado and deviated with the current direction, and then quickly returned to the original direction. The sudden accident made Vanderdecken stop dancing, his eyes widened with fear. Reflected in his pupils were the 20 or so long swords that he had just thrown, and at this moment the blades were heading straight towards him. The long knife penetrated the hull coating unhindered and fell from top to bottom, like a sudden rain of steel blades, instantly cutting through Vanderdecken's body, blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere. Ah! Vanderdecken howled in pain as one of his palms was pierced by the blade and stuck on the deck, and several other blades pierced his back, chest, thighs, etc. At this moment, looking from above, he was like a piece of pork nailed to a chopping board, his whole body pierced by the blade he was preparing for Shirahoshi. What on earth is going on? How can my ability attack myself? He was nailed to the deck, screaming in confusion and pain. Advertisement, but soon, he knew the answer. He heard the sound of surging seawater and raised his head with difficulty, only to see a figure standing at the bow that was larger than the ship. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it was covered with red feathers, which shone with a dark red light in the dark seawater. Its wings were light covering the sky and the sun, and it had a pair of huge blue pupils like lanterns, which exuded a soul-stirring aura, the brilliance. This is a giant red dragon. Why does this creature exist on the seabed, and why does it attack itself? As the blood continued to flow from the wound, Vanderdecken was in his last moments of consciousness and could not make a single sound. He could only express his current doubts with his ferocious pupils. And this was the last scene he saw in his life. The dragon's eyes did not contain a trace of emotion. He snorted as if in disdain, then swung his huge claws and split Vanderdecken's ship into 2 halves. The coating shattered instantly, and seawater poured into the hull under pressure. The ship disintegrated instantly, along with its owner, and turned into ruins and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Fishman Island, the Royal Palace. Thank you, Mr. Shane, for resolving Shirahoshi's troubles as predicted. Looking at the pirate ship flag in the man's hand, Neptune's eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. He was happy because from now on his daughter would no longer have to be locked up in a dark hard-shell tower, but he was surprised because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. In less than half an hour, Sha-En, along with the sleepy white-haired girl beside him, flew into the air and turned into a red dragon several dozen meters long. Before they could react, it turned into a beam of fire and flew out, Fishman Island. When he came back, the red dragon flew high above the palace and transformed into a human form. He jumped down from the sky holding the white-haired Loli who still had her eyes closed, and there was a pirate flag in his hand. The flag of the Vanderdecken family from generation to generation. Shane took the package handed over by the right minister, which contained a total of 400 million Baileys in commissions for him and Drake. Ignoring Drake's gaze, he packed everything up and stored it in the cheat space. Advertisement. Obtained 400 million Pele. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 4.6579 billion Bailey close black lens bracket. It's a small matter. I just took the money and did the job. As his purse became fuller, joy appeared on Shane's face. He patted his chest and said righteously. What's more, I have always hated this kind of pervert who likes to harass young girls and I will never tolerate him. Well, anyway, I still want to thank you on behalf of the entire people of Fishman Island. Hearing this, Neptune's face looked a little strange. If he remembered correctly, it was this guy who broke into his daughter's boudoir not long ago. Although he did not commit any harassing behavior like Vanderdecken, there was a sense of incongruity when he said this. Mr. Shane, if you are not in a hurry to leave, we sincerely invite you to stay and attend our daughter's birthday dinner today. However, no matter how you look at it, the other party is his daughter's benefactor, and Neptune feels more grateful in his heart. Dinner. Before Shane could answer, Kagura rushed over like a machine that had received a signal. Is there a birthday cake? Kagura asked excitedly. Her delicate face looked a little anxious, and saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Of course there are. Neptune replied with a smile. He was especially polite to Shane's crew members because he loved them. Sha-Chan, can we stay and eat the cake before leaving? Kagura's heart was instantly moved. She quickly ran to Sha-En, who had decided to stay, and grabbed his arm and acted coquettishly. Well, I was planning to stay on this island for a day. After all, this is our first island after setting sail, so I should at least spend more time on it. Shaw-en had no resistance to the girl's coquetry. I was gradually feeling elated. Yeah. Great. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cheers came from around him, one from Kagura and the other from Shirahoshi. As the only princess of Fishman Island, today was her first time out of the hard shell tower since she was 6 years old, and it was also the first time she could celebrate her birthday in the palace. And on such a memorable day, not only her father and brothers were there, but also her new friends Shane, Kagura and their companions, which really made the fish girl feel happy. Chapter 107 First Meeting with Jinbei Fishman Island. In the afternoon, when Jinbei was hiding as usual and buying daily necessities in the capital of the Fishman Kingdom, he heard the news that was spreading wildly on the island. A human guest from the Sabaody Islands who solved Princess Shirahoshi's 8-year-long problem. King Neptune was delighted and ordered a banquet covering the entire country to celebrate Princess Shirahoshi's birthday and to thank the human guests from Sabaody. Solved. Princess Shirahoshi's troubles. Jinbei looked dazed. As the former Shichibukai and the current strongest person in Fishman Island, he was naturally qualified to know the information of the royal family members. As far as he could remember, Princess Shirahoshi had been living in an airtight hard shell tower because of a man named Vanderdecken IX. Neptune also asked him for help, but even he could not accurately find Vanderdecken's ship in the vast ocean. And now, it is actually humans who have solved the problem of Vanderdecken. This puzzled Jinbei. In this deep sea, human activities were limited to the islands. How could they find Vanderdecken, who he had been searching for days but could not find? Perhaps we should go to the palace to find the answer. The other side. On the Fishman Street, Klee, Kagura, Liuqi, and Ji Dabao were shopping together. Because Neptune announced that they were the benefactors of the mermaid princess, the people of Fishman Island were very enthusiastic about them at this time. Girls, what do you want to buy? Come and take a look, lil brother. You can take whatever you want from us. Advertisement. That chicken, yes, is calling you, needing some chicken feed. Ah, the chicken hit someone. Oh, everyone is too enthusiastic. Klee is a little overwhelmed. After rejecting a kind-hearted fish lady again, Klee wiped the sweat from her forehead. Within a few minutes of walking on this street, no less than 50 people had already spoken to her. Given Klee's personality, as long as someone talks to her, she will definitely say something back in order to not make the other person feel ignored. Her voice was almost hoarse from all this. This is because the boss helped their princess, so it doesn't seem too excessive for the citizens to be a little more enthusiastic. Liuqi was very happy. Now these fish people no longer rejected them and were willing to take photos with him and Ji Dabao. But one of them wanted to feed chicken feed to Ji Dabao, but was pecked several times by the angry Ji Dabao. He was very confused. Why would the fishman carry chicken feed with him? Isn't this 10,000 meters under the sea? Where did the chickens come from? Not too much, but if that's the case, we won't be able to pick a good gift for Shirahoshi. Kagura looked distressed. Because her hair color was the most prominent, she was approached the most often. The topics of conversation are usually, where is the guy with the same hair color as you? I heard that he solved Princess Shirahoshi's problem? Is King Neptune planning to marry Princess Shirahoshi to him? Kagura felt dizzy from all the questions, especially when she heard the news that the king wanted to marry Shirahoshi to Shane. She was so angry that she almost lost her temper on the spot. Sha-chan will never get married, she yelled at them unhappily. The fishmen were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. The whole Fishman Street was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Dozens of minutes. They finally arrived at a street with relatively few pedestrians. They deliberately avoided the sight of pedestrians and quietly ran into a clothing store. The owner of the store looked very strange, neither a fishman nor a human, but an orange starfish smoking a cigar and wearing sunglasses. Ji Dabao half took off his sunglasses, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and looked at Haixing, who was also half took off his sunglasses and slumped in the boss chair. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and their eyes collided, as if sparks could be seen. Just a chicken, yet it's so fashionable. Haixing's voice was filled with shock, and the cigar at the corner of his mouth fell to the ground. Advertisement. HMPH, your starfish has good taste. Ji Dabao showed appreciation in his eyes and gave the starfish a thumbs up with his chicken wings. Of course, I am the most famous fashion designer in Fishman Island. To be honest, I have always been the one leading the fashion in Fishman Island. Even the king's clothes have my contribution. The starfish held a cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and boasted very proudly. Oh, so that means, if I buy clothes from you and give them to Princess Shirahoshi, she will definitely be satisfied. Liuqi's eyes lit up and he looked at the starfish with sharp eyes. Is that so, Mr. Starfish? Upon hearing that, Klee also held her little face and asked expectantly. Of course there is no problem. Whether it is for the king or the princess, the clothes in my clothing store must be presentable. Papagu seemed particularly confident. The island is doing so well, largely because it dares to brag. He is indeed very good at designing clothes and owns several companies in Fishman Island, making him a real big entrepreneur. However, he is still far from designing clothes for people like the king and the princess. No. Are you really going to pick a gift for Princess Shirahoshi? As they blew the trumpet, Papagu realized that the expressions of several people were very serious. They actually looked like they knew Shirahoshi, princess. Yeah. The 3 people in the chicken nodded in unison. Could it be? You are the benefactors that the king mentioned who helped Princess Shirahoshi. It suddenly realized something and its face changed abruptly. Yeah. Nodded again, inside the palace hall. Shane did not go shopping for gifts with her. He wanted to go. but Shirahoshi kept him in the palace to continue telling her the story that was interrupted by Neptune. Saving time on buying gifts, eating delicious snacks in the palace, and chatting with a mermaid, Shane certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. At that time, Marineford was heavily guarded, and the 3 gates of justice were all closed. There was no other way to get there except from underwater and from the sky. Straw Hat Luffy brought the criminals of Impel down from the sky, and the Whitebeard pirates yes. I am lucky. I happen to have a friend who has a submarine. He is a bit aloof and doesn't talk much, but he actually has a very good heart. His crew is also very interesting. Among them is a huge white bear named Beppo. How big is he? About 2 meters, not the size of a toy. You're too big. Don't cry. I didn't mean to yell at you just now, and it's not because you were nagging, nor because I hate you. When Jinbei stepped into the palace, this is the scene he saw. A mermaid princess crying with her hands covering her eyes, and an orange-haired boy who was at a loss trying to comfort her. Chapter 108 Jinbei. Sorry, I can't get on your boat. Inside the Murloc Palace. Inside the hall with carved beams and painted buildings, Neptune, Shirahoshi and other royal family members, the former 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei, as well as Shane, Drake and Victor were talking. Kanna is sleeping soundly on a large white mattress, which is actually a pillow from Shirahoshi's boudoir. So it's Mr. Qilong Shane. If it was you who took action, it would be reasonable for that troublesome guy Vanderdecken to be dealt with. Jinbei was surprised to learn about Shane's identity from Neptune, but then he remembered their first encounter in Marineford. His eyes softened as he looked at Shane and the others. His eyes were serious, his mouth was closed, and his 2 large upright teeth in his lower jaw were pressed against his cheeks, making him look inexplicably silly. Could it be that Jinbei, you and Mr. Shane knew each other before? Hearing this, Neptune was a little surprised. Since his old friend returned from the Battle of Marineford, he has not shown up again and has been living in seclusion in a remote corner of Fishman Island because he lost his position as Shichibukai and became a wanted criminal again. Therefore, he hasn't communicated with Jinbei for some time. Well, I received help from Mr. Shane when I was in Marineford. I wanted to repay him later but never had the chance. But I didn't expect that when we met today, Mr. Shane would grant Fishman Island a favor again. I am really grateful. I don't know how to repay you. Jinbei became more and more excited as he spoke, and he almost fell down from his seat and kowtowed on the spot. Fortunately, Shaw-en reached out in time and held his shoulder. The repayment is another matter. I only do this for a commission. Shane helped him up. With the dual blessing of dragon and night rabbit blood, his strength had already far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even Jinbei couldn't help showing a look of surprise after feeling it slightly. Shane hadn't noticed that after helping Jinbei up, he grabbed his chin and looked at the former Shichibukai, the blue whale shark man in front of him, with more and more satisfaction in his eyes. He was half a body taller than him, estimated to be nearly 3 meters tall, an extremely rare tall man on his ship. If Jinbei can get on his ship, wouldn't the average height be raised significantly? Moreover, Jinbei's dominance in the sea as a fishman is probably second only to him in Kanna. Coupled with his physical skills that are ranked among the best in the New World, he is definitely a powerful fighting force. If you really want to thank me, come and be my crew member. Thus, after Drake, Shane made his second offer. Advertisement. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Drake was so shocked that his body trembled and the wineglass in his hand accidentally slipped. Fortunately, it was caught in time by Victor beside him. While thanking Victor, he looked at Shane's expression and found that this guy was actually serious. He actually wanted to recruit a former Shichibukai to join him. Hey, are you kidding me? This is a man of the same level as Doflamingo. How can you, who is only slightly better than me? The complaints in his heart suddenly stopped because his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white-haired girl who was snoring. Thinking of her strength that even Pluton Rayleigh was afraid of, Drake suddenly understood where Shane's confidence came from. What? Jinbei was also surprised. He never expected Shaw-en to make such a request. But at this point in time, he was in a bit of a dilemma. I'm sorry, Mr. Shane. It's not that I don't want to get on board, but not long ago, the Whitebeard pirates sent people to Fishman Island. As he said this, Jinbei scratched his head in embarrassment. He was too ashamed to look into Shaw-en's eyes. They brought a handwritten letter from Ace, inviting me to take up the position of captain of the second fleet that was vacated after Ace took over the captain's position. Good hospitality is hard to refuse, and the Whitebeard pirates have always protected Fishman Island. Therefore, I have been the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates a few days ago. I came here this time, firstly, to clear up my doubts, and secondly, to say goodbye to Neptune. I am going to the New World. After the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly solidified. No one in the venue spoke. Everyone was digesting the huge information in Jinbei's words. This is news that will definitely make the headlines of newspapers. Jinbei, the former 7 warlords of the sea, has become the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It's a pity that Kelly is not here. She usually likes to pay attention to the hot news in newspapers. Nowadays, whether it is Shichibukai, 4 emperors, or various pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties, she can clearly identify them. If she knew that Jinbei would join the Whitebeard pirates, she would be so excited that she would jump up and down. The expression on Shaw-en's face was also extremely complicated. He originally wanted to cut off Luffy, but instead he was cut off by Luffy's brother Ace. Who could he talk to for reason? Advertisement, night. As the first free birthday dinner for the Princess of Fishman Island, it must be grand and warm, with the whole country celebrating. The lights at night shine throughout the city, as if it were daytime, and the streets and alleys are filled with the sounds of celebration. Among them, the banquet in the palace was undoubtedly the most luxurious. This day was not only a birthday banquet for the daughter, but also a welcome party for Sha-en and others, and a farewell dinner for Jinbei, the patron saint of Fishman Island. When the dinner was about to begin, Klee, Kagura, Liuqi and Ji Dabao came back with their gifts, along with a trendy starfish wearing sunglasses. After Klee, Kagura and others gave gifts to Shirahoshi, they quickly came to Sha-en to show off the formal dresses they were wearing now. Sha-jong, do I look good here? Brother Sha-en, isn't Klee so cute? Sha-en showed an astonishing look. Although the two Lolita girls were not very old, after wearing exquisite dresses with hair colors similar to theirs, the close contact still made people feel heart-thumping. But he didn't want to admit to his face that he was surprised by just two Lolita. Wouldn't that really be a blow to Lolita control? They are indeed pretty. Who picked them for you? Sha-en complimented without changing his expression, but he had already firmly remembered the images of the two Lolita girls in skirts in front of him, saving them for his dreams at night. Good material. Of course it's the great designer, Master Papagu. A starfish wearing sunglasses rushed over. It stared at Sha-en, suddenly took off its glasses, and roared angrily. Boy, your expression should be more stunning. You are definitely not as calm as you are now. You must be pretending. Hey, you guy, show some respect to Boss Sha. Chicken Dabao volleyed his chicken foot and kicked Papagu to the ground. His sunglasses were smashed by him. Damn it, you chicken is too much. Papagu was furious, got up and struggled with Chicken Dabao. The scene was extremely chaotic. Sha-en's eyes widened when he saw it. This world was so absurd that one day he could actually see a chicken and a starfish fighting. Could it be that he came not to Fishman Island but to Bikini Castle? Chapter 109. Farewell Gift. Banshee Vale. No matter how grand a dinner party is, it will eventually come to an end, and new friends will eventually have to say goodbye. But this time is a bit too fast. Master Shane, Kagura-chan, Carrie-chan, and Mr. Liuqi, are you really leaving? At the edge of Fishman Island, there is a 65-meter-long ship, the Wave Chaser. Shirahoshi, with her huge body, supports the cabin deck with her arms, lowering her head to look at the few small people on the deck, her eyes gradually moistening. Now it was the morning of the next day. Shane and the others did not inform her before leaving, probably because they did not want to experience a live farewell with her. However, after she found out that Shane had left, she immediately ran out of the palace. This was her first time leaving home, and she didn't know where she got the courage from. Along the way, the citizens of Fishman Island and some humans passing by were all amazed. This was also the first time they saw the true face of the Fishman princess. They were shocked for a moment. Some people took this opportunity to take a photo. Shirahoshi's photos will definitely make a lot of money if submitted to newspapers. Shirahoshi, I'm so glad you came. It's all because of that Sha-chan. I had to leave secretly. I wanted to say goodbye to you before I left. Kagura was also happy to see Shirahoshi coming to see her off. He glared at the innocent Shane with dissatisfaction. They were both 14-year-old girls, and had good personalities. Apart from Shane, she and Shirahoshi got along best. Of course, the most important thing is that Shirahoshi's food is huge, and one table of food is enough to fill her stomach. Goodbye, Sister Shirahoshi. Don't be too sad. Brother Shane said that after traveling to New World for a while, he will come back to pick Sister Shirahoshi up on the ship. Little Angel Klee is always good at comforting people. After hearing this, Shirahoshi's face lit up with joy, and the tears in his eyes stopped. She rubbed her eyes and stared at the orange-haired man on the boat, with resentment in her eyes and her cheeks gradually puffed up. She has been here for such a long time, and this person is not ready to say anything. Therefore, Shirahoshi felt an emotion that he rarely felt before, anger, but in fact, it was more of a feeling of grievance. Just when she was about to cry again, the orange-haired man she was staring at finally spoke. If I give you a birthday present now, will your anger subside? Shane looked up at the merman girl who was holding on to his boat and refusing to let him go, looking aggrieved, and said with a smile. Huh? A gift? Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, then gradually turned to surprise. In fact, the stories that Shane told her were already the best birthday gifts, but she was also very happy to receive a gift given by Shane himself. Advertisement. What kind of gift is it? Shirahoshi's eyes no longer contained resentment, but instead a girlish shyness and embarrassment. She recalled the contents of the storybook she had read before. People who care about their closest friends would give each other gifts when they leave to wish each other well. It turns out, in Shane's heart, she is also a close friend. Cunning Sha-chan, you actually secretly prepared a gift for Shirahoshi. Didn't you stay in the palace yesterday? Did you take advantage of us sleeping last night? Kagura looked incredible. He remembered that Sha-en, Jinbei, and Nip were all gone yesterday. I drank a lot of wine, so I shouldn't have the energy to go out. Sister Kagura, have you forgotten Klee's earthly chain? Klee summoned the shield lock that was shining with golden light from her backpack and suspended it in her palm. It has been 3 days since she obtained the earthly chain, so today is the time for Shane to summon and refresh. How clever, Klee. Shane praised with a smile, then lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand. Along with the sound of something appearing, a faint blue light flickered and floated down to the top of Shirahoshi's head. Shirahoshi felt a slight chill on her face. It was a layer of faint blue gauze, which completely covered her head and shoulders, but her vision was not obstructed at all. Moreover, she could clearly feel that after putting on the veil, a light blue halo instantly enveloped her entire body, like a bubble shield covering Fishman Island. Its name is Banshee Veil, and it is a treasure from Victor's world. When you put it on, not only will outsiders be unable to see your face clearly, but it will also form a transparent protective film around your body that can resist a certain degree of attack. Shane explained. This was the one he had spent 10 million berries to summon from the item pool half an hour ago. Klee had the earthly chains, Kagura and Kanna didn't need defense, and their companions were all male, so it was inevitable that they would be a little bit strangeness. When they were wondering who to give it to, Shirahoshi arrived and stopped the boat, and thus, the Banshee Veil had its home. Thank you, Lord Shane. I like your gift very much. Shirahoshi was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Shane to give such a mysterious and precious thing. Then she felt a little ashamed because she came in a hurry and there were many good things in her father's treasury, but she didn't take any of them with her. She secretly made up her mind that when Shane returned to Fishman Island next time to take her on board, she would plunder her father's treasury and pack it up to take on Shane's ship. Anyway, those things in the treasury have been stored for many years and she has never seen them reduced. Advertisement, Shirahoshi. What are you doing out here alone? Just when Shirahoshi was setting his sights on his father's collection, Neptune and several princes hurried over with a group of guards. They looked frightened, and only felt relieved after seeing Shirahoshi. New World. Punk Hazard, an island where ice and fire meet. Amid the cold ice and snow, there is a huge experimental base with a sign called, Bank Restricted Area, hanging on it. Inside the experimental base. Shush, those two monsters are finally gone. Inside a secret room, Caesar finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the news from his subordinates. A year ago, he escaped from the prison ship and, with funding from Doflamingo, began his artificial devil fruit experiments. With the help of the Shichibukai, he had lived a particularly stable life in the past year. The progress of his artificial devil fruit was also steadily improving, and it had recently begun to bear fruit. However, just 10 days ago, Doflamingo reminded him to close the door and not go out again, because two marine admirals had agreed to duel on this island for the position of fleet admiral. As a result, they suffered terribly during these 10 days. The experimental base was always filled with the sound of molten lava and ice colliding violently, and the climate was constantly changing. It was dozens of degrees below 0 one second, and it became 10 degrees Celsius the next. The temperature is 40 or 50 degrees. Fortunately, the most difficult days were finally over. Caesar breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take a sip of the hot coffee on the table when one of his subordinates brought him another message. Lord Caesar, there's a pirate at the entrance of the experimental base. He seems to be one of the supernovas, the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Puff. Hot coffee gushed out, and Caesar's eyes almost popped out. How did that guy find his way here? Chapter 110 Arrival at New World. It was noon and the sun was scorching. The clear sea surface with a faint golden glow suddenly rose up into a huge wave of more than 10 meters. Amid the rolling waves, a scarlet ship broke out of the sea. Hualalalal. The seawater fell from the sky like drizzle, accompanied by the sound of the bubble membrane breaking, and produced countless tiny bubbles floating upwards, emitting colorful rainbow-like light under the sunlight. On the deck, when the seawater fell to the surface of the boat, Shane quietly hid under Kagura's parasol and pulled Klee in. This is how they were able to avoid becoming like the other crew members, soaked to the skin. So salty. Liuqi lifted up his bangs that were hanging close to his forehead and tasted the flavor of the sea for the first time. Of course the seawater is salty. I'll make you a drink later, but I have to dry the chicken feathers first. Ji Dabao was also soaked, and because of his small size, he was drenched by the seawater and fell heavily on the deck. Dabao, I can help you dry it. As the captain, Shane felt a little guilty. He should have pulled Dabao under the umbrella as well. It was all his fault that he was only thinking about Klee at that time. Thank you, Boss Shaw. Ji Dabao was flattered. Klee is here to help too. As Shane and Klee simultaneously channeled the element of fire, the temperature inside the ship suddenly rose, and in less than a moment, the clothes and hair of everyone on the ship were dried. In the following time, at Ji Dabao's suggestion, all of them stood at the bow of the boat and took a group commemorative photo. In the photo, Shane is naturally in the center, with Klee and Kanna hugging his arms on his left and right sides, followed by Liuqi, Ji Dabao, Drake, Victor and Ji. In order to compete for the center position, Kagura finally chose to ride on Shane's shoulders like Kanna did when she went shopping that day. When taking pictures, she mischievously pulled Shane's cheeks with both hands, making him make a funny expression. As a result, after the photos came out, her little face was naturally not spared and was pinched into two large red and swollen lumps. Afternoon. Victor entered the basement level 2 of the cabin, which was originally a warehouse where items had not yet been stored. With Shane's permission, he spent a day transforming it into a laboratory. Advertisement Klee was also on the second floor below ground, next to Victor. Shane did not favor one over the other and also cleared out a bomb research room for her. Drake began his daily exercise, staying within a few meters of the steering wheel to ensure that he could control the direction of the ship in time if he encountered a critical situation. Shane and Kagura are fishing with Liuqi, Ji Dabao and Old Neil. Of course, it was mainly Liuqi and Old Neil who were fishing. He, Kagura and Ji Dabao were lying on lounge chairs drinking ice drinks and enjoying the sea breeze blowing across their faces, which was extremely comfortable. However, the pleasant time was only temporary. The topography and climate of New World are unpredictable, and danger can occur basically every half an hour. In the past few hours, they have encountered unexpected events such as whirlpools, Poseidon-like attacks, sudden heavy rains, local hail, etc. Finally, when a thunder sounded, Kanna, who had been sleeping on the second floor, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the doors and windows broke open, and a white-haired little girl jumped out of the window, transforming into a giant white dragon with pure white feathers, and shot up into the dark sky filled with thunder like a flashing arc. Soon after, a burp was heard from the giant dragon, and then the rain stopped and the sky cleared up, with the sun shining on the sea again. At this time, Kanna also transformed into a human form and landed on the deck, with her back facing the sun, making her lavender twin ponytails sparkle. Her chubby little face was plump, flushed, and full of life. "Shane, I'm back. Yeah, it's good that you're full." Haiyuan smiled and pinched her cheek, which was indeed softer than in the past few days. "Punk hazard. You little brat, do you know who I'm backing? If you don't want to face the wrath of the Shichibukai and the four emperors, I advise you to let me go." In the experimental base isolated from the wind and snow, Caesar, with a bruised face and nose, was pinned to the ground by Beppo and Changbalu, staring angrily at the man who occupied his office seat. Beside him were his men, all of whom were cut in half by Luo's power, with their upper bodies separated from their lower bodies, and they collapsed on the ground in a daze. When they were split in half, they thought they were dead, but unexpectedly, not only did they not feel any pain, they didn't even bleed. Advertisement: as far as I know, your research on artificial devil fruits has just started, and it is far from the level of being connected with Kaido. So if you lose you, the only one who will be angry will be Doflamingo, not Kaido. Luo sat in Caesar's original seat, tossing a heart in his hand. "How? Do you know so many secrets? Who told you?" Caesar's tone softened instantly. Not only was Luo's lie exposed, but more importantly, the heart in Luo's hand belonged to someone else. I naturally have my own channels. You don't need to know this." Luo caught the falling heart and squeezed it gently with his hand. Caesar's face suddenly twisted and he rolled on the ground in pain. "You need to understand that your life is in my hands now." As he spoke, Luo loosened his hand, left his seat, squatted in front of Caesar, and stared at him with cold eyes. "Tell me, where are the officers Doflamingo sent to protect you? Where is Monet, the user of the snow fruit?" "I didn't know. The moment you walked in, that damn woman left me and ran away. She also took away the Den Mushi that was used to contact Doflamingo." "Is that so? It looks like someone will come to this island soon, maybe Virgo, or even Doflamingo himself." Luo's eyes gradually became serious. It had been 2 hours since they entered the experimental base. The terrain of this experimental base was particularly complex, and it took more than an hour just to find this office. Fortunately, before leaving the Sabaody Archipelago, Luo had learned from Shane about Caesar's fruit ability, the Logia gas fruit, which can extract oxygen from the air and release poison gas. It is a particularly tricky ability, but it is much easier to deal with after knowing the intelligence in advance. Luo and his crew members each have a gas mask and an oxygen bottle, completely ignoring Caesar's ability and easily subduing him. However, Monet, the user of the snow fruit, had been warned in advance and no one knew where he had fled to on the island. He was probably already waiting for the arrival of Doflamingo's reinforcements. "Captain, since their reinforcements will be here soon, let's capture this guy and put him back on the submarine. Then we can dive into the water." "I don't believe Doflamingo can fish us out," Luo's crew member Pekin suggested. "No, Doflamingo is a person with special abilities and most of them can't handle seawater. But the man named Virgo relied entirely on physical skills to become a marine vice admiral. It's not difficult for him to dive into the sea and find us." Luo waved his hand. When he heard the name Jay, he clenched his teeth, recalling an embarrassing memory. "Then what should we do?" Beppo asked in a panic. He had seen Shichibukai take action in Marineford before and knew that it was a force that they could not overcome at the moment. "It's okay. According to the date, our allies should have arrived in New World." Luo smiled faintly and took out a Den Mushi from his arms. Chapter 111. The beginning of Punk Hazard. When Shane was about to make dinner, the Den Mushi in his arms suddenly rang. It was the Den Mushi with a moderate hat and a cool look on its face, which was the one that Luo had left for him before he set out on the Sabaody Archipelago. "Achi, you take care of the ingredients first. I'm going out to answer a call." Haiyuan held the Den Mushi. Seeing Liuqi, who was cleaning the ingredients nearby, nodded in agreement. He answered the Den Mushi while walking toward the deck. Mexi, this is Shane, who just arrived in New World from Fishman Island. What can I do for you?" Perhaps influenced by a certain wretched general, Shane was a little unserious when answering Den Mushi. There was an obvious silence for a moment on the other end of the Den Mushi. Then, the faint laughter of Beppo and a few others could be heard, and then Luo's steady voice was heard. "Orange-haired boss, are you free to come to Punk Hazard now?" "I'm busy. Sha-chan has to make dinner for me. You can't leave now." A girl's voice came from the Den Mushi. "Stupid girl, don't snatch other people's Den Mushi casually, give it back to me." Then, there was a sound of chasing on the deck. Hearing the voice from Den Mushi, Luo's face became even uglier, and he tightened the long sword in his arms. "Be serious, you guys," he yelled at the Den Mushi. However, after the sound of a pakai of the Den Mushi falling to the ground, there was no movement for a long time. Luo could no longer hold it in. He knew that the two guys must have thrown the Den Mushi on the ground. Just when he was about to hang up the phone in anger, a gentle young man's voice came from the Den Mushi. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shane is catching, playing with Miss Kagura." On the deck of the wave chaser, Victor picked up the Den Mushi, knowing that it should be some kind of communication device. Out of a scientist's curiosity, he answered on behalf of Shane while fiddling with the Den Mushi. He said he would come to Punk Hazard as soon as possible, please wait a little longer. Okay, please ask him to hurry up, our situation is very urgent right now. The voice stopped abruptly, and the Den Mushi made a beeping sound indicating that the call was interrupted. Luo was petrified on the spot holding the Den Mushi, with an expression of disbelief. Beppo, Pekin, Jambaru and others were around him, trying hard to hold back their laughter. Their captain was hung up on. What a bunch of unreliable bastards. Advertisement. On the other side, on the Zubo. Victor looked at the Den Mushi in his hand with some embarrassment. He just tried to fiddle with it, but it hung up unexpectedly. The person on the other end of the Den Mushi obviously had more to say. Feeling somewhat guilty, he went to the cabin and explained the truth to Shane. It's okay. I think I know what happened. Let Drake continue driving. Kanna and I will go out for a while. At this time, Shane had stopped playing with Kagura. While Victor was talking to Luo, he went to the second floor of the cabin to change into his outdoor clothes and gave Kanna, who was fishing with Liuqi and Ji Dabao, a gift, called over. When Kanna heard that she was going to be taken out to play, her eyes lit up and she immediately agreed. Mr. Shane, shall we continue heading towards Dressrosa? Victor did not ask him what he was going to do. All the crew members have a consensus that although Shane is a little off-key at times, his decisions on key matters are always reliable. Well, continue to Dressrosa. We will catch up with you after we help our allies solve their problems. Having said that, no more words. After nodding goodbye to Victor, Shane and Kanna jumped out of the deck at the same time and transformed into two giant dragons, one red and one white, in midair. They flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind. One of them was carrying a blazing red flame, and the other was carrying a lingering arc of electricity. They flew away at a speed as fast as a hurricane. Roar! Kanna roared with excitement. It had been a long time since she went out to play with Shane. She was looking forward to where Shane would take her. It's a beautiful island, but I don't know its exact location at the moment. Kanna, can you sense it? It's Luo whom you met in Sabaody. Just sense his breath. Shane transmitted the message through his mind. Okay, Shane. Kanna nodded obediently after hearing that. Then, a gleam of light flashed from her blue dragon eyes. Her mental perception spread out like a radar, and soon covered an area of nearly 10,000 meters around her. Kanna's expression was strange. She stared at the back of Shane's dragon body, a little hesitant. Huh? What's wrong? Shane asked confusedly. Sean, Kagura on your back. Kanna didn't know whether she should tell the secret or not, but she thought that she and Shane were communicating in their hearts, so she was not afraid of Kagura finding out. Advertisement, huh? Shane finally reacted. He did not have Kanna's diffuse perception ability, but after Kanna's reminder, he could feel that there was indeed something on his back. When did this girl climb up here? Kagura, he shouted speechlessly. Oh no, we've been discovered. Kagura's exclamation came from behind. Why are you lying on my back? Aren't you afraid that I might accidentally throw you into the sea? Natsu-chan would never do that. Besides, you guys went out to play without me. Fortunately, I was smart and was already waiting on the mast for you to fly. Idiot, how can you do such a risky thing? Even if you are an immune to death Night Rabbit, falling from a height of dozens of meters will be painful to death. Shane scolded angrily. It's okay, I believe you will catch me in that case, Sha-chan. Kagura smiled naively, and now she was lying between Sha-en's red feathers. Her words made it difficult for Sha-en to blame her any further. He couldn't help but feel a little proud that a young girl had 100% trust in him. Is this the legendary bond? Shane was astonished. However, even if Sha-chan is useless, Kanna-chan will definitely catch me. Although we are both dragons, she is much more powerful than you. As Sha-en was sighing, Kagura's casual voice came from behind. Shane could clearly feel that the girl had smeared something on his feathers. It's true, I can't be moved for more than 3 seconds. Get off me, you freeloader, Punk Hazard. A sailboat with the name G5 Marine sailed to the entrance of the island. The ship docked at the port. As 2 men and 1 woman stepped down the ladder, Marines wearing military uniforms and brown cloaks came out one after another. Yoha! We're finally here. What a weird weather, it's worthy of being the place where the 2 generals fought. Look over there, there's actually a volcano. Lieutenant General Virgo, are we going to arrest that supernova? Chapter 112 Smoker's suspicion. These Marines are different from ordinary Marines. They have loose discipline and are more like pirates than Marines. However, they respect their boss Virgo, the newly transferred Major General Smoker, and Colonel Toshigi. The former relies on years of prestige, while the latter relies on proven strength. Of course, this is also related to Toshigi's beauty. The leader was strong and muscular, wearing a white plaid coat, sunglasses, and holding a bamboo-like weapon in his hand. Behind him followed a man and a woman. One had short white hair and a stern look, with a cigar in his mouth. Even in the harbor with snow all over the sky, he still wore a special marine coat, which was open to reveal his sturdy figure, muscles. The other was the only woman present. She was wrapped in a pink coat that could not hide her proud figure. She held a beautifully decorated long sword in her hand and was very close to the white-haired man beside her. Mr. Lieutenant General, this mission is a bit hasty, and this area is not under the jurisdiction of our G5. Dashichi pushed her glasses and looked at the snow in front of her. Not far from them, amidst the piles of snow, there was a steel and concrete building that looked about the size of a factory. As expected, it should be the bank restricted area where Marine once conducted experiments. Haha, after all, we suddenly learned about the appearance of Surgeon of Death, Luo, and it's normal for us to be in a hurry to make a temporary arrangement. Virgo smiled gently at Toshigi, explained, then pointed at the Marines behind him who were eager to try and said with a smile. And look, when have these guys ever followed the rules? As soon as the words fell, the G5 Marines burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, it seems that Boss Virgo understands us better. Colonel Dashichi, don't worry, I will definitely keep you safe. **, the lovely Colonel Toshigi is supposed to be protected by me. Want to fight, you be ************. D? It seems to be true. Looking at the Marines who were gradually becoming noisy, Toshigi sighed helplessly. Advertisement, hey, stop it. At this time, Smoker, who had been silent, stood up. His prestige was all earned through fighting, so after he spoke, the Marines who were originally playing suddenly fell silent. It's time to go, Vice Admiral. After we capture the Surgeon of Death, we have to return to the Marine base as soon as possible, right? White smoke came out of his mouth, intertwining with the hot air from his speech. Smoker stared at Virgo with serious eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. When he set out from the Marine base a few hours ago, he felt that there was something wrong with the Vice Admiral in front of him. All of today's tasks were announced by Virgo, and, unusually, he did not show himself and Toshigi the contents of the instructions issued by the headquarters. Although he and Toshigi were nominally Virgo's subordinates, they were actually being trained because of their achievements in the Battle of Marineford. He personally estimated that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to move up to the top in a few months. Promoted to Lieutenant General. By then, he will be on an equal footing with Virgo in terms of Marine rank. Virgo obviously understands this, and usually he reviews the instructions from the higher-ups together with him, but today, it is a little different. Different from the original novel, the current Smoker has only been in the G5 branch for half a month, and he doesn't trust Virgo as much as in the original novel. In fact, he already has some doubts at this moment. But looking at the fanatical looks his subordinates gave Virgo, he knew they would never believe it unless he produced substantial evidence. Of course, catching a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions is a great achievement. After returning to the base, we have to hold a banquet to reward these bastards. Virgo seemed to be unaware of Smoker's scrutinizing look and patted Smoker's shoulder gently. Remember to bring Dashichi with you to the banquet. Don't be so cold all day. Getting along well with your subordinates is also the key to the success of the mission. Hearing Virgo's caring expression, Smoker was a little stunned. Could it be that his perception was wrong? Major General Smoker, you are usually too serious. It's been a long time since you met that Straw Hat Boy. You haven't had a good rest for a long time. Toshigi comforted her. Speaking of the Straw Hat Boy, she couldn't help but think of the day in Marineford when the strongest men on the sea gathered on the battlefield. Originally, it was just a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines, but as a huge red dragon attacked the battlefield. Thinking of this, Dashichi's pupils suddenly shrank. She seemed to vaguely see two giant dragons approaching in the distant sky, but soon her glasses were blocked by a falling snowflake. Advertisement. Dashichi quickly wiped the lenses clean, put them back on, and looked up again. Through the snowflakes, she could only see a few long white clouds. Could it be that I saw it wrong? She must have seen it wrong. As soon as she thought of the red dragon, he appeared in the sky, and there were two of them in different colors. No matter how she looked at it, it was just her imagination. Set off. At the same time, with Virgo's order, all the Marines were ready to go, and in the G5 Marine branch's usual regular and chaotic formation, they headed towards the bank restricted area not far away. After about 10 minutes, we arrived at the entrance of the building. When the G5 Marines were about to bombard the door with cannons, the door opened by itself. Followed by the sound of footsteps. The Marines' expressions suddenly tensed up. They raised their guns one after another, fingers on the trigger. No instructions were needed. Once the people inside the door came out, they would decisively press the trigger. But what came out were not vicious pirates, but a group of children of various sizes. They generally have big heads and thin bodies, each of them is an abnormally tall 3 or 4 meters, and their faces are extremely childish. Most of them look to be less than 10 years old. What is this? The Marines were confused. Weren't they supposed to be the pirate supernova? Why are there so many kids? They all looked at Virgo, hoping to get answers from the Lieutenant General they trusted, but Virgo's face was as gloomy as dead water and he did not say a word for a long time. Mr. Smoker, who are these children? Dashiki covered her mouth with a complicated expression on her face. She knew that this was Marine's former experimental base, and seeing a large group of children with strange bodies in front of her, it was hard for her not to have certain associations. Smoker glanced at the children at the door and looked at Virgo, who suddenly fell silent. Chapter 113 Virgo vs. Luo. Make up for yesterday, Mr. Smoker? Dashiki asked again. Who? Smoker still didn't reply, but took a long breath, and the cigar in his mouth emitted smoke particles, and he took all the smoke into his mouth. Then, he held the cigar in his hands, and the flying snow blew up his coat in front of him, but it could not disturb the white smoke emanating from his body. White smoke spread out like balls of soft cotton, wrapping all the children at the door. Amid the children's cries of fear and curiosity, the white smoke carried them into the Marine formation. Looking at the group of children brought by the white smoke, the G5 Marines were a little confused and set their eyes on Virgo. Why are you all standing there? Get a group of people to take these children back to the boat. It's so cold and they are wearing so little, so don't hang around outside. At this time, Smoker pointed at the stunned Marines and shouted orders. Yes, Major General. The stunned Marines finally reacted and turned their eyes away from Virgo. Some of them simply took off their clothes and gave them to the children, then took them back towards the sailboat. Dashiki, you should go back with us. As a woman, you are the most suitable person to take care of those children. Smoker said to Dashiki suddenly, his eyes wandering between Virgo and the half-open iron door. These are pirates inside. Okay. Dashiki looked conflicted. What Smoker said does make sense, and with both Virgo and Smoker present at the same time, it would basically have no impact whether she was there or not. Be careful, Mr. Smoker. Dashiki had a bad feeling for some reason, so after giving a reminder, she sheathed her sword and returned with the Marine escort team. After Dashiki walked away, Smoker looked at Virgo. Lieutenant General, what is the situation of the children on these islands? You didn't tell us this before we set off. His tone was questioning. The Marines who stayed behind didn't find it strange, because Smoker always spoke in a cold manner no matter who he was talking to. However, they were also a little confused. It was puzzling how there could be so many children on this deserted island. Everyone's eyes were on Virgo, believing that he would know the inside story after receiving the order from Marine. Virgo had a gloomy face as he stared at the iron gate a few meters away. His expression could not be seen clearly under the shade of his sunglasses, but the trembling bamboo pole in his hand showed that his emotions were not stable. With a creak, the iron door slowly opened. Advertisement. Who is it? The Marines quickly raised their guns and aimed at the iron gate again. As the iron gate was pushed open, the first thing that came into view was a burly man several meters tall, who pushed the iron gate open with just one hand. In front of him, the first person was Luo, who walked out slowly with a long sword in his arms, and beside him were Beppo, Pekin, Shachi, and a dozen crew members in white uniforms. Hey, Virgo, long time no see. After seeing Virgo at the door, Luo rarely smiled, but it was a cold smile. Hearing this, Smoker's expression suddenly changed, and his right hand unconsciously reached for the weapon at his waist, which was a 10-handed sword equipped with seastone. Pirate, I don't remember us ever meeting before. Virgo's expression did not change at all, and his voice was as cold as ice. Luo sneered, glanced at Smoker briefly, then slowly pulled out the long knife in his hand and stared at Virgo with a mocking look. Do you like the surprise I brought, you and Dovrin? Before he finished speaking, Virgo suddenly disappeared from the spot, turning into a shadow in the air. The green bamboo pole turned a dark color, carrying a strong wind, and chopped down towards Luo's head. Clang! Luo unsheathed his long sword and accurately blocked the black bamboo pole. The two collided violently, and sparks flew. However, his current dominance was no match for Virgo. After a short stalemate, his long sword was forced to retreat continuously by the pressure of the bamboo pole. Luo groaned, spit out blood, and flew backwards, only to be caught by Beppo and Changbaru behind him. Captain! Beppo cried in panic. Fortunately, most of the other crew members were doctors. After seeing Luo vomiting blood, they dug out a few pills from somewhere. After Luo took the pills, his complexion gradually improved. Are you anxious? Are you afraid that I will reveal your relationship with him? Luo reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Virgo, who was walking towards him with amusement. What's the relationship? You're not trying to say that I'm an undercover agent planted by Doflamingo in Marine? Virgo held a bamboo pole in his hand, and a deep pit was created with every step he took on the ground. A pirate's words are just lies. Who would believe them? Do you think they would believe them? Virgo also laughed mockingly. He pointed at his subordinates behind him with a bamboo pole, and then his whole body was covered with a layer of black, making him look like an Iron Man. Advertisement, oh my. It's Vice Admiral Virgo's perfect armament hockey form. You pirate are dead. Ha ha ha, you're about to die and still want to sow discord. You're worthy of being a pirate. Major General Smoker, why don't you go help Vice Admiral Virgo? There seem to be some powerful guys among those pirates. The Marines started to stir, and when they saw Virgo taking action, they put down their weapons, like fans cheering for their idol. But they didn't notice that Smoker beside them had a gloomy expression. Through the conversation between Luo and Virgo just now, Smoker has almost concluded that Virgo is definitely problematic, and is most likely deeply involved with Doflamingo, as Luo said. Thinking about it this way, this place is most likely related to Doflamingo. Now that he, Tashigi, and the G5 Marines know the secret of this place, do they really have a chance to return to the Marine base? While Smoker was thinking, Virgo had already launched another attack on Luo. The two men's bodies flashed and intertwined in the air, and the sound of bamboo poles and long swords colliding could be heard continuously, with sparks flying everywhere. Among them, Virgo relied entirely on his tyrannical physical strength, combined with the 6 marine styles such as moonwalk and shave to quickly get close, and then launched a fierce attack on Law with his armed hockey attached to his weapon. At the same time, his observation hockey was running at high speed, blocking every swing of Law's sword. Easily avoided. And Law has only just begun to master hockey, and his level of mastery is not even as good as Shane's. The reason he was able to fight Virgo for such a long time was entirely due to his strange and changeable ability of the surgery fruit. Therefore, after fighting for less than a minute, Luo's physical strength was almost exhausted, and the frequency of using his abilities became less and less. Captain, I'm here to help you. Changbalu slapped his chest angrily and roared like a wild beast. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Marines, he actually broke down the nearly 10-meter-long iron door with his bare hands. Then, like a running beast, he swung the iron gate towards Virgo. Oh no! He's going to launch a surprise attack on Vice Admiral Virgo. The Marines saw that the situation was not good and quickly raised their guns to shoot at him. But the bullets that hit his body bounced back instantly as if they had hit steel plates. The Marines were horrified, watching the bullets bouncing towards them. Fortunately, Smoker acted in time, waving his 10 hands, and a cloud of white smoke spread out, blocking the bullets one by one. Chapter 114 Virgo. Everyone must die facing the aggressive Changbaru. Virgo still did not stop attacking Law. He kept swinging the bamboo pole wrapped with armed color domineering, suffocating Law. At the same time, when Changbaru swung the iron gate towards him, Virgo stretched out his other hand, pointed his finger at the air, and a strong wind suddenly pierced through the air. Point the gun. This gust of air was like a sniper bullet, instantly penetrating the iron gate and piercing through Changbalu's body. The powerful impact shattered the clothes on his back. The iron door in Changbalu's hand broke into 2 pieces. His face was in pain and blood was spitting out of his mouth. He was knocked back dozens of steps by the impact of the pointing gun. Wow! At this time, Beppo also joined the battle. His round body bounced nearly 10 meters high, and then he used the gravity of the fall to hit Virgo's head with a pair of bare paws. Clang! Virgo did not dodge, and greeted it with his head wrapped in armament hockey, making close contact with the bear's paw, and sparks of steel collision burst out. It's so hard, I'm sorry. Beppo was shocked at first, then he lowered his head in shame and apologized. I won't let you go even if you apologize, Virgo said in a cold voice. While using the bamboo pole to send the sneak-attacking Luo flying, he fired another finger gun at Beppo. A fierce wave of air burst out, and Beppo let out a scream just like Changbaru just now. The hair on his back was blown away, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Then he rushed into the crowd of Luo's crew. He swung the bamboo pole wrapped in armed color domineering like cutting melons and vegetables, and assisted by finger gun and storm kick, and in a moment he knocked down Luo's crew members one by one. There were wailings everywhere and blood flying everywhere. As Virgo attacked fiercely again, Luo's long sword was knocked out of his hand by his force, and the whole person flew backwards, hit the wall of the experimental base, and then fell to the ground. Luo wanted to stand up, but Virgo hit him hard on the back of his head with a bamboo pole, burying his face in the snow, which soon turned scarlet. Advertisement. Your farce is over, kid. Virgo lowered his head and looked at the ground. He stepped on Luo's back with one foot wearing a military boot, and stepped down again on the body that he had just propped up with great difficulty. Captain. Seeing this scene, Changbalu, Beppo and others were all furious, but they had all been beaten by Virgo and lost their ability to move. Ha ha ha, as expected of Vice Admiral Virgo, I knew that Vice Admiral Virgo was invincible. Hurry, 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 catch all these pirates, Colonel Dashichi is still waiting for us on the ship. The G5 Marines cheered, then picked up handcuffs and ropes and walked towards Luo's crew members, ready to arrest them and bring them back to the ship. Vice Admiral Virgo, your gloves. A Marine handed over the gloves that Virgo had just taken off before the battle with an admiring look. Thank you. Virgo took the gloves and put them on slowly. He suddenly raised his hand towards the Marine next to him and pointed a finger at the Marine's forehead. Vice Admiral Virgo, what are you doing? Marine was a little confused. Could it be that there was a snowflake on his head and Vice Admiral Virgo wanted to wipe it off for him? This lord is really too considerate to his subordinates, totally different from the always sullen Major General Smoker. The finger gestures became more and more familiar, and the Marine gradually realized that this was the starting position of the Marine's 6-finger gun. Why did the Lieutenant General make this gesture towards him? Suddenly, Smoker's voice shouted out, "Run, idiot!" Smoker's lower body turned into white smoke, bursting like steam. After a brief acceleration, he rushed over with 10 hands. However, Smoker was still too far away, and Virgo's fingers blasted out a sharp gust of wind, hitting the Marine squarely on the forehead. There was only a scream, and the Marine fell to the ground with a dazed look on his face. Smoker's 10 hands were also blocked by Virgo's bamboo pole. Hey, Smoker, attacking your superior is not what a Marine should do. Virgo looked relaxed, his body standing straight, without any effort. He just raised his weapon in front of him to block Smoker's attack. You are from Doflamingo. Smoker was so angry that his lower body turned into white smoke and floated in the air. He used all his strength to press Virgo under him. Advertisement. His weapon, 10-handed, was also wrapped with a layer of armament hockey, but both the color and the wrapping range were far inferior to Virgo's bamboo pole. What is going on? The Marines around him were incredulous and at a loss. I am not mistaken. Vice Admiral Virgo used a finger gun on his companion. How is it possible? It must have been a mistake, right, Lord Virgo? How could you do such a thing to your companions? Some Marines have collapsed. They were not stupid, they also heard the entire conversation between Luo and Smoker, but given their admiration for Virgo, they would never believe it unless there was substantial evidence. Until now, Virgo had shown his fangs to his subordinates who had always taken good care of him. Whoosh! While in a stalemate with Smoker, Virgo fired several kicks at the Marines, splitting the chests of several Marines who were still in a state of doubt about their lives, causing them to bleed profusely. Damn you! Smoker gritted his teeth, increased the pressure of his hands, and swung out with his other hand. His arm turned into white smoke and his fist flew out of his hand. White fist. This trick won't work on me. Virgo still didn't dodge, and took Smoker's punch head on. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and kicked into the air. This kick is also wrapped in armament hockey. Even if Smoker is a Logia user, he will be kicked in an entity. Smoker had no choice but to give up his current advantageous position, retract his 10 downward hands, turn into white smoke and quickly retreat backwards to avoid Virgo's kick. Run! This guy is actually a pirate and he won't let anyone escape alive. In midair, Smoker yelled at the Marines who were still in a daze below. But, Major General Smoker, Vice Admiral Virgo. Ah, a Marine still couldn't believe it. Just as he was about to say something to Smoker, he was hit on the head by the bamboo pole again, and his head was spun 90 degrees. He fell headfirst into the snow and died in an instant. Virgo held the bloody bamboo pole and walked slowly towards the startled Marine. His voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Except for that somewhat useful kid Luo, everyone will die here today. This statement made his position clear. Even Marine, who adored him, was no longer confused and was filled with the emotion of being betrayed by someone he trusted. They raised their weapons with angry looks on their faces and charged towards Virgo despite Smoker's warning. Chapter 115. Two dragons arrive. The ending was naturally not unexpected. An ant tries to shake a tree, and a moth flies into a flame. Even with Smoker constantly interfering in the air, none of the Marines escaped. Virgo's bamboo pole was stained with blood, which dripped onto the snow. This also makes Smoker's heart bleed. He did not utter any more angry words. His expression was as cold as ice. White smoke burst out from behind him, carrying the snowflakes in the sky and attacking Virgo. You know, none of this works for me, Smoker. Virgo's figure flashed, and he used the shave from Marine's 6 styles to dodge Smoker's attack in an instant. And after getting close to Smoker, he took a few steps into the air, and the black bamboo pole in his hand created a wave of air and attacked Smoker. The white smoke on Smoker's lower body fluttered again, making a steam-like roar. Under this sudden acceleration, his body moved sideways in the air. A red light flashed in the corners of Virgo's eyes. He predicted his movements in advance through his observation hockey and slightly turned the bamboo pole in his hand. Snap! Smoker's 10 hands shattered, and with a muffled groan, he vomited blood and was knocked down from a high altitude by Virgo, landing right next to Luo. Pooh! Because he landed on his face, he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of snow, which had turned scarlet when he spat it out from his mouth. Can't you survive 2 attacks, White Hunter? A teasing voice came from my ear. Smoker turned his head and saw Luo sitting on the ground, holding the knife with one hand and looking into the sky. A guy who has been beaten to the point where he can't fight back has no right to say that to me. Smoker retorted, supporting himself with one hand and sitting on the snow like Luo. He did not look at the sky like Luo, but took out a cigar from his coat pocket, put it in his mouth, and stared intently at Virgo who was walking in the wind and snow. You're about to die, and you still want to chat? As the sound of a hard object rubbing against the ground was heard, Virgo gradually approached the two of them. I will not die today. Luo was covered in blood, especially on his forehead, but even so, his voice was still calm. Of course you won't die. Ming said you are still useful. Virgo raised the bamboo pole and aimed it at Smoker next to Luo. I'm sorry, although we are colleagues, it would be best if you died on this island today. I feel like I can't die, or, we all have to die. Advertisement to Virgo's surprise, Smoker neither begged for mercy nor mocked him, but instead looked at the sky behind him. Similar to this guy, Luo also seemed to be staring at the sky. This made Virgo wonder. What is in the sky? Suddenly, he looked through Smoker and Luo's pupils and saw the images reflected in their eyes. It was a sea of red fire and a sea of deep purple thunder. Then, scorching heat and roaring thunder suddenly struck, the snow on the ground melted instantly, and the snowflakes falling from the sky turned directly into rain. Tick-tock. Landing on top of Virgo's head. Virgo was startled. He turned around suddenly, and the moment he looked up at the sky, he knew the day of his death. There were 2 giant dragons that blocked out the sky and the sun. One of them was completely red. As its wings flapped, the flames gradually grew and turned into a sea of fire, almost covering half of the sky. The other half of the sky was occupied by a giant dragon with white feathers and lightning flashing all over its body. Its body turned into a sea of thunder. The 2 giant dragons that created this world-destroying scene actually had their eyes fixed firmly on him. The conqueror's pressure from the red dragon and the dragon's pressure from the white electric dragon simultaneously suffocated Virgo as the raindrops fell on his head. Is this the red dragon Shane? The other one is? Virgo was horrified. This kind of pressure was many times stronger than Doflamingo's. He felt like he was facing 2 four emperors. But what he didn't know was that the pressure mostly came from the white dragon. Although the red dragon looked intimidating, its conqueror's power was far from enough to scare Virgo. This is. You called for it. Smoker leaned against the wall of the experimental base and exhaled a puff of white smoke. He remembered that Luo had been staring at the sky just now. You were lucky that you didn't die at the hands of Virgo just now. Luo did not answer his question because Beppo, Shangbaru, Pekin and others on the side could not help but shout excitedly. Shane, you're finally here. We're here, Mr. Shane. That arrogant guy with the bamboo pole, use your fire breath to deal with him. Advertisement, and brother white dragon next to you, please electrocute this guy to death. After seeing the huge red dragon in the sky, Beppo, Shangbaru and others were all ecstatic. They supported each other to stand up, and regardless of their injuries, they waved excitedly to the sky. The red dragon Shane is exactly the same as the one Marinfondo had seen. I didn't expect you to know such a strong man. Smoker stared at the sky, and saw Luo standing up with a knife beside him. He also stood up by leaning against the wall and asked with confusion. But who is the other white dragon? Why does it look exactly like the red dragon except for its color? I don't know about that either. Luo shook his head slightly. He knew most of Shane's crew members. Among them, there seemed to be a girl named Kanna. with white hair, but he couldn't be sure based on this alone. He looked up at the sky. The huge red dragon seemed to have heard the voices of Beppo and the others. It opened its mouth politely and flames gathered in front of its mouth. After brewing for a moment, a cone-shaped breath of fire burst out. Although it was just a breath, it looked like a sea of fire to people on the ground. The flames burned the air, and the water vapor continued to evaporate, forming a thin mist into space. The flames passed through the mist and rushed straight towards Virgo. Virgo's entire body was already covered in armament haki, but feeling the scorching heat of the flame, he did not dare to resist it head-on, and relied on his observation haki to use the shaving technique to move forward. But the mouth of the huge red dragon also moved in his direction, and its flaming breath kept tracking him, blasting the snow on the ground and even burning the ground to a charred black. But Virgo was indeed agile, and the human body was relatively small, so until the red dragon had finished exhaling, except for his clothes being burned a little, he was not hurt. It doesn't seem as scary as it looks. Virgo wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. Then, he clenched the bamboo pole with his palm, slowly lowered his legs, and pointed it at the giant dragon in the sky. Having just dodged the red dragon's attack, he suddenly had the courage to fight the two dragons. "Shane, let me do it." Kanna was the only one in the audience who heard his whisper and immediately became angry. This guy actually dared to look down on Shane. As she spoke, she also opened her dragon mouth, and arcs of electricity jumped. As the energy continued to gather, dark clouds rolled in, and a crack appeared in the sky. There was a violent storm and loud thunder. This scene was many times more powerful than when Shane just breathed out fire. And Shane knew that when Kanna's energy was gathered, what he would spit out would not just be a bolt of lightning, but an energy cannon comparable to Kamehameha. At that time, the entire punk hazard, including all the people on the island, will disappear in an instant. Chapter 116 Kagura vs Virgo. The sky is as dark as ink, and the flying snow has disappeared. Now it is filled with violent thunder and lightning. In the center of the deep purple thunder and lightning, there is a mass of energy waves that are gradually gathering. As the energy wave in the white dragon's mouth became larger and larger, the people on the island also changed from shock to fear. Whether it was Virgo, Luo or Smoker, their eyes gradually widened, as if they had seen some incredible scene, and cold sweat continued to fall from their foreheads. Is this serious? They understood that if this blow really fell, Punk Hassad would no longer be alive. Kanna. No. At this critical moment, Shaw-en stood up again. He used his voice communication ability with Kanna to shout anxiously in her heart. Stop now, you will destroy the whole island. But Kanna looked unhappy. The guy on the ground was just a human, and he dared to mock Shaw-en in person. This made her even angrier than when she was attacked by the five elders. However, she always listened to Shaw-en's words. She gradually regained her strength, and the vision in the sky gradually faded away. Seeing that she was obedient, Shaw-en finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Kanna spits out this energy wave, Punk Hassad will be blown to pieces. Not only will Luo and his crew be dead, but also the artificial fruit on the island that has not been eaten by a certain assistant, destroyed. Who allowed you to use your abilities privately without my permission? Thinking of this, Shaw-en was a little scared and scolded Kanna angrily. If he were in human form now, he might have caught and spanked this troublesome dragon lowly. Because that guy said very bad things. He is obviously just a weak human being, but he looks down on Shaw-en. Perhaps Shaw-en accused me of being too obvious. Kanna's emotion fluctuated greatly, and his voice was dissatisfied and grievances. Then you can't use so much force. We still have friends on this island. Sensing her emotions, Shaw-en softened his tone. I didn't use too much force, I was clearly just aiming at that guy. Kanna retorted in an excited tone, and the anxious Long Loli's crisp voice came into Shaw-en's mind. Then, the white faucet turned to one side, and the corners of his eyes gradually turned red. Advertisement. If it is a human form, she should cry out quickly. Still quibble. Tien is about to be collapsed by you. Shaw-en was helpless, and this disobedient child was the most difficult to care about. Shaw sauce. Are you AB************** T guy? Are you scolding Kanna? The Kagura on the back of Shaw-en came out of his heavy feathers, and she stomped a little angrily. She couldn't hear the spiritual communication between Shane and Kanna, but she felt Kanna's emotions. Didn't you see what just happened? She almost destroyed this island. Ye Rabbit's strength was amazing, and Shaw-en almost fell to the ground with these 2 feet. But she's obviously just trying to vent her anger on you. Kagura's tone was a little annoyed, and as she spoke, she crawled towards Shaw-en's head. In the process, she was so angry that she pulled off a few feathers from the dragon's back, which made Shaw-en grin with his teeth in pain. It hurts. What are you doing, girl? I still have to deal with the enemy, so don't make trouble. Shaw-en felt the girl climbing up on his back, and his tone became even more helpless. This team is really difficult to lead. No one is obedient. He misses Kelly a little now. At least she feels sorry for her brother Shaw-en. Kagura ignored him and gradually climbed forward from Shaw-en's dragon body, and after a while she climbed to the dragon's head. Then, she flipped over and jumped, standing on the red dragon head. The sea breeze blew her orange hair, but it did not affect her observation of the area below. With the vision from high altitude, she could see clearly the situation below the island. Law and his crew, a handsome man with white hair, kept his eyes on Beppo for a long time, and Kagura finally looked at Virgo who was sitting alone in a corner. Sha-chan, I'll help you deal with this person. Kagura moved her wrist, and a rare hint of fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. she took out an umbrella from the feathers on Shane's body, which was the parasol she always carried with her. You? Shaw-an was stunned and a little surprised when he heard that. Well, isn't it inconvenient for Kanna to attack? And your flames can't hit him, so you can only leave it to me, right? Kagura said casually. Her expression was cold at the moment, and she looked down at Virgo below as if she was looking at a prey. Shane's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought for a while, and he also felt that it would be better to hand Virgo over to Night Rabbit, who was also good at hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, he nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Okay, I'll leave him to you, but don't be stubborn. If you get hurt, stop immediately. I don't want to see you lose your temper. Nonsense. Shane's voice was interrupted by Kagura's kick. She kicked Shane's dragon head hard, forcing his mouth shut. The dragon's teeth clashed together, making Shane feel a feeling of seeing stars. You be asterisk 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 D-girl. Shane was furious. Then, the girl jumped down from a great height. As she fell, she opened her parasol, held it with one hand, and landed gracefully on the ground, like a fairy falling from the sky. However, this fairy was obviously not tall enough. When she got close to Virgo, she looked only half his height. Virgo measured the height of the girl in front of him, then pointed the bamboo pole at the girl and placed it horizontally, but it was already much higher than the girl's head. Hey, there is a limit to how much you can joke around. Shilong, you're going to let a short guy like this deal with me? He laughed mockingly and looked at the huge red dragon in the sky provocatively. What does this mean? Smoker, who had been watching the show, was also a little surprised. He had never seen this girl on a wanted poster before. Although her movements when falling from a high altitude were very neat, he didn't think she could be a match for Virgo. Master Kagura, stay away from that guy, he is very dangerous. At this time, Luo also shouted nervously. At the same time, he condensed a room in his hand, ready to exchange positions with Kagura at any time. He had come into contact with Kagura several times and knew that she was a partner that Shane valued very much, so he didn't want to watch her being hurt by Virgo. Captain, Kagura-chan, doesn't seem to necessarily lose. Among those present, Beppo from the fur tribe was the only one who first noticed something was wrong. His keen animal sense told him that this seemingly fragile girl was actually even more terrifying than Virgo. What did you say? Luo was shocked. As the captain of Beppo, he was naturally aware of his abilities and had a deep understanding of his perception. Suddenly, I saw an orange-red afterimage passing by, and the air seemed to explode at this moment, setting off a hurricane-like wave, blowing the clothes of everyone present rustling. Bang! Then, with the sound of something shattering, Virgo seemed to be suddenly hit by a cannonball. His face sunken, and he suddenly flew backwards and hit the experimental city wall dozens of meters away. And where he was originally standing, besides a tooth that was knocked out, there was also a cute girl with a bun holding a parasol. I'm still growing up. You be asterisk 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 D. Chapter 117 Rabbit Kicks. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. Everyone present was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Virgo, who was nearly invincible just now and suppressed the pirates and the marines with his own strength, was now hit by a girl with a parasol. And, looking at the bloody tooth at the girl's feet, Luo and Smoker were shocked and ashamed at the same time. They had tried every possible means to break through Virgo's armament hockey perfect form defense but were defeated by this girl with just one casual attack. You are a monster. Where did you come from? At this time, someone spoke out their true feelings, and this person was none other than Virgo, who had climbed up from the ground after being knocked away. He covered the corner of his mouth, where there were marks from being hit by the tip of the umbrella and stained with his blood. This was the first time he was injured since coming to this island. Picking up the bamboo pole that had fallen to the ground, he recalled the whole process. The girl suddenly attacked, and his observation hockey had already anticipated this, but his body was completely unable to keep up with the girl's speed. Then, he could only choose to use his armament hockey to resist. At the same time, the girl also wrapped a layer of armament hockey around the umbrella and swung it at the corner of his mouth, breaking through his armament hockey defense in an instant. If he had not used the force of the girl's blow to retreat on his own, his head would have been smashed to pieces after this blow. This is not because the girl's armament hockey is much higher than his, on the contrary, the girl's hockey is far inferior, she relies more on her own pure strength. I'm not a monster, you're such a nuisance, Sha-chan would never call me a monster. When Kagura heard the word, monster, she reacted a little too strongly, as if a taboo had been touched, and a hint of violence gradually emerged in her eyes. Especially when she smelled the blood from Virgo's body, this brutality gradually became real, and her pupils turned from azure blue to scarlet red. As the girl changed, her petite body began to emanate a great malice, as if it came from some bloodthirsty beast, enveloping everyone on the island. Virgo, Luo, and Smoker immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and they all subconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. Luo's crew members were in an even worse condition. Beppo, who had the strongest perception, was so scared that he lay on the ground and trembled. Changbaru's eyes trembled slightly, and Pekin and others had fear on their faces and their legs were shaking. This girl really seems to be a monster with human skin on her head. At this moment, a voice came from high in the sky. Advertisement, greedy girl, wake up, you have to go back for dinner after the fight. After hearing the voice, the girl's expression froze, and her eyes slowly regained clarity as she remembered the most important thing. By the way, when I followed Sha-chan and Kanna out, I didn't have dinner either. Thinking of this, the girl's eyes changed again, from violent to anxious, and she looked at Virgo in the distance impatiently. D. Come here and let me knock you down, don't disturb me from going home to eat. These words were said in an extremely arrogant manner, and it sounded like he didn't take Marine Vice Admiral Virgo seriously at all. Everyone present knew that the girl had the qualifications to say this. Another arrogant brat. The veins on Virgo's forehead were exposed and his face was as gloomy as water. He suddenly raised his left leg, and as the air was stirred, a blue knife light kicked out. Lan Zhao. The blade was nearly 3 meters long, cutting the falling snow in half. Many of Luo's crew members and G5's marines fell under this attack. Let's start the fight, right? However, facing the flash of sword, Kagura seemed very excited, with a fighting spirit in his eyes, and rushed forward. Her footsteps were so fast that every time she kicked the ground, a big hole was created. Sha En in the sky felt a toothache because he had just been kicked by this girl. The feeling was like an eagle being kicked by a rabbit. Rayleigh's one of the 100 moves that knocked Shane away, horizontal chop. The girl yelled out a series of moves that stunned everyone present. She used the parasol as an iron rod and swung it with such terrifying force that she smashed the flying storm's foot into 2 halves. The girl did not stop at all and continued to move quickly towards Virgo. This girl really wants to be beaten. Sha En was furious in the air and wished he could go down and beat this girl up right now. Kanna, let's go to the island first, he said to Kanna, and then flew towards the island where Luo, Smoker and others were watching the battle. Okay, Kanna replied coldly and followed Shane silently to fly down. When Shane and Kanna transformed into human form and landed beside Luo and the others, Kagura had already approached Virgo. Snap. This time, it was not the teeth that broke, but the bamboo pole in Virgo's hand. Advertisement. His expression at this moment was as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that his arm color entanglement would be so vulnerable. But Kagura ignored his shock. She was waiting to return to the ship for dinner and had no time to waste here. Then, he jumped up again, grabbed the parasol with both hands, and chopped it down towards Virgo's head. Rayleigh beat Shane to death with one of his 100 moves, vertical chop. With great momentum, the parasol wrapped in armed color and domineering aura seemed to be flaming when she waved it, leaving a red arc in the air. Virgo's pupils suddenly shrank, and the corners of his eyes flashed red to the extreme. When the parasol was almost touching his skin, he suddenly took half a step back and narrowly avoided it. The parasol fell to the ground, and a hole several dozen meters in size instantly appeared on the ground. A loud noise that echoed throughout the island burst out, and the entire island shook twice. Virgo was shocked by the power of the girl's attack, but at this moment, he saw a pair of small feet kicking towards his face. After Kagura's attack missed, she was not discouraged. She estimated the distance between her and Virgo, supported herself on the ground with her hands, faced the enemy with her back, and then kicked back with her legs. Bang! This is the kick of a girl with the blood of the night rabbit. With its terrifying force and amazing explosive power, one can imagine the attack power of these feet. Ah! All that was heard was a miserable howl. Virgo's sunglasses shattered in an instant, and his face was distorted rapidly under the crushing of the feet. His head made a crisp sound, which was the sound of bones breaking. The whole person shot into the air, like a rocket rising into the sky, flying into the sky and turning into a meteor. It seems like I used too much force. Kagura stood up innocently and looked at the meteor flying into the sky. Ah! Then she squatted down, holding her head in pain. You D girl, you just kicked my head, didn't you? Also, tell me what Rayleigh's 100 moves to beat Shane to death are. Shane jumped to the scene immediately. Under the horrified gaze of Luo's crew and Smoker, he kept hitting the head of the monster girl who had just defeated Virgo as if he was teaching a lesson to an ignorant child. And this extremely ferocious monster girl didn't dare to fight back at all. She squatted on the ground with her head covered, enduring it pitifully. Chapter 118 Artificial Green, Dragon Fruit. Punk Hazard. After the battle, Tashigi, who had brought the children back to the ship first, and the other marines arrived. What the hell just happened? Tashigi looked at the field in shock. The ground was full of devastation, and all the remaining marines were lying on the ground. Virgo did it. He's from Doflamingo. Smoker spoke briefly and to the point, then explained to Tashigi and the others while instructing them to rescue the surviving wounded. The marines who had left earlier and escaped the disaster were unwilling to believe at first that Virgo was an undercover pirate, until the marine they rescued choked up and told them the whole story, and then they had to believe it. I never thought that Virgo is actually a pirate. Dashichi felt lost and dazed. She felt like she was dreaming. The superior who was trusted by his subordinates turned out to be a pirate, and the one who saved their lives was also a pirate. This world is really terrible. So, are we still going to arrest them now? Dashichi raised her head, her eyes fixed in one direction from behind her red-framed glasses. There were not only Luo and his men there, but also a man and 2 women whom she had never seen on the wanted poster. But seeing as they were talking and laughing, they were most likely accomplices. That's not an opponent we can handle at the moment. It's good enough that we can escape alive. Smoker's eyes were solemn. He blew out a smoke ring and his gaze fell on the orange-haired man. And this side, while Shane and Kagura were playing around, Luo had already treated his own and his companion's wounds. Orange-haired boss, if you come any later, you might see me again in Dressrosa. His gaze lingered on the white-haired loli beside him for a while, then he looked at Shane and Kagura. After receiving your call, I came here without stopping. If you don't believe me, ask this girl. She hasn't eaten yet. Shane said with a smile. During this time, he glanced at Saul and his crew members. They were all in good spirits and no one was missing any limbs. And even if the leg is broken, Luo's fruit ability can reconnect it. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Shane suddenly remembered that there was a lame Victor on the boat. Can you cure the lameness? The kind that has been lame since childhood? It's not difficult at all, it's just a matter of straightening the bones. With my fruit ability, I can even give him a new pair of legs. Luo nodded easily. Within the scope of his ability, he can cut a person's body at will without getting hurt or bleeding, and as long as they are put together in the end, they can be restored to their original state. That's great. When you cure Victor, he might be able to help you improve the submarine. I don't think you will refuse. Shane's face lit up with delight. If he's your partner, I certainly won't refuse. Luo nodded seriously, his eyes sweeping over the two little girls, one big and one small, in front of him. After today's battle, he deeply realized the strength of Shane's crew. With Kagura's performance just now, perhaps even Doflamingo would suffer. The strength of this white-haired girl who can also transform into a giant dragon is even more difficult to estimate. The energy wave that was not released before is still deeply imprinted in Luo's mind. His thoughts were interrupted by the noisy marines around him. Law glanced at Smoker and Tashigi and asked, "What are you going to do with these marines? Kill them all?" He did not suppress his voice when he said this, but everyone present could see the change in their expressions to some extent. Among them, Dashichi's reaction was the biggest. She drew out her long sword and stared at him with gritted teeth. "Are you serious, pirate? Be patient, Tashigi." Smoker pressed her long sword back with one hand and placed the other on the 10 hands hanging at his waist. His cold face was tense as he stared at Shane. He knew that whether he and his marines could survive depended on this man's decision. "Do I look like someone with such a murderous intention?" Shane spread his hands and looked at Luo with some dissatisfaction. This guy must have said that on purpose. Not like that. Luo shook his head, a hint of amusement flashed across his face. He held the scabbard and pointed the handle at all the marines on Smoker's side. "But according to the rules of the sea, all these islands are your spoils of war. Whatever you do to them now is reasonable." "Damn it." Tashigi gritted her teeth, anger showing on her delicate face. Since becoming a marine, she had never been insulted like this by a pirate. Advertisement. What made her even more angry was that Smoker, whom she had always admired, was trying to stop her from taking any action. "Are they all my spoils?" A smile appeared on Shane's lips. He ignored the angry and excited Dashichi and instead fixed his eyes on the experimental base. "Since everything belongs to me, then the things you looted from it should also be mine, such as a certain red artificial devil fruit." Shane stared into Luo's coat pocket with greedy eyes. He seldom showed such an expression, but this made Luo and others feel that this was exactly the style of a pirate. "I didn't expect you to find out all this." Luo was stunned for a moment, then without hesitation, he reached out and took the thing out of his pocket. He took out two things, one was Caesar's heart and the other was a pink fruit. "Here you go, these are all your spoils." He handed them to Shane decisively. "Wow, you should keep this heart." When Shane saw the beating heart in the transparent film, he was frightened. A barely perceptible sinister smile appeared on Luo's cold face. "This fruit is enough for me. BWGB, B." Shane took the pink fruit in his hand and looked at its smooth appearance and pink skin, which was exactly the same as the fruit eaten by a certain assistant in the original book. "It's too dirty to hold in my hands, I need to find a box to put it in." As he spoke, Shane called Kagura and Kanna to accompany him into the experimental base to find a container for the fruit. Kagura readily agreed, as she was quite eager to visit the experimental base. But Kanna snorted coldly and turned her head away, pretending she didn't hear him. Only then did Shane finally realize that the young dragon seemed to be still angry with him. "Haha, stupid Natsu-chan, you made a girl angry." Kagura laughed gloatingly, and then as expected, he got hit on the head. "Kanna-chan, what's wrong with you?" Shane squatted in front of Kanna, grabbed her soft little hand, and looked up at her pretty face that pretended to be indifferent. "Humph, I don't want you to talk." Kanna had a look of grievance on her face. She glared at Shane and then immediately turned away, pouting her lips but not trying to break free from Shane's hand. The dragon's tail behind her kept shaking, and it was obvious that she was very happy that Shane noticed her emotions. Chapter 119. A revenge plan filled with hatred. In the end, Shane managed to coax Kanna into submission. The first step is holding hands, the second step is touching the face, and the third step is hugging around the waist. A cold little Lolita soon turned into a happy little Lolita. Of course, the prerequisite is that Kanna has an incredibly high favorability towards Shane. If anyone else dared to touch her so close, they would have been swallowed up in one gulp. "What are you still doing here? Why don't you leave?" Holding Kanna in his left hand and Kagura in his right hand, Shane expressed his resentment when passing by Smoker and Tashigi. Just now, while he was coaxing Kanna, the two guys kept their eyes on him, especially the girl with a proud figure, Tashigi, who looked at him as if she were a scumbag. This made Shane angry. It is because of the existence of such people that they are dubbed as Lolita complexes, suffer humiliation and bullying, and can only seek a little comfort in the arms of a Lolita. What's wrong with them? They just like cute girls. Of course, Smoker and Tashigi were not aware of several parts of his inner monologue, and both of them were a little dazed. Are you going to let us go just like that?" Dashichi asked uncertainly. Just now, Smoker had told Shane her identity. She didn't expect that such a handsome man would be the Red Dragon with a bounty of 1 billion. She was originally very curious because she had witnessed the heroic figure of this Red Dragon in Marineford, where he broke into Marineford and easily blocked the fruit ability of Admiral Kizaru. But watching his interaction with the little white-haired girl, Dashichi felt more and more that something was wrong, and her gaze gradually changed from curiosity to contempt. Otherwise, you didn't bother me, why should I kill you? Shane said as a matter of course, and then he pulled the two women and walked around Smoker and Tashigi. As they passed each other, Smoker finally spoke. I will report today's situation to the Marine truthfully, including your true identity. Even so, you still choose to let us go? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became tense again. Including Luo's crew members and the G5 Marine, they all looked at him as if he were a fool. Everyone is about to let you go, and you're still bringing this up. Advertisement, could it be a reminder for people to kill and silence them? At this time, most people would not say such things, except Smoker. He didn't want to accept the favor of a pirate, nor did he want to survive because of the pirate's mercy. Shane's figure suddenly stopped. He turned his head slightly and stared at Smoker with his red and blue pupils, which seemed to be thoughtful. As he made this move, everyone present held their breath and stared at him nervously, especially the Marines, who were secretly prepared to fight him. They don't want to fight against billions of monsters, but there is no way. This is the fate of Marines and pirates. A long time. Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, a calm voice came out from Shane's mouth. Just say it, you'll know it sooner or later anyway. After saying that, he grabbed the two little hands again and walked towards the experimental base. The wind was cold, but the two little hands were so warm. After hiding for so long, it's time to let the outside world know their strength. Traveling through another world, his goal has always been to enjoy life without restraint and live as he pleases for himself and his companions. With such a mentality, it is inevitable to stand on the opposite side of the celestial dragons and Marines who control the world. This was also the fundamental reason why he refused Kizaru to join Marine. Smoker, go back and tell your new fleet admiral that I will give him his first job, find a new Shichibukai. Smoker left with Liuqi and G5 Marine. On the Marine sailboat, Smoker stood on the deck smoking a cigar, rubbing the railing with his hand, watching Punk Hassad getting farther and farther away from them. The cold sea breeze blew, mixed with snowflakes. Major General Smoker, it's cold outside, I'm going to catch a cold. Dasky, who had been standing with him, said. So why are you standing here? Smoker's expression froze, and the good atmosphere was ruined by this old subordinate. Mr. Smoker, what that guy just said meant that he was going to attack Doflamingo. Do we need to truthfully report this kind of thing to Fleet Admiral after we return to the base? Advertisement. There was a complex look in Dashi's eyes. Out of personal emotions, she, like the other Marines on the ship, hated Doflamingo. Because of him, the trusted commander became a pirate. But on the other hand, they are Marine, Doflamingo's identity is Shichibukai, and the two sides are actually on the same side. Just report the news that Virgo has rebelled and is a cadre of Doflamingo. As for the fight between these pirates. Smoker snorted, tossed his coat, and walked towards the cabin. I don't care who dies. They could have flown back again, but both Kagura and Kanna wanted to experience riding a submarine. Shaw-en would naturally satisfy such a simple request, and Luo would definitely have no problem with it either. Not to mention being allies, the three of them could be considered as saviors. Do you have any follow-up plans? In the captain's room, two little girls were allowed to wander around. Luo and Shaw-en were sitting on chairs, drinking tea and chatting. Need a plan? Can't we just go straight to the palace and kill Doflamingo? Shaw-en blew on the hot tea and then took a sip. A stream of heat flowed into the throat, seeming to warm the entire body. With a slight hum, Shaw-en's face showed an expression of enjoyment. Well, with the strength you and your two crew members have shown so far, you are indeed confident that you can crush them with strength. Luo picked up the hot water bottle and poured another cup into Shaw-en's cup. During this period, Kagura and Kanna also came over with cups, and Luo poured them one by one. At the end, he poured himself a glass, took an elegant sip and continued. However, this is too gentle for a heinous guy like him. Then what do you want? Shaw-en asked curiously. Well, I don't have many demands. I just want him to watch his reputation be ruined, the power he created gradually collapse, and everyone he has hurt take revenge on him. At this point, Luo's emotions gradually became excited, and his usually calm black eyes were filled with hatred. His hand holding the cup kept shaking until he crushed the cup into pieces. Blood slipped from his palm to the ground, and with the ticking sound, Shane heard the most hateful sound in his life. When he is on the verge of despair, I will use the pistol he used to kill Corazon to shoot through his heart. Chapter 120 Victor. All of this is worth it. Dressrosa. The Royal Palace. A burning piece of white paper turned into ashes in Doflamingo's hands. The Den Mushi in front of him had fallen silent. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead were exposed and trembling constantly. He covered his forehead and let out a chilling, weird laugh. A long time. A voice came from the Den Mushi, a gentle female voice. Young master, Virgo had already completely taken control of the situation and defeated Law and Smoker, but the Red Dragon and his companions suddenly attacked Punk Hazard, and a girl with hair similar to his easily defeated Virgo. They might be heading to Dressrosa now. That's enough, Monet. Doflamingo interrupted, his voice seeming to contain madness. I'm glad you're okay. I'll send someone to Punk Hazard to pick you up soon. As for the Red Dragon and that brat, I will make them all pay the price. The other side. Luo's submarine sailed for an hour or two and arrived at the Zubo. We're finally here, Sha-chan. I'm starving. Kagura held Kanna's hand, and they jumped lightly from the submarine deck to the wave chaser which was much higher. Sister Kagura, Kanna, you're back. they were greeted by another Lolita, and Klee hugged them affectionately. It's only been a few hours since we last met, is there any need to be like this? Shane also jumped up and smacked his lips when he saw the three girls hugging each other. He had the urge to hug all three of them together, that would definitely feel great. HMPH, you don't understand the feelings between us girls at all, don't you think, Klee? Kagura glared at him and snorted coldly. What are you talking about? Klee didn't hear anything. Aren't there only Sister Kagura and Kanna here? Klee raised her head, her deep red eyes curved into an arc, and her expression was as lively as usual. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong with her, because this time she not only did not welcome her brother Shane, she didn't even look at him. Advertisement Shane's expression froze. Kagura and Kanna were stunned for a moment, then the former's expression became gloating, while the latter lowered her head shyly. At this time, Liuqi came up to Haiyuan and whispered in his ear. Boss, after Klee came out of the bomb room, she found that you, Kagura, and Kanna were all missing. She seemed very angry that you were the only one who didn't take her out to play. After saying that, Liuqi ran away in an instant. This is the boss's trouble alone, and employees like him are not blessed enough to bear it. Turning around, he saw Luo and many crew members boarding the wave chaser. Liuqi and Victor, introduced by Drake and Old Neil, exchanged a few words with Luo, Beppo and others. Then, they all looked at the same thing, turning into a crowd of spectators, staring at the two protagonists in the center. The scene reappeared, Shane squatted in front of another loli with a flattering look on his face. Kelly, what's wrong with you? He grabbed Kelly's hand and asked with concern. But an hour or two ago, he used just this sentence to coax Kanna into a state of confusion. Facing a more obedient Klee, he believed the effect would be even more significant. As expected, after hearing his words, Kelly's pretended indifference suddenly changed. She looked at Shane who was squatting in front of her, and opened and closed her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But at this time, it's begun. Sha-chan's first opening line to coax the little girl. Kagura cheered loudly at the side. It's so strange, why did Shane repeat what he just said to Kanna? Kanna made a puzzled sound, but there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. Snap! Shane felt himself split apart and raised his head nervously. Sure enough, the originally docile little girl in front of him now lowered her head, and from his perspective she looked a little gloomy. But even with such an expression, it still looks unique on Klee's delicate face. Haiyuan was mesmerized for a moment, but soon came back to his senses, because the little girl in front of him had gradually reddened eyes, with faint sparkling tears. Shane's heart was filled with alarm. Oh no, if he made the little angel Kelly cry, he would have to bear such a huge sin. Klee, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to leave you alone on the boat. We were going out to fight the enemy this time, and I only wanted to take Kanna with me. Kagura also secretly. Shane knew he couldn't just get away with it, so he had to apologize honestly. Sometimes, when facing an angry girl, sincerity is the most important thing. Advertisement however, there is also a prerequisite, that is, the other party is a reasonable person. Fortunately, apart from being playful, Klee is actually a kind, innocent and understanding little angel at heart. After Haiyuan explained the whole story, her dissatisfaction immediately disappeared. Seeing Haiyuan's nervous and helpless look, she touched Haiyuan's face with her hand and burst out laughing. Brother Shane, please don't lie to me next time. Afterwards, Luo ordered the crew to use the bunking rope to connect his polar diver with Shane and others' colorful dream wave chaser. Afterwards, nearly 20 crew members boarded the wave chaser. They also brought a lot of food and wine, planning to hold a banquet on Shane's ship. Shane was still the head chef, but there were several chefs in Luo's crew, so he had a few assistants to help him this time, which made things a lot easier. In the cabin, everyone was staring at Luo and Victor. Luo snapped his fingers, and a circle of transparent air shields spread out, covering the entire cabin. Then he took out a scalpel, and under Victor's somewhat nervous gaze, he cut off the lame part of his leg with a light wave. Then he continued to swing the knife, cutting Victor's lame leg along the bones. After several cuts, he finally separated his bones completely. Kagura, Klee, Liuqi and others were stunned. Victor was also shocked that his leg was cut like this, but it didn't hurt at all. Law's crew members were much calmer. They knew their captain's fruit ability very well. They surrounded Law and observed Victor's leg bone in his hand. The bones seem to be affected by some special substance, and they are shorter than normal people. It's not just the bones, there's also some loss of nerves in the legs. After discussing for a while, Luo and his doctors and crew members finally came up with a plan to transplant the nerves and bones that they had already cultivated on their ship into Victor's legs. Under the effect of Luo's surgical fruit, the probability of surgical success is almost 100%. But the only thing that made Luo hesitate was that after the restoration and reorganization, when the strange bones and nerves merged with the original ones, it would produce pain that ordinary people could not bear. The pain during recovery will be enormous, and it will feel like someone crushing your legs with a hammer. Even so, do you still want to try? Before taking action, Luo gave a reminder, however. Victor did not hesitate at all, and the conviction in his eyes shocked everyone present. Let's get started. This is all worth it. Chapter 121 Chicken Dabao turns into a dragon. Accompanied by a wail of agony, on such an evening, the afterglow of dusk falls on the bow of the ship. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Victor threw away his cane and stood steadily on the deck. The dim sunlight fell on his body, but his pale face was full of hope. As the lights in the cabin came on, he began to run, running like a child. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of running on his own 2 feet like a normal person, and tears streamed down his face. The deck was huge, but Victor ran dozens of laps throughout the day. This may be Victor's happiest day because of you. Shane looked at Victor who was running, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. No, it's because of you. Luo said coldly, his eyes following Victor all the time, and no one knew what he was thinking. You helped me with revenge, and I will help your crew members heal their illnesses. This is actually a deal. Then why wasn't my coming to Punk Hazard to save you included in the deal? I gave you the reward, the pink fruit. Hey, what you said at that time was that everything on that island was my spoils of war, including that fruit, so this isn't considered a reward, right? Shane seized the loophole in his words. Ahem. Well, aren't we allies? Why do you care so much? Luo coughed twice, with a rare look of embarrassment on his face. He looked at Shaw and, with a contemptuous expression, he became increasingly embarrassed. Who did you give the fruit to? He changed the subject very abruptly. Hey, you'll never guess it. Shane's attention was drawn away, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Then he shouted loudly towards the cabin. Dabao, someone wants to see your heroic transformation, come and show him. Big insurance? Luo looked puzzled. He didn't know there was a crew member with this name. Could it be that he was a newcomer like Liuqi and Victor after he left the Sabaody Islands? However, since he could gain Shane's trust and eat that unusual-looking fruit, he must be a very powerful guy. Then he saw a blue chicken wearing sunglasses. Luo's mouth gradually opened, revealing a dull expression. Transform into Chicken Dragon. Ji Dabao flapped his wings and flew into the air, and then his body suddenly expanded. In a blink of an eye, he changed from a chicken of several dozen centimeters to a blue oriental dragon that was more than 10 meters long. Its body is dark blue, similar to the original skin color of Ji Dabao. Its body is covered with blue scales that shine with metallic luster, and it has sharp fangs with steam rising from them. There are 2 long whiskers in its mouth and 2 light blue dragon horns on its head. The lower body is a dragon tail, and beneath the body are 4 dragon claws, which are extremely sharp, and under the claws are a blue cloud. Advertisement. Ji Dabao stepped on the clouds. Every time he stepped with his dragon claws, a cloud would appear and serve as a step. It actually rose higher and higher into the air. In just a few breaths, it rose above the mast. He wrapped his slender dragon body around the mast, raised his dragon head high, and let out a loud dragon roar. Roar. As he roared, a wind blade came out from the dragon's mouth, like the swordlights slashed by 2 great swordsmen, and in an instant it flew to the sea surface hundreds of meters away, splashing the seawater in all directions. Is this still Dabao? Liuqi covered his head. He felt that his worldview was collapsing. First, he saw someone using a knife to remove bones, and then when he came out to collect the bones, he saw Ji Dabao, who had been with him day and night, had unexpectedly turned from a chicken into a dragon. Could it be that Dabao is not a chicken, but a carp? Wow, so majestic. Is this guy actually Ji Dabao transformed? Kagura was very happy. She knew that she had another dragon to ride. This looks more like the dragon from Liuqi. Klee tilted her head and opened her mouth slightly. It looks delicious. Kanna didn't know how many times she had wiped her saliva. She decided not to look at it anymore. Ji Dabao was a friend acknowledged by Shane, and of course friends could not be eaten. Among them, Drake's emotions fluctuated the most. His real identity is a marine, so he is very familiar to the big pirates on the sea. The blue dragon that Ji Dabao turned into in front of him was exactly the same as Kaido's fruit in his memory, except for the difference in color and size. Where did you get this devil fruit? You gave this fruit to a chicken. Drake and Luo's voices rang in Shane's ears at the same time. The two looked at each other, and then stared at Shane. One was confused, and the other felt it was a bit ridiculous. Of course I got it from Punk Hazard. Do you think I went out just to save this guy? Shane chose to answer one by one. Why can't you give it to Ji Dabao? Even though he's just a chicken, he can talk just like Beppo on her ship. At this point, the two were speechless. That night, a sumptuous banquet was held on Shane's ship, the Wave Chaser. At this time, Shane was a little envious of Luo, because there were several musicians who could play musical instruments in his crew. While they were enjoying the food, they played music on it. The tune is very familiar. Even a time traveler like Shane can recognize it. It is the most popular music among pirates in this world, Binks's Wine. When the music started, everyone couldn't help humming. Yo-ho-ho-ho, advertisement, yo-ho-ho-ho, Binks's Wine. Send it to you, ride the wind and waves and let me go. Everyone had a very good night, and the party gradually came to an end when the crew members who played music were also drunk. Room. Law's ability was very convenient. With just a few snaps of his fingers, he teleported all his crew members back to their own pirate ship. Well, orange-haired boss, see you tomorrow morning. The journey to Dressrosa is long. If one only relies on sailing without the help of other abilities, it will take about 3 to 4 days. Therefore, for the next period of time, the two allies will eat and live together. Hey, can you please help me and use your ability to send my people back to their rooms? Shane reached out to stop him and pointed behind him. Not only Luo's crew members were drunk, but also Liuqi, Victor, Ji Dabao, Old Neil, and the 3 lawless from Shane's side. In short, everyone except him and Drake were lying on the table. Pop Luo did not refuse. With a snap of his fingers, everyone except Kagura, Klee and Kanna returned to their bedrooms. For the remaining 3, it would be more convenient for you to do it yourself. Luo gave a wicked smile and then jumped back into his polar diving ship. He doesn't know how to help others to the end. Shaw-en complained helplessly, then looked at the 3 little girls with blushing faces lying limply on the table. In front of Kagura and Klee there was only a half-empty glass of wine, while in front of Kanna there was a wall of empty bottles. Shane had already imagined the scene in his mind. Guided by the emotions on the scene, Kagura and Klee drank half a glass of wine and immediately fell drunk. Kanna drank 1 cup after another, and finally just drank it straight from the bottle. If he remembered correctly, before Luo used his ability to transport the crew away, she should have been surrounded by Luo's crew, and it seemed that they were all drunk by her. Wow, these people are brave enough to drink with a dragon. Shaw-en nodded, then walked forward, picked up all 3 lawless, left a few words, and walked into the cabin. You keep watch. I know, Drake replied impatiently. Chapter 122. Capture of a pirate ship the second day of sailing on New World. Early morning. A group of pirates set their sights on Shane's ship and quietly launched an attack while Shane and his companions were having breakfast. Several shells burst out from the gun turret, grazed the ship, and exploded on both sides of the wave chaser and the polar diver. Several waves were blown up and seawater splashed onto the deck. On the deck, the screams of Liuqi and Ji Dabao were heard. It was the first time they were attacked at sea, so they were a little panicked. Hearing the expected panicked voice, the boss of the pirate ship revealed a cruel smile. He swung his sword and ordered his men to bring the boat closer. Young ones, teach these newcomers from paradise a good lesson. At the command, the pirates skillfully threw out the iron hooks connected to the ropes. With a sound of steel colliding, the iron hooks hooked the edge of the zubo. The pirates stepped onto the rope and ran towards the wave chaser as if they were walking on a tightrope. Go! Kill all the men and leave the women behind. 1 minute later. I'm sorry, we were a little too loud just now. More than a dozen pirates knelt obediently on the deck, all with bruised faces and noses, and their eyes were extremely clear. Especially their pirate ship captain, who was now kneeling on the ground, trembling like a quail. I prefer the way you were just now. Shane, who was standing in front of them, retracted his slightly speechless gaze. A pirate with a billion bounty and 2 supernova ships, not only did they not run away, they even dared to rob them. Are all pirates in the New World so brave? Your ship didn't fly the pirate flag, and it was more than twice as big as Law's ship, so it blocked his pirate flag. That's why these guys thought they got a bargain. Drake, who has extensive experience in sea sailing, gave an explanation. Advertisement: the pirates in the New World are not stupid either, except for a few who are confident in their own strength. The rest of the pirates will basically avoid supernovas when they meet them. So what you mean is that if I don't fly the pirate flag, I will be harassed by pirates all the time in the future? Shane gradually understood the cruelty of the New World. No, when you can deal with every wave of pirates that harass you, your reputation will spread over the seas. When the pirates see your ship, they will be terrified and will not dare to have any tricks, Drake replied. That's too much trouble, and we have to kill them all every time, otherwise the reputation won't be cruel enough. Shane shook his head and patted the shoulder of the pirate captain who was kneeling and trembling in front of him, said softly. You think so? As soon as these words came out, the pirate captain's body trembled even more violently, and sweat poured down like rain, dripping onto the deck. His eyes were full of regret at this moment. Why was he so blind as to choose these 2 boats? When he and his men boarded the deck of the ship in high spirits, he recognized the 2 supernovas who were having dinner together at a glance. But the one who defeated them was the overly handsome orange-haired man in front of him. With a pair of armed domineering iron fists, it only took a few dozen seconds to defeat all of them, leaving them with no power to resist. Sir, I can go out and spread your reputation and warn the pirates around you not to cause trouble to your voyage in the future. Driven by the desire to survive, he found a way to survive. Opportunity. Huh. Shaw-en was stunned and looked at this guy in surprise. This suggestion really made him excited. However, he thought of how many lives these cruel guys had on their hands. If they had not happened to run into him today, all the people on the ship would have been killed by them. What do you usually do in this situation? Shane asked Drake. Of course. Drake also showed a cruel smile, but this cruelty was directed at the evil ones. He swung his iron axe, creating a storm, and as the pirates wailed, they all fell into the sea. Let them return to the sea. 10 minutes later, the sailing fleet increased from 2 ships to 3. A pirate ship was captured and all the pirates were thrown into the sea by Drake, leaving only a few planks for them. Whether they were swallowed by the Poseidons or captured by passing pirate ships and sold as slaves, it had nothing to do with Shane and the others. As for this dilapidated pirate ship, Shane and Drake originally planned to destroy it, but were stopped by Law, who said that they could take this ship to the island and avoid Doflamingo's eyes and ears. Beppo and his men searched the ship. Here are all the valuables on board. How do we divide them up? Advertisement. Luo snapped his fingers, and a pile of gold and boxes of banknotes fell onto the deck. Shane touched it with his hand, and sheet showed that it was worth more than 100 million. 9-1. Shane licked his lips greedily. Why don't you just take them all? Luo and Drake were speechless. Then give them all to me, and the ship is yours. Shane proposed a distribution plan that he thought was very reasonable. A ship is worth a lot of money, and it also contains a full range of equipment, turrets, artillery, weapons and other items. If it can be sold, its value may exceed 100 million. However, the prerequisite is that it can be sold. Shipyards and maritime chambers of commerce would not buy this kind of pirate ships for fear of the troubles involved, and only pirates would dare to buy them. As we all know, pirates are the most dishonest group in the world. Doing business with them is more troublesome than robbing them directly. Such an unfair distribution plan made Drake feel ashamed. This guy is so shameless. Okay. Surprisingly, Luo agreed decisively. You agreed to all this? Shaw-en opened his mouth slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turns out that you also know that you are overdoing it. Drake was secretly complaining in his heart. Well, but I want to borrow your 2 boatmen for 2 days to slightly modify the boat. Luo said, touching his chin, as if he had thought of a good idea. Shane understood that the 2 boatmen he was talking about were Victor and old Neil. After Luo cured Victor's lame leg yesterday, Victor modified Luo's submarine to express his gratitude. In just one night, the performance of the submarine was improved several times. Old Neil also contributed a lot. As an old shipwright in the shipyard, he had strong hands-on ability and was able to perfectly implement the renovation plan designed by Victor. If they both have no objection, then of course there's no problem. Shane didn't refuse, but seemed a little curious, and he asked, what modifications do you want to make to that ship? The appearance, speed, weight, and the ability to cause a sensation in the entire country when necessary, that is, the ability to explode. Luo said lightly, his tone hinting at anticipation. Chapter 124 Landing on Dressrosa. Adulthood. After hearing this, Shane had an idea. After Kanna becomes an adult, not only will his strength be enhanced, but his size will also grow. By then, maybe she will transform from a white-haired loli into a white-haired queen. Hiss. I feel a little bit moved. Well, I have a feeling that after I swallow it and then take a nap, I will be an adult when I wake up. Kanna held her cheeks with both hands, staring at the hextech gem intently. But if that's the case, Kelly won't be my sister anymore. Kelly sighed, a trace of loneliness appearing on her delicate face. You're not my sister, are you? Shane was speechless. An elf in his early teens actually treated a young dragon over 10,000 years old as his sister. Your age is not even as long as the time it takes others to sleep, right? Etc. Shane suddenly realized his blind spot, and he quickly grasped the hextech gem in his hand and asked Kanna. Kanna, how long do you mean by sleep? Kanna tilted his head and began to think, moving his chubby fingers and counting slowly. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. After bending all 10 fingers, a hair on Kanna's head stood up like an exclamation mark, and she said with a proud look on her face. I counted it clearly. It's 100 years. 100 years? Times 2? Shane and Kelly exclaimed together. 100 years? By that time, Klee will be 110 years old. This is too long. Klee counted the time in a daze. The more she counted, the more frightened she felt. As 100 years very long, Kanna was a little confused. For her, who has lived for more than 10,000 years, 100 years might be equivalent to 1 month for ordinary humans. It's not very long, it's very long, Shane corrected helplessly, and at the same time put the hextech gem in his hand back into the cheat space. He no longer planned to look at the white-haired queen. Advertisement. Although I am very excited, the wait for Kanna will take a full 100 years, and it is unclear whether you will be alive by then. At least this book is finished. Moreover, if Kanna fell into a deep sleep now, I am and the 5 elders who got the news would probably attack in the next second. Will he be asked to fight Yim, the 5 elders, and the generals? Kanna, everyone on the ship is not as long-lived as you. After 100 years, perhaps everyone except Klee will be gone. In order to prevent Kanna from misunderstanding, Shane patiently explained to her. Currently, only Kanna and Klee are long-lived, while the rest, including Kagura, only have a normal human lifespan. But Shane himself didn't know. His bloodline was too complicated. He had part of the blood of elves and dragons, but 80% of it was human blood. So he didn't know how long he could live. They are all gone. Kanna muttered to herself, her eyes were confused, and gradually a hint of fear appeared in her pupils, which was heartbreaking to see. Shane, will he die too? She asked timidly. Kanna, everyone will die. Shane smiled and touched her head. A big hand stroked her head, and the feeling of warmth and security gradually calmed the little girl's mood. But I don't seem to be a human anymore. Hex gem. How could it appear in this world? Where did you get it from? At the bottom of the cabin, Victor's face was filled with horror. With deep shock and fear, he stared at the blue gem in Shane's hand. Don't get excited, Victor. This is not Piltover or Zahn. It is just a gem now, not a hextech core. Shane placed the gem in his hand on the table and gently comforted Victor. With the help of his cheat, Victor once saw the future of him and Jace. In the future, he and Jace paid the price of their lives to end the harm brought by Hex. He had already made up his mind at that time that he would never study this thing again. I was too excited. I'm sorry, Mr. Shane. Victor lost control of his emotions for a moment, but recovered after seeing the shape of the gem on the table clearly. Advertisement. He picked up the gem carefully, and the flickering blue light reflected in his brown pupils. It is indeed in its most primitive state, Mr. Shane. If I am not mistaken, it should have been summoned by you using summoning magic, right? After regaining his composure, Victor instantly guessed the source of the hextech gems. Well, do you think it will work? I mean, for our ship. Shane rubbed his hands and asked expectantly. It's very useful. With it, I can use it to further improve the ship's power system. The speed will increase several times, and it can make the energy source more diverse. More importantly, with it, with efficient driving, maybe I can make this ship fly. Victor did not continue to look at the hextech gem. He was too familiar with it. After just 2 glances, he placed it in a transparent glass cover. After doing all this, he set his gaze on Sha En, whose eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. He took a deep breath and spoke in a tone that sounded almost like a pleading. Mr. Shane, I hope you can promise that under no circumstances will you allow me to study the arcane power contained in the Hex Gem. Piltover and Zahn have suffered once, and Victor does not want the world to repeat the same mistake. Well, don't worry, Victor. I can guarantee this. I understand the horror of this gem as well as you do, Shane replied solemnly. He was not lying about this. Having watched the original anime, he might know how terrifying the Hextech gems are better than Victor does now. The second day. Dressrosa is a tropical island with a resort atmosphere, known as the Land of Love, Passion and Toys. That morning, a high-tech ship sailed into the Dressrosa port, attracting the attention of everyone in the port. On the deck, Shane, Luo and others were ready to go. The difference is that all the members on Law's side were dressed up, either wearing fake beards and wigs on their faces, or wearing toy suits that were in line with the customs of Dressrosa, disguising themselves as toys. On Shane's side, except for Drake who was wearing a mask, the others were wearing daily clothes and did not hide anything. All this is because Shane and the others' faces are completely unknown. As long as he doesn't change into dragon form, he probably won't even be recognized when he stands next to Doflamingo. Ahem, before landing, let's confirm the plan one last time. While Kagura and Klee were looking at the scenery outside curiously, Luo coughed twice and spoke. Chapter 125 Capturing a Dwarf combined with Shane's unknown huge information network and Luo's personal understanding of Doflamingo's power. During these few days of sailing, Luo made a complete plan. The plan is divided into 4 parts and will be carried out simultaneously. 1. Find the former king, King Riku, who is hiding his identity in the arena, and his granddaughter, Princess Rebecca. 2. Try to gain the trust of the dwarfs and ask them to help find and blow up the artificial devil fruit factory. 3. Incite Violet, the former princess of Doflamingo's cadre, to rebel, and use her ability of the Stair Star fruit to find sucrose hidden by Doflamingo, and break her ability, allowing all the toys in the city to regain their freedom. 4. Defeat Doflamingo and have Luo kill him personally. First, I will tie Caesar to the mast of this ship to attract the attention of Doflamingo's forces. With Victor's modified speed, it is expected to hold them back for about 2 hours. During this time, my other crew members will go to the arena to look for King Riku and Princess Rebecca, and you, the orange-haired leader, will use this time to persuade Princess Violet to rebel and gain the trust of the dwarfs. After I detonate this ship, the sound of the explosion will spread throughout the city. That will be the clarion call for our general attack. We will use the identities of King Riku and other former royals to call on all the people who have been turned into toys by Doflamingo. Launch a general attack on the palace. Everyone, do you understand? Luo snapped his fingers and teleported Caesar, who had been imprisoned for several days, to the deck. Caesar, who had regained his sight, was about to speak when Beppo and others covered his mouth again. It's clear, but isn't it dangerous for you to be alone on this ship facing the pursuit of everyone? Shane glanced at Caesar and then looked at Luo. Luo's plan was equivalent to blowing himself up in order to buy time for others and put all hopes on Shane and the others. Shane was happy with the trust he had shown, but he also felt that the plan was a bit risky. In fact, he really wanted to say that with Kanna and Kagura around, defeating Doflamingo would be much easier than Law had imagined. It'll be fine. Even if I unfortunately fall into that guy's hands, he will definitely not kill me. After all, my fruit ability is very useful to him. A look of determination appeared on Luo's face. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this day. As long as Doflamingo could die in despair, he would be willing to die. Well, good luck to you, my ally. Sensing Luo's determination, Shane said no more. After saying goodbye, he took the hands of the 2 lawless and walked off the boat with Kagura, Liuqi, Ji Dabao, Drake and others. Advertisement Old Neil and Victor, who had weaker combat abilities, were asked to stay on the wave chaser and guard the ship temporarily until the battle was over before being notified to go to the island. The streets of Dressrosa. It was a prosperous scene with a constant stream of merchants and travelers coming and going. Among them, almost half are various human-shaped toys that live in harmony with people. Just like the rumors say, it looks like a prosperous city on the surface. Drake sighed as he looked at the bustling street scene. There are so many toys here. If she didn't know that they were originally human beings, Klee might like this place very much. Klee looked at the toys that nodded and bowed to people with pity. I'm really scared. If I were turned into a toy controlled by others, I would be bored to death. Ji Dabao was a little terrified. What will they eat? Beef offal. Liuqi stroked his chin and thought secretly. His train of thought was a little strange. That's great. I won't be hungry after becoming a toy. The one with an even more amazing train of thought is that of a certain greedy girl. Bang. You only care about eating. When you become a toy and are controlled by others in every way, you will know how uncomfortable it is. Sha En gave her a slap on the head in annoyance. Then, he looked at Kanna, who was holding his left hand. This little girl had been very quiet since landing on the island. She had been staring at the bushes around her, and no one knew what she was looking at. Kanna, what are you looking at? Alas, it's not edible. Kanna looked away and sighed, a look of regret emerging on her delicate, chubby face. Shane realized what she had discovered and looked at the bush that Kanna had just been staring at. There seemed to be a small blue figure hiding in the gap. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Kagura. Kanna, did you find anything delicious? It's not food, it's a lot of little people. They look like humans, but much smaller. Kanna's pupils were filled with blue light, and under these two dragon pupils, she could see every flower, grass, and tree on the street clearly, very clear. Naturally, this also includes the little people who are difficult for ordinary people to observe. Tisk, it's not food, that's boring. Kagura curled her lips. Advertisement, hey, but isn't one of our missions to find the dwarfs? Klee was the first to react. She also looked towards the bushes, but found nothing. Drake, Wu, Liuqi and the others all looked sideways, and without Shane's reminder, they slowly approached the bushes, forming a surrounding formation. I've heard from Shane before that these little people are extremely fast. When they run at full speed, they can even hide from human eyes. This is why the people of Dressrosa call them fairies. Hurry, Kanna, catch her, don't let her run away, Shane said hurriedly. He didn't expect to find traces of the dwarfs as soon as he landed on the island. He immediately asked Kanna, who was the fastest, to take the shot to ensure that everything would go well. Oh, Kanna nodded obediently after hearing this. Without any warning, she suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and when she reappeared, she was already in the bushes somewhere. Then, like a child catching a frog on the road, she put her hands together and jumped into the grass. Oops! Only a cute cry was heard. I got it, along with the sound of rubbing grass. Kanna emerged from the grass, her fair and tender face was stained with soil, and there were a few grass leaves on her white hair. She cupped her hands together, and when Shane and the others looked over, they saw that what she held in her hands was an extremely petite blue-haired girl. You adults, why did you capture me? The petite blue-haired girl struggled in Kanna's fat hand. She could not get rid of the hand at all despite her previous strength. This made her shocked and even more frightened. When Shaw-an and others gathered around her, she was already trembling with fear, tears streaming from her eyes, and she sobbed, covering her eyes. Captain Leo, and everyone in the tribe, Wicca is going to be eaten today. Woo 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 woo. Hello, please don't cry. Kelly promises that we won't hurt you. A clear and lively voice came to her ears. The tone was not hostile at all, which eased Wicca's gradually collapsing mood. She raised her head from Kanna's hand with some fear. Chapter 126 Droughtjack. A few minutes later, Wicca took the tissue handed to her by the orange-haired man, wiped the tears from her face, and gradually calmed down. At this moment, her face was full of surprise. So, you are not bad people, and you didn't capture me to eat me, but to help us drive away the Don Quixote family's rule over this land? The Don Quixote family is the full name of the Doflamingo forces. The dwarfs were deceived by them and mistakenly believed that King Riku was really crazy and killed civilians on the street. After Doflamingo won the throne, 500 members of the dwarf tribe suffered from their slavery. Therefore, the dwarfs have been secretly planning to overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Well, although it's sudden, we are here to defeat Doflamingo, and we hope to get your help now. Shane is well aware of the character traits of this race: kindness, innocence, and straightforwardness. Simply put, it's very deceptive. After Shane said this, Vika immediately chose to believe it and took Shane and others to the place where the dwarfs lived in seclusion. About half an hour later, with Wicca's guidance, everyone gradually left the Dressrosa area, crossed an iron bridge connecting two islands, and came to an island called Greenbit. This is an island covered by primeval forests. The forests are filled with wild beasts, and howling can be heard from time to time. In the surrounding waters, a kind of sea beast called betta is artificially raised. They are ferocious and brutal, and have a strong desire to attack humans. After they reach adulthood, they will usually be transported to the arena by the Don Quixote family to work. When Shaw-an and others crossed the iron bridge, many fighting fish heard the news, jumped dozens of meters from the sea, opened their bloody mouths and attacked them. But they soon calmed down. Kanna briefly transformed into a dragon. Facing the ferocious fighting fish that pounced on her, she opened her dragon mouth and easily swallowed them into her stomach. This is too awesome. Wicca was stunned. She wondered when the dwarfs had ever seen such a scene. After the episode, everyone entered the island and came to the residence of the dwarf people hidden under the primeval forest. The dwarf tribe leader, the captain, and several important figures had a brief but meaningful meeting with Shane and others. Finally, the dwarfs decided to send Captain Leo and hundreds of his dwarf warriors to follow Shane and others to destroy the artificial devil fruit factory and save their enslaved people and princess. Advertisement: can you really defeat the guard of that factory? Before setting off, Leo looked at Shane with doubt. From his perspective of less than a few dozen centimeters, this man was very tall, but he was far inferior to those Don Quixote family cadres. What's more, the factory guard was Doflamingo's closest subordinate. The user of the sticky fruit, Trable. Don't worry, we will win. Shane lowered his head and said with a smile. Leo, how could you not believe me? I told you they are super powerful. They easily dealt with those ferocious monster fish. Wicca looked at Leo angrily. I'm sorry, Wicca. I just want to make sure, Leo said apologetically to Wicca, then raised his head and looked up at Shane with admiring eyes. Mr. Shane, we all believe in you. The royal palace. What? You said that Luo has already arrived in Dressrosa and tied Caesar to the mast and is swaggering around the port? Diamante, one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, the user of the floating fruit, and the supreme commander of the fighting group, was shocked. As the Den Mushi hung up, Diamante stood up gloomily, glanced in one direction obscurely, and then bowed slightly in the other direction of the hall. Young master, I will send someone to catch that brat right now. The voice was extremely cruel. In response, he heard a strange laugh. In the shadows, a man in a pink feather coat slowly stood up, holding his forehead. Don't worry, Diamante. The 3-meter-tall body gives people a huge sense of oppression, the feather coat behind him flutters in the wind, and Doflamingo stares out the window through a pair of red sunglasses. The terrain of Dressrosa is like a basin, with the central city sunken in the terrain getting higher as you get closer to the edge of the island, and the royal palace is built on the edge. Advertisement so Doflamingo stands here and can have a panoramic view of the entire country. Relying on his powerful observation hockey, he vaguely sensed the sounds of fighting at the port, and immediately understood that it must be his men who were arresting Luo. But, ever since he learned that Law had formed an alliance with that man, Doflamingo's focus has changed. It is no longer Law who has always held a grudge against him, but the Red Dragon with a bounty of 1 billion. As long as the Red Dragon does not show up, he will not act rashly. However, the Caesar-in-law's hand was something he had to take back as it was related to the cooperation with 4 Emperors Kaido, so he dared not neglect it. Hey, Joker. You didn't even bother to fight back when someone provoked you. You're just like what Kaido said, you don't have any backbone. A sturdy voice with a hint of sarcasm was heard from the darkness. The young master was humiliated in front of him, which made Diamante clench the sharp blade in his hand, but knowing the man's strength, he did not dare to show his anger. But Doflamingo did not get angry after hearing this. Instead, he turned slightly and looked at the shadow beside him with a defiant smile, the monster. That was more than twice his size. A pair of slender tusks peeked out from the shadows. He's just a kid who can only rely on fruits. I never take his tricks seriously. What I fear the most is the Red Dragon that has the same bounty as you. A disdainful snort was heard from the darkness, followed by the sound of the hall shaking, and a huge body walked out of the darkness. A muscular arm stretched out, and under Diamante's furious gaze, it grabbed Doflamingo's collar and lifted him up. Same as my bounty, are you putting me and that guy in the same position, Joker? Are you kidding me? Lousy as Droutjack. The man was about 7 or 8 meters tall, almost reaching the ceiling. He was strong, and one of his arms was even bigger than a human being. A pair of sharp white tusks stood out, draped over his shoulders. He held the 3-meter-tall Doflamingo in his hands, like an adult carrying a child. Doflamingo's expression suddenly turned cold, but he did not make any move to break free. Even if he had tried to hide, it would not have been so easy for Jack to grab his collar. Let go. I don't have time to fight with you right now, and have you forgotten why Kaido sent you here? Chapter 127 3 fronts simultaneous. Jack loosened his hand, not because Doflamingo persuaded him, but because the transparent thin thread in the air rubbed his arm, leaving sparks on it. He let go of her hand in surprise. What a monster, Doflamingo cursed inwardly after he managed to escape. If his ability was used on other people, their arms would probably be cut off. But the thick-skinned guy in front of him didn't even have a scratch on his skin. But this does not mean that he cannot hurt this monster. If he fights with all his strength without any scruples and uses the power of the awakened fruit, Doflamingo still has great confidence of winning. Your ability is interesting, but it is not suitable for our pirate group. Jack patted his arm casually, and the mark left by Doflamingo with the thin thread was wiped off instantly. He lowered his head and looked down at Doflamingo with a disdainful look. Compared to you, that guy named Shane is more suitable to be Kaido's subordinate. This time, Boss Kaido sent me here not to protect you, but mainly to test whether the Red Dragon has the courage to join the Beast's pirates. Colosseum. Beppo and Jambaloo disguised themselves as gladiators and sneaked into the inner area. Name? The registrar looked at the 2 huge figures in front of him, somewhat surprised. These 2 guys look very strong. It's been a long time since I met such high-quality newcomers. Lubachang. Pope. 2 rookie gladiators wearing masks and covered in armor whispered. Well, it's a nice name, very impressive. The registrar wrote down the names of the 2 men, and then asked about their general information and the reasons why they became gladiators. These questions were rather perfunctory, because most of the people who came to the arena were desperate criminals or wanted criminals from other regions, and the identity information they provided was basically false. The arena would not care too much, no matter how serious the bounty criminal was, as long as it could bring them benefits. Advertisement, okay, you can go in now, good luck. As a result, the 2 successfully entered the arena. A few minutes later, after a lot of bumps and bruises, Beppo and Jambaloo successfully found their target, Rebecca and King Riku. King Riku, do you want to take back the throne? Princess Rebecca, do you want to know the true identity of the toy soldier? With just 2 sentences, he kidnapped the former king and princess. Of course Beppo and Changbaru couldn't figure it out. This was what Shane taught them before they set out. Port location. Little brat, do you want to surrender yourself, or do you want me to beat you up before you surrender? Doflamingo was standing in midair, stepping on a thin transparent line, with his 5 fingers bent, staring down with a threatening look. Right below him was the pirate ship modified from Victor that Law was riding on. The ship was traveling at an extremely high speed, and at this moment there were no less than 20 ships in the port area chasing it. At this time, Luo was standing on the top of the sail, holding a long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointing at Caesar, who was tied to the mast. He looked at the sky with a sneer on his face. You finally couldn't help it, Doflamingo. I thought you didn't care about this guy's life or death. As he spoke, he put the long knife close to Caesar's throat, and the sharp blade instantly drew blood on his neck. Caesar was terrified. Dodofu, please save me. My research has yielded results for you and Kai. Shut up. Seeing that this timid guy was about to expose his relationship with Kaido in public, Doflamingo shouted to stop him. As his bent fingers trembled, the clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled, and transparent thin lines came from all directions, attacking the pirate ship carrying Law and Caesar. Advertisement. He now had no patience to waste time with Luo in the port. He wanted to get rid of Luo as quickly as possible, take back Caesar, and then deal with the billion-dollar man together with Jack the Drought. However, Luo did not dodge or evade the attack from his ability. When the thin line was about to touch the hull, he spoke softly to the sky with a hint of madness on his face. This ship has been transformed by two geniuses. There are a lot of bombs sealed in the cabin and deck. If you want this guy to be blown to ashes, then use your ability to continue attacking. The thin line came to an abrupt stop and stagnated in midair. What this guy said is true. I saw with my own eyes Red Dragon's men embed the bomb into the hull. At the same time, in order to save his own life, Caesar hurriedly shouted to Doflamingo. His tears were already coming out of his eyes due to fear. A few days ago, when Victor and Kelly were modifying the ship, Shane and Luo did not avoid him, as if they had anticipated this moment. Little devil, there is no point in doing this except wasting some time. Doflamingo retracted the thin line of ability, stomped and moved in the air, and kept approaching the pirate ship, but the speed of the ship was astonishingly fast, and he was unable to shorten the distance for a while. In order to prevent his ability from triggering the bombs on the ship, Doflamingo could not use large-scale attacks. He could only attack Luo from a distance by pulling the thin wire while chasing him. As the attack was launched from such a long distance and the force was deliberately suppressed, natural objects could not pose a threat to Luo. The power of the surgery fruit was unleashed. In this invisible air shield, Luo used his power to teleport continuously on the spot, dodging the thin wires. Some of those that he couldn't dodge were blocked with the long sword in his hand, and the friction between the thin wires and the blade produced sparks. Leaving you here is the greatest meaning. Even with his ability, Luo was unable to cut Doflamingo's thin thread, and could only send it flying or split it. After just over 10 minutes, he was sweating profusely, with many scratches all over his body, and blood and sweat were sliding onto the deck. Different from Luo's speed of life and death, the scene here is extremely leisurely. In the artificial devil fruit factory, Shane and others were like dead tree and rotten wood, and Don Quixote's guards were useless and did not cause any hindrance. Intruders, I will not let you into the factory. This is an old man wearing a blue and red tights. He uses his body to make a G shape, which looks particularly humorous. Out of his innate respect for the elderly and love for the young, Shane did not let the crew members rush into action. Grandpa, please move aside, otherwise it will hurt, Klee kindly reminded, holding a black bomb in her hand. It is worth mentioning that she was the one who had the most exciting explosion just now. She blew open the factory gate and also blew away the guards who passed by. Chapter 128 Attacking the Factory. It's useless to talk anymore. The enemy's cadres are not so easy to persuade to retreat. Drake held an axe in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, and walked towards the old man, with a rare fighting spirit in his eyes. He stood alone at the front, with the axe blade pointing towards the old man and his minions. You go first, leave this to me, the words fell. Faced with the huge disparity in numbers, he instead rushed forward, first chopped back the old man in tights with an axe, then rushed into the crowd and fought with the guards. So powerful, Drake? Liuqi flattered with an exaggerated expression, with a hint of relief on his face. Every single one of the people here, even the sloppy minions, are incredibly powerful. He estimated that he would have a hard time dealing with any random person he met along the way. Fortunately, as long as he followed Boss Shane and had Kanna and Kagura by his side, there was rarely a time when he needed to take action. Under the guidance of Leo, Wicca and other dwarfs, Drake was left behind while the rest of the group continued to move deeper into the underground factory. Suddenly, Shane paused, a flash of red light passed through the corner of his eyes. He didn't hear the person, but he looked in a certain direction. Beep beep. Sparks suddenly burst out from a corner of the dim factory, followed by the sound of machine gun fire, and countless bullets flew in. Die. Invaders. She was a tall beauty whose arms had turned into heated forests. Shane recognized her identity, Baby5, one of the Don Quixote family cadres. Kagura flashed in front of Shane in an instant, opened the parasol in her hand, sparks flew, and blocked all the bullets. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack Sha-chan? Kagura angrily folded his umbrella, grabbed the handle, and was about to rush towards Baby5. Shane grabbed her wrist. It would be a waste of your strength to fight her. Let Liuqi and Ji Dabao go. Us? Liuqi and Ji Dabao were originally watching the show, but they didn't expect to get into trouble. After looking at each other, they looked at each other in surprise. They are somewhat insecure, however, Shane's words redoubled their fighting spirit. Advertisement, yes, I'll leave it to you. Take care of her and I'll give you a raise when I get back. Guaranteed to complete the mission. ×2 after leaving a word, Shane pulled Kagura's wrist and continued to go deeper with the drowsy Kanna and the increasingly excited Klee. Behind him came Liuqi's shout of, use chi to control the scissors, and the sound of wind blades spit out by Ji Dabao after he turned into a blue dragon and cut through the wall. Baby5, let me help you. A fat man with a propeller on his tail flew to the battlefield. He was also one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Buffalo. What, you said you needed me? This is Baby5's slightly shy voice. Idiot, I didn't say that. The scissors are flying towards you, hurry up and dodge. They seem to be having a great fight. Hearing the noisy sound behind him, Shane smiled. Brother Shane, will Dabao and the others be in danger? Klee seemed a little worried. Kelly, You have to believe in their determination to raise wages. Shane touched Kelly's head. The salary he now pays Liuqi and Ji Dabao is equivalent to 1 million Baileys of gold per month, which will be convenient for them to use in the future when they return to their own world. But there is a problem. Shane doesn't know whether they can go back. Here we are, Mr. Shane. Shane's thoughts were interrupted by Leo's voice. They came to a high platform, below which was the core of the factory. There were many guards holding long whips inside, and hundreds of enslaved dwarfs were working hard. But what puzzled Leo and other dwarfs was that these enslaved compatriots did not have painful expressions on their faces, but instead all looked expectant. The next moment, a guard's voice answered their doubts. Hurry up and work hard. Only when you grow all these smile fruits to maturity can you save your seriously ill princess. A guard waved a long whip, ate fruit and scolded the hard-working dwarfs. The dwarfs on the platform started to get agitated. Advertisement. What? Princess Mancheri is ill. Aren't these people bad people? They left our compatriots behind to treat Princess Mancheri's illness? The kind and naive little people were deceived in an instant, and even Wicca, who had previously been full of hatred for Don Quixote's family, began to speak well of them. Shane covered his head helplessly. These little guys were too easily fooled. But where is Mancheri? Why isn't she here? Fortunately, Leo, the leader of the dwarf tribe, noticed something suspicious. Shaw-en looked at him with some satisfaction. He was indeed the spiritual leader of the clan. His mind was much more thoughtful than these. Is she so ill that she can't get out of bed? Leo's next words almost made Shane fall to the ground. You guys are too naive. Hey, you guys are too stupid. It sounds like the princess is lying when she says she is sick. They must be trying to trick your compatriots into doing hard labor, Kagura said. Yeah, even Klee can see it. Those bad guys are so despicable. Klee's cheeks puffed up with anger, and she stood up for the dwarfs. What? We were tricked. The dwarf humans were all shocked. That is to say, my compatriots are actually trapped here by them and serve as their coolies? Leo suddenly realized and clenched his fists as he looked at the guards below. To be precise, they were left behind to grow smile fruits, which are artificial devil fruits. They can bring tons of benefits to the Don Quixote family. Your deceived compatriots are actually just making money. It's just a tool. Shane revealed the truth without hiding anything. Damn it. These guys are going too far. Leo, we have to rescue everyone as soon as possible so that they will no longer be deceived. The dwarfs were enraged and took up their weapons one after another. Let's go. Save everyone. Following Leo's order, all the dwarfs on the platform jumped down, rushed towards the confused guards, and knocked them away one by one. The scene was in chaos. The enslaved dwarfs also learned from Leo that they had been deceived, and joined the battle group to fight with the guards. Nani, you little people, are you planning to rebel? A sticky substance fell from the sky like a surging wave, rushing towards the dwarfs in the field. Shane glanced towards the inside of the factory and saw a wretched man with a sticky lower body. Chapter 129 Jack. Who do you think Lousy is? One of the Don Quixote family cadres, Doflamingo's staff officer, and a user of the sticky fruit, Trebol. His appearance is as disgusting as his abilities. He is a sloppy, wretched old man, a character that makes people feel disgusted upon seeing him. Because of its disgusting abilities, Shane doesn't want his 3 precious crew members to be contaminated. So he patted Klee's little head, signaling her to carry out long-range attacks from the platform. Kelly, stop him. Got it, brother Shane. Klee performed the knight's salute excitedly. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Then he quickly reached behind him and pulled out a black bomb from his backpack. With her other hand, she mobilized the fire element in the air. As the flames rose, the chains of the world emitted a layer of golden light that enveloped her entire body. The flames coiled up and gradually wrapped the bomb. Klee jumped suddenly, and as the knight's skirt rose slightly, she threw the bomb in her hand downwards. Bounce bomb. As the sound of the bomb exploded, brilliant sparks collided with the sticky liquid. Liquid splashed, flames shot out, and the factory was shaken by the explosion. Under the flames, all the dwarf humans with slim figures ran out. Run out quickly, Mr. Shane and the others are helping us. Leo commanded the dwarfs and began to retreat. This was the plan they had discussed at the beginning. After rescuing their people, they would escape and prepare to move on to the palace, where Shane and others would blow up the factory. The guards who had just fought with the dwarfs in the field were not so lucky. They were either blown unconscious by Klee's bouncing bombs, or stuck to the ground by Torpol's clay, their bodies roasted by flames. Ah, Lord Torpol, help, the guards wailed. Damn it, they actually used the fire ability that is most restraining to me against me. Torpol watched the dwarfs flee the scene. He did not choose to chase, nor did he save the guards who were burned by the flames on the ground. Instead, he took the lead in using his ability to extinguish the flames that burned the smile fruit. Compared to the dwarfs and these lowly minions, the smile fruit is much more important. Did you see that? He was so concerned about these fruits, but he didn't care about his subordinates who were about to die. Shane stared at the ground below indifferently, gently stroking the little heads of Kelly and Kanna. Advertisement. For such a cold-hearted person, what do you think should be done to make him feel the pain of those who have been hurt? I don't know. Kanna and Klee shook their heads. The expressions of the two people were completely different. Kanna was indifferent. Whether it was the guards wailing on the ground, Torpol who was struggling to put out the fire, or even the dwarf people running towards them, in her eyes they were all just irrelevant strangers. There was a complex look of pity in Klee's eyes. She understood deeply that these guards and Torbull were bad people, but she still couldn't bear to see them wailing in pain due to being burned by the flames. Of course, we should destroy his most precious thing in front of him. Only Kagura could easily understand Shane's thoughts. Sha-chan, you are such a bad guy. Well, when dealing with bad guys, you have to be more cruel. Shane smiled faintly and snapped his fingers lightly. The air was hot and flames rose. In just 1 or 2 breaths, dozens of fireballs condensed behind him. Klee, throw a few more bombs towards those fruits. After adjusting the direction of the fireball, Shane looked at Klee. Oh, okay. Kelly understood what he was going to do. She would never refuse Shane's request. She immediately took out several bombs from behind and threw them towards Torbordo's position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the bomb flew out, the fireball behind Shane also shot out quickly, carrying Klee's bouncing bomb with it, and fell on the fruit field like a meteor. This is. Torbull, who was still putting out the fire, felt the heat on his head. When he raised his head, a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. Boom. The royal palace. The factory was blown up. Raoji, Baby5, and Buffalo were all defeated? All the dwarfs have been rescued, but Torbull's life or death is unknown. Diamante was silent. Now he finally understood the value of the billion-dollar bounty. In just half an hour, the artificial devil fruit factory guarded by several cadres and hundreds of combat groups was captured. That billion-dollar man is really here. Advertisement. He looked at the photo in his hand, which was taken by his men in the factory at the risk of their lives. The photo shows a man with orange hair. His features cannot be seen clearly in the smoke-filled battlefield, but his red eyes are enough to show his unfathomable observation hockey. A big hand reached out and snatched the photo from Diamante's hand. Is this the Red Dragon? Jack sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the man in the photo with his eyes wide open. He wanted to see what was so special about the man that made Boss Kaido fall in love with him. After the end of the War of Marineford, when Kaido saw the Red Dragon bounty order for the first time, his eyes lit up and he sobered up instantly even though he was originally drunk. Jack still remembers what Kaido said with a big laugh. Our beast's pirates will have a new big boss. He's too skinny. I heard that this guy is over 50 meters tall in dragon form, but how come he's so small in human form? Jack stroked his chin and muttered to himself. He was very dissatisfied with Shane's body shape. Except for the red-haired guy, few of the strong men in the New World were shorter than 3 meters. The red dragon in the photo doesn't even look like it's 2 meters long. Master Jack, why don't you go and meet him in person and find out? Diamante asked tentatively. He had a vague idea of Jack's purpose in coming here, which was probably not to protect Doflamingo's Shichibukai status as they thought. Instead, he tried to win over this red dragon with a bounty of 1 billion. But this is also a good thing for them. Once Jack takes the red dragon away, their Don Quixote family will only have to face Luo Xiaogui alone. Jack's expression suddenly turned cold, and he snorted coldly, causing Diamante to break out in a cold sweat, fearing that he would be crushed by the monster in front of him. Fortunately, Jack didn't look at him for too long. You're right. I'll go see him now. Jack stood up, asked Shane about his current location, and then walked straight to the edge of the windowsill. This place is several hundred meters above the ground. Diamante realized what he wanted to do. Jack completely ignored his advice, violently broke through the glass, and jumped down towards the capital. It's just this height. Who do you think Lousy is? Chapter 130. Rebecca and Violet. The warm sunshine shines on the streets, coating the ancient Roman-style buildings with a faint golden glow. Shaw-en looked at the 2 princesses in front of him with burning eyes. The pink-haired Rebecca wore a pair of long boots on her delicate little feet. Her skin was snow-white all over, and her proud figure was only covered with a few pieces of golden armor, making the men along the way unable to take their eyes away. Violet looks much more conservative, with black hair falling down on her shoulders. She wears a red and white Madarada dress, and a pair of red sandals in line with Dressrosa style, which fully demonstrates her dignified and elegant temperament. Now, these 2 princesses are in the arms of a man, their delicate bodies leaning on the man's strong arms, crying silently. Unfortunately, this man is not Shaw-en, but their grandfather and father, the former King Liuqi. Oh, if only these 2 were in my arms. Kagura sighed and shook her head. Shaw-chan must be thinking so now. Hey, don't slander other people's innocence out of thin air. Shaw-en retorted without confidence, his eyes still falling on the 2 princesses. It's not his fault, it's all a man's instinct. Rebecca was really dressed a little too refreshingly. Kagura, Cory, and Kanna present were all people with keen senses, and they were instantly aware of his eyes. Brother Shaw-en, bad guy, don't keep staring at other girls. Kelly pouted and tugged on Shaw-en's clothes in dissatisfaction. Kanna fell into a state of thought, staring blankly at Rebecca's proud chest. They are really 2 beauties. The boss has a very good vision. Liuqi gave a thumbs up. His white sweatshirt was somewhat damaged from the battle with Baby 5 just now. As soon as he said these words, the expressions of the 2 little Lolita and the big Lolis suddenly became dangerous. Shaw-en felt like the hairs on his hair were standing on end, and he felt something bad was going on in his heart. Good thing. At this time, King Liuqi and the 2 princesses finally finished reminiscing about the past. The 2 princesses stood beside him and turned their attention to Shaw-en with him. Mr. Shane, no matter what your real purpose is, as long as we can drive away the Don Quixote family, we can do whatever we are asked to do. King Liuqi's voice was heavy and powerful. As he spoke, he led Rebecca and Violet to kneel down in the direction of Shaw-en. Advertisement Shaw-en naturally didn't want to see an old man who was nearly 60 years old kneeling down in front of him. That would inevitably be a bit uncomfortable. You don't have to do this, King Riku. He stretched out his hand to support King Liuqi, and spoke concisely about Luo's follow-up arrangements. In that case, Violet and Rebecca, you should follow Mr. Shane. King Liuqi quickly made a decision, pushed Rebecca and Violet to Shaw-en's side, and chose to stay. I will stay in the city and wait for all the citizens to return from toys to humans. I will do my best to tell them the true identity of Doflamingo and strive to lead them to the palace to support you. On the way, Violet activated her ability to stare at the fruit and discovered the location of the sugar through a distance of 1,000 meters. Her far-sighted pupils returned to normal, and Violet turned her head to look at the orange-haired man next to her. His ridiculously handsome face made her blush a little. Mr. Shane, the sugar is in a secret room on the second floor of the palace, surrounded by many officials of the Don Quixote family. If we enter from the front, we will definitely be blocked by the cadres, but the back is a smooth wall 100 meters high, leaving us no chance to sneak in. Violet had a worried look on her face. She herself had been a cadre of Doflamingo and was very clear about the strength of those family cadres. Any one of them was a strong man who could win the championship in the arena. Then charge in from the front. No matter what, I will make sure that the soldiers, no, my father recovers. A look of determination appeared on Rebecca's delicate face, and she held the Western-style long sword tightly in her palm. Today is the day that makes her feel most hopeful in life after her mother's death for many years. Because today she learned from Shane that the toy soldier who had been with her since she was a child was actually her biological father, Cyrus. It turns out that the person closest to her has always been by her side. No need to go through so much trouble, just fly over directly, Shaw-en smiled calmly. Fly? The two princesses were stunned at the same time. Advertisement, yes, we have 3 people who can fly, including Dabao. We don't need to attack from the front. Wu Liuqi suddenly understood, and his eyes turned to Shane, Kanna and Ji Dabao respectively. Great, I can ride on brother Shane again. Kelly jumped up excitedly, grabbed Shane's clothes and tried to climb onto his back. Wait, Klee, I haven't told you that it was me who transformed. Shane held the lively elf in place. Thinking about riding the captain all the time is really counterproductive. That's fine too, Kanna. Your feathers are so comfortable. Lying on them is like sleeping on a blanket. Okay, I'll take you there. Kanna's eyes lit up when she heard Klee's praise. But before transforming, she looked at Shane first. As a well-behaved young dragon, she needed his approval every time before using her power. Well, Kanna, you take them there, and take the 2 princesses with you, and Violet will point out the target for you. Shane touched Kanna's head and nodded in agreement. Wait, Mr. Shane, isn't it too? For Rebecca and I to take care of 3 little girls like this? Violet felt that it was a little unreliable. The fighting power of her and Rebecca was not high to begin with, and they would probably have difficulty dealing with a cadre. If they took 3 delicate little girls with them, wouldn't they be going to die in someone else's base? That's what she originally thought, but after Kanna leapt into the air and transformed into a giant white dragon several dozen meters long, all the words she wanted to say were blocked in her stomach. Rebecca was shocked. She never expected that a girl less than 10 years old could transform into a dragon. But Violet could see some clues from the appearance of the dragon. Isn't this, Red Dragon, Shane? Wait, Mr. Shane's name is also Shane. Could it be that he is the billionaire man that Doflamingo is wary of? But, why is it a little girl who has turned into a dragon now? Violet didn't have time to ask questions, and she and Rebecca were entangled by Kanna's magic power and brought to her dragon body. Kagura, who was standing by, picked up Klee and easily jumped onto the dragon's back. Girls team, attack! Following a high-pitched and clear sound of Kagura, a giant white dragon rose into the sky and rushed towards the direction of the palace. Chapter 131 Dragon vs. Mammoth. If you send away the 2 most powerful ones, our situation will be worrying. Drake stood beside Shane, holding up the iron axe and long sword, looking in a direction 100 meters away with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Boom boom, walls collapsed and the ground shook, the heavy and loud sound of footsteps on the ground. It was as if a monster was approaching them. As the monster got closer, buildings collapsed one after another and pedestrians and residents screamed in fear. Red Dragon, where are you? Accompanied by an elephant roar that echoed throughout the city. What caught the eyes of Shane and others was a mammoth elephant over 20 meters long. It was sprinting recklessly, smashing all the high walls and buildings along the way into pieces in an instant. The mammoth was running wildly, and suddenly he saw an orange-haired man on the roof, staring at him silently. Jack looked extremely excited. You're here, wait, Lousy will be here soon. Jack moved his huge body again, and the ground collapsed under his feet. Every time he stepped on the ground, it seemed as if the whole city shook, and every step he took covered a distance of dozens of meters. An unfortunate residential building happened to be on his path. Jack certainly would not choose to bypass it, but instead he would use his elephant head to hit it hard. A few clicks. A building tens of meters high was lifted up along with its foundation and flew towards where Shaw-en and others were standing. Ah! The residents in the building found themselves suddenly in the air and screamed in fear. What? What is this thing? Wu Liuqi and Ji Dabao were almost questioning their lives as they watched the scene in front of them. They were stunned. A giant elephant several dozen meters tall lifted up a residential building, and the building was right above their heads, falling towards them. Boss, do we really not have to run? Wu Liuqi took a breath, not quite understanding why the boss had to stand on the roof to show off. No, I want to fight this guy. Unexpectedly, Shane rarely showed a fighting expression. Then, with the sound of tiles breaking, Shane jumped up and quickly approached the falling residential building. With a flash of fire, Shaw-en turned into a giant red dragon with a body over 50 meters long and wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Advertisement, it's a monster, am I dreaming? The residents of the apartment building looked pale. They were unlucky. First they were knocked away by a mammoth, and now they encountered an even bigger dragon, which was flying towards them. Many people with fragile mental qualities had been frightened and fainted, and only a few could still watch the giant dragon approaching them with despair in their eyes. What they didn't expect was that the dragon didn't knock them away again like the mammoth did. The pair of huge dragon claws, like two giant iron hooks, firmly hooked the building where they lived, and the dragon held it firmly under its body. Then, before the aggressive mammoth rushed over, the red dragon lay close to the ground and placed the residential buildings in an open space. The residents then realized that the giant red dragon was trying to save them. Red dragon. You care about the lives of the weak and have a compassionate heart. Do you also have the tolerance of the strong? Jack witnessed Shane's behavior, but he was not angry about it. The strong people in this world have diverse personalities. There are those who do not care about life, there are those who pity the weak, but the only thing that can be truly recognized is always strength. You'll know if you try it, Drought Jack. The giant red dragon turned around. This was the first time he stood on the ground after transforming into a dragon. His sight was higher than the tallest buildings around, and the entire kingdom was in his sight. The humans on the street were like ants. The only one who could compete with him in size was the mammoth in front of him, which was half his size. With your dazzling figure and appearance, you were born to be in our beast's pirates. Even if you are not capable enough, I will bring you to Boss Kaido. Jack looked up at the giant red dragon in front of him with admiration. It was more than twice as tall as him. In terms of size, he is second only to their boss Kaido. Not only is it huge in size, but it is also extremely pleasing to the eye in appearance. Its body is covered with crimson feathers, which sparkle with a dark red metallic luster under the sun. Its strong and perfect torso exudes a noble and mysterious aura. You are such an awesome guy. Jack became more and more satisfied as he looked at her, with recognition in his eyes almost overflowing. The slight resentment in my heart towards Boss Kaido suddenly disappeared. After seeing such a mighty red dragon, I believe that the two big brothers, King and Queen, will also recognize him as the fourth big figurehead of the beast's pirates. There's no need to praise me like that. Shaw-en was a little confused by the pure praise. Isn't this guy here to cause trouble for me? Why does it feel like he doesn't have much hostility? Advertisement instead, it gave him a familiar feeling. This look was just like the way Kizaru looked at him in the past. Wait, when you said you would take me to Kaido, you didn't mean I would join you, did you? A dragon and an elephant, two giants from two kingdoms, actually started chatting on the street. Of course, I originally wanted to test you, but now, I think it would be better to take you directly to Onigashima to meet Boss Kaido. Jack spoke frankly. Facing Shane, who might very well become his partner, he seemed particularly frank, even a little honest. This made Shane feel a little uncomfortable. He originally wanted to fight with this guy to test the upper limit of the dragon form's strength. But the other party sent him a job invitation right away, which really caught him off guard. Sorry, Jack, I have no plans to join other forces. Shane touched the dragon head with his dragon claw and spoke embarrassedly. He is really not good at rejecting others. It's okay, then I'll just have to knock you unconscious and take you back by force. There was no surprise on Jack's face. Most of the powerful members of their beast's pirates were taught a lesson by Boss Kaido before being accepted. Now that Boss Kaido is not here, he has no choice but to take action on his behalf. So we still have to fight, right? That's just what you want. Shaw-en's eyes suddenly recovered and returned to their previous coldness. Be prepared, Red Dragon. Jack launched a charge, and his huge body started moving again, flattening and crushing all the buildings that stood in his way like a bulldozer. A breath of fire spewed out from the mouth of the giant red dragon, spanning dozens of meters, dyeing half of the sky red, and impacting the body of the mammoth. Ah, it's so warm. The mammoth neither blocked nor avoided the flames, using its thick body to block the flames. The flames were enough to melt steel, but only left a faint black mark on its body surface. Even the skin was not burned. The mammoth rushed out of the flames and slammed into the body of the red dragon, making an earth-shaking sound. The huge red dragon was knocked back repeatedly, and its pair of dragon claws grabbed the giant elephant. The two monsters were carried out together by the force, crushing many buildings behind them. Run! It's the end of the world. The screaming residents on the ground were running for their lives like ants amid the flames and collapsing walls. Chapter 132 Drought Jack. Defeat? What kind of scene is this of Ultraman fighting monsters? No, there is no Ultraman at all. They are both monsters. Liuqi, who was watching the fight, covered his face with his hands. This kind of monster needs a monster to control it. Drake sighed and shook his head. In fact, in the outside world, he is also called a monster by others because of his fruit ability. But in front of these two, he was nothing. Oh no, Boss Shaw was pushed away. Ji Dabao pointed at the air in panic. The dragon claws hugged the mammoth's head, and the sharp claws pierced into the elephant's neck. Blood gushed out, and the elephant let out a shrill elephant cry. Roar! After being injured, the giant elephant became even more ferocious, like a machine that suddenly lost control, shaking its body desperately, and the powerful force actually threw the dragon away. The huge red dragon was thrown into the air and flapped its wings. A gust of wind was stirred up, allowing it to float stably in the air. A pair of dragon eyes were filled with flames, with a raging fighting spirit and bloodthirsty red light. Blood kept dripping from the sharp claws that exuded a metallic luster. It was the blood that had just been stabbed into the mammoth's body. "Jack, your body isn't as tough as I thought." Shane's voice sounded a little surprised. When the mammoth rushed towards him, the huge impact force almost knocked him away. Although it didn't hurt much, it caused his brain to shake. It was really frightening, and he subconsciously hugged it with his dragon claws. However, he didn't expect that his dragon claws were sharper than he imagined, and it easily pierced Jack's body without much effort. If Jack hadn't pushed him away in time, the dragon claw would have probably cut off the mammoth's head. At this point, Shane confirmed one piece of information. His body after the dragonization state was much more durable than he thought. He personally estimated that it should be able to withstand several of Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. "It hurts so much, apart from the fight with Boss Kaido, I haven't been injured this badly in many years." Jack had a painful expression on his face. Under the fur on his neck, there were several bloody holes left by the dragon's claws, and blood kept gushing out. Advertisement, but his body not only has strong defense, but also has extremely terrifying recovery ability. After his continuous screams, those blood holes continued to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I won't let you catch me again." After recovering, Jack was not discouraged, but became more serious. He pushed the ground with his limbs, creating large holes one after another, and launched another attack in the direction of Shane. This time, because Shane was in midair, Jack rushed to a range of nearly 100 meters, and then he exerted force with all 4 legs, and suddenly rose dozens of meters higher. The ivory, shining with cold light, attacked the giant dragon in the air. "I'm still afraid of you in an air battle." Shane had no intention of dodging. Instead, he rushed forward, flapping his wings and diving downwards like a fighter plane. Bang! A dragon and an elephant, one facing downwards and the other facing upwards, collided nearly 20 meters above the ground, like Mars hitting the Earth. Shane used a pair of dragon claws to hold the tusk, and used his dragon head to collide with the mammoth's head. A huge air wave spread out from the center of the collision between the two monsters, blowing up the surrounding ruins again. Bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and Ji Dabao was blown away by the strong wind. One of his claws hooked on the waistband of Liuqi's pants, making Liuqi look painful. He grabbed Drake beside him with one hand. Drake stabbed the ground with his iron axe and sword respectively, half knelt on the ground, struggling to offset the powerful airwave, and tried to open his eyes in the strong wind to watch the bombardment in midair. "You must win. You be ******** D Captain." Faced with this battle in which he currently cannot participate, he can only grit his teeth and shout at the sky against the wind and sand. Of course. What surprised Drake instantly was that Shane, who was fighting in the sky, actually responded to him immediately. "Idiot, I have more than just a pair of dragon claws." Jack's pupils suddenly dilated, and a scarlet dragon's tail was reflected in his huge pupils. Advertisement snap. Along with a crisp sound, half of the tusk fell from the air, leaving a bloody mark on the face of the mammoth. Under this sudden attack, he was also blown back to the ground. Of course Shane would not miss such a good opportunity. At the moment Jack fell, a stream of hot dragon breath spurted out, and the scorching flames continued to bake the body of the mammoth, burning its fur in an instant. "Ah!" Jack let out an extremely tragic wail. His body was affected by gravity and fell to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. The dragon's breath continued to spray from dozens of meters high on the ground, burning the surface black. It's a crack. From a third-party perspective, the mammoth seemed to be sprayed to the ground by the dragon's breath and gradually sank into the ground. The fire breath continued for several minutes until Shane's breath was exhausted and Jack's wailing completely stopped. Is this considered a defeat? Shaw-en exuded his observation haki, but could only sense a faint breath, and finally felt relieved. Then, he spread his wings and dived downwards. When he was about to get close to the bottom, he instantly transformed into a human form and landed steadily on the ground. He subconsciously looked at his surroundings. The ground was in ruins, and the buildings on the entire street were cleared out by the aftermath of their battle, leaving only ruins and some burning flames. Most of the damage was caused by Jack's charge. Of course, Shane inevitably trampled a few buildings, but the people nearby had already evacuated, so fortunately he did not cause any casualties. Boss Shaw. Seeing that the battle was over, Liuqi and Ji Dabao rushed over excitedly and flattered Shaw-en again. Shaw-en couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After Drake came over, they gradually approached the deep pit, stood on the outskirts of the pit which was dozens of meters deep, and looked down. When the smoke cleared, a huge figure completely in black lay in the center of the burnt pit. His hair and clothes were all burned, his pupils were dilated, and white steam kept coming out of his slightly open mouth. The only thing that was intact beside him was a sharp weapon. It was so miserable that Liuqi and Ji Dabao could not bear it any longer and covered their eyes. They gathered many small white flowers from somewhere and sprinkled them into the deep pit. He's not dead yet. Shane sensed Jack's faint breath through his observation haki, and found that the breath was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that this guy would probably recover after lying here for a day or two. Chapter 133 Pika vs Kanna. As expected of the King of Ships, his recovery ability is almost comparable to that of Shane, who has the blood of the Night Rabbit. What? He's not dead yet? Is this guy really a human? Liuqi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly grabbed Ji Dabao, who was still sprinkling little white flowers, and hid behind Shaw-en. He was worried that the monster would hold a grudge against him and Ji Dabao for their recent offensive behavior. The big boss of the beast's pirates really can't be treated as a human being. Drake looked at the deep pit in a trance, with a complicated feeling. If it weren't for the man next to him, according to the mission Marine originally gave him, he would most likely have joined the beast's pirates by now. But now, he was on the same side as this guy, watching him defeat the big boss of the beast's pirates, which seemed to make him further away from his mission. What should we do next? Kill this guy? Derek asked, pointing at Jack in the pit. Kaido and I have no grudge against each other, and this guy doesn't seem to want to kill me. Shane hesitated. Jack and the beast's pirates behind him did not actually cause any harm to him. It could even be said that they wanted to recruit him from the beginning. If he had really agreed just now, he might have been the beast's pirates leader by now, the fourth big boss. As for this enemy, who had almost no ill will towards him, Shane had no reason to kill him. A lesson is enough. Let's go, let him lie here for a day. The next target is Doflamingo. The other side. Kanna transformed into a giant dragon and took Kagura, Klee, Rebecca, and Violet to the palace. Her flying speed was several times faster than Shane's. She reached the back wall of the palace in just a few breaths. Sean, there's a fight. After arriving, Kanna suddenly looked back. Thousands of meters away, under the blue pupils, the scene of the mammoth charging towards Shane was extremely clear. She instantly thought of turning around, but after seeing Shane pierce the mammoth's neck with his dragon claws, Kanna stopped. A hint of relief emerged in her beautiful dragon eyes, and she inexplicably felt that her child had grown up. Sean, it seems like you've become more skilled at fighting. What's wrong, Kanna? Kagura, whose perception was second only to Kanna, noticed her abnormality and asked curiously. Advertisement, it's okay. Kanna is just a little happy. Kanna replied happily. It was a pity that Kagura and the others were behind her, otherwise they would have noticed that the dragon was actually laughing. What are you happy about? Kagura was a little curious. Without waiting for Kanna to answer, Violet covered her temples with her hands, used the stare fruit to see through the city wall, and pointed to a location off-center on the back wall of the palace. The little girl with green hair is in that direction. It was a smooth stone wall, completely airtight inside. Should we let Kanna crash indirectly? Klee asked eagerly. She knew Kanna's physical strength. Not to mention a stone wall, even a wall made of the hardest sea stone in the world could be broken through. Can the stone wall be broken through? Rebecca covered her mouth in shock. She originally wanted to fly to the top of the palace and they would attack from the top floor. Now it was much easier than she thought. Of course, Kanna, no problem. Kanna's voice was flat, and his body gradually turned, facing the direction Violet had previously pointed, preparing to launch a charge. But at this moment, wait a minute, the location of that room suddenly changed. Violet suddenly made a shocked sound and pointed in another direction, almost half a stone wall away from where she had pointed before. Moving such a long distance in such a short time is an unimaginable speed, just like teleportation. But Violet immediately realized who had done it. One of the Don Quixote family cadres and the user of the stone fruit, Pika. He was able to merge his body into the stone and control the shape of the stone at will, thereby achieving the effect of reshaping the entire stone house. It was probably him who used his ability to move Sugar's room to another location just now. It was Pika who did it. He used his ability to move the room away. Damn it, if this guy was here, we would have no way of entering the room where Sugar was. Violet's expression became somewhat desperate. Having once served the Don Quixote family, she knew very well the abilities of these cadres. Among them, Pika's ability is the most difficult to deal with, not because of anything else, but because the entire Dressrosa building is made of stone. This also means that Pika with the stone fruit is almost invincible in this city. Brush Lala, the stone walls surged. Advertisement. A huge stone human head suddenly appeared on the smooth stone wall. It was estimated to be nearly 100 meters in size, making Kanna's 40-meter body look tiny. Ha ha ha, Violet, you traitor, you actually brought invaders to find Sugar, I won't let you succeed. However, the sound emitted by this huge body was incomparably sharp. Ha 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 ha. Your voice is so funny. Kagura held her stomach and laughed, rolling on Kanna's dragon back. Sister Kagura, you can't laugh at other people's voices, even though his voice does sound a little, puff. Klee originally wanted to stop Kagura from discriminating against others, but as she was speaking, she couldn't help laughing. Ah, Klee didn't mean to make fun of you. She blushed immediately and squatted down with her hands covering her face. Seeing them laughing so happily, Rebecca couldn't help laughing and covered her mouth with her hands. Don't laugh. Pika hates the sound of people talking about him the most. Violet had cold sweat sliding down her forehead, but she said this a little too late. Damn it. How dare you laugh at my voice? Pika got angry and let out a sharp roar, which made Kagura burst into laughter again, almost laughing to the point of tears. This time Pika was really furious. The stone wall was like rolling waves, and huge rocks kept surging. In just a few breaths, he condensed into a pair of 100-meter-long stone hands. Envelop Kanna's dragon body in the center of the stone palm. Go to hell. The two stone hands closed towards the middle, and a shadow like a sky covering shadow covered the dragon's body, making the vision on the dragon's back dark, and even the sky was completely blocked. Boom boom, his hands closed instantly, and there was a huge crashing sound. HMPH, crush you intruders. Pika controlled the stone hand and rubbed the two big hands continuously. Many stones slipped from his hands, but there was no bloodstain as Pika had imagined. Hey guys, we're here, a voice came from overhead. Pika suddenly raised his head and saw. Under the bright sun, there's a giant white dragon with its wings spread. At this moment, the dragon has opened its mouth, and lightning is constantly gathering in its mouth, gradually condensing into a ball of energy light wave that expands to distort space. Chapter 134 Kanna. Are you, Doflamingo? Dressrosa, city center. All the surviving residents of Dressrosa, who had just been ravaged by two monsters, were still in shock. But at this moment, as a beam of lightning shot straight through the sky from the ground, the sky seemed to be poked with a big hole, dark clouds rolled, and thunder, lightning and heavy rain followed. Crash! Thunder roared and heavy rain poured down, and because of this rain, the fire caused by the fight between Shane and Jack was extinguished. This was a very sudden rain, but all the citizens of Dressrosa who were welcoming the rain on the ground knew one thing. The war has begun. The palace is gone. Shane, Liuqi, Ji Dabao, and Drake looked at each other, staring blankly in the direction they were heading. On a rock wall about a kilometer away, just a second before the lightning beam appeared, there was a magnificent 100-meter-tall palace standing there. But now, everyone's vision is extremely empty. Not only is the palace gone, but even the rock wall under the palace has disappeared. They can now even see the sea horizon in the distance from street level. Shane's eyes widened and his expression froze for at least 2 minutes. If outsiders saw him, they would probably think he was petrified by Hancock. After a long time, a complex expression of regret, anger, worry, etc. gradually emerged on Shaw N's face. As his emotions changed, he loudly transmitted a message in his heart to a young dragon in the distance. Kanna. What have you done? Apparently, there's only one person on the island who can do this. His adorable little crew member, Kanna Kamui. Port location. Using the hostages and the power of the fruit, as well as the pirate ship transformed by Victor and Klee, Law and Doflamingo actually stayed in the port for nearly an hour. However, his physical strength has reached its limit. I'm running out of patience, kid. After Luo used his ability to dodge Doflamingo's attack again, Doflamingo himself suddenly flashed in front of him while he was gasping for breath. Advertisement Luo's pupils suddenly shrank, and just as he was about to raise his knife to defend himself, a thin transparent thread instantly slipped past, and blood splattered out. Ah! As Luo wailed in pain, his arm holding the knife was neatly cut off. Doflamingo stretched out his big hand, which was wrapped with a thick layer of armed-color domineering, and pressed down on Law's forehead. With a bang, he smashed him into the deck. The game of house is over. Doflamingo held Luo down with one hand and with the other hand shot out several thin lines, cutting the mast and freeing Caesar. Joker. No. Young master, Caesar was so moved that he burst into tears and was about to come forward to hug his thighs and cry about the injustice. Hey, Caesar, there is no cadre like you in the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo kicked him away with a look of disgust. He raised his head and looked in the direction he came from. Just now when he was struggling with Luo, he seemed to hear a huge explosion, and the direction of the explosion seemed to be his palace. Where is my palace? Doflamingo was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He pulled down his sunglasses, which he never took off, and stared at the location of the palace with wide eyes. Red Dragon. Gradually, his face became more and more gloomy, and the blue veins near his forehead bulged like earthworms. He couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. Amid Luo's painful screams, the deck shattered and Luo fell to the bottom of the cabin. Joker, this ship will explode. Caesar looked terrified. The next moment, the pirate ship expanded rapidly, like a swollen balloon, and flames came out through the gap between the deck and the hull, like molten lava about to erupt. Boom, the entire ship exploded with a loud bang, creating a splash of water dozens of meters high, and also destroyed the ships that were still chasing around it. Nothing within 100 meters around it was spared. All the ships of Don Quixote family were burning, thick smoke was billowing, and the sea turned into a sea of fire at this moment. However, in the midst of the black smoke, Doflamingo carried Caesar in his hands and stepped into the sky step by step. Apart from a little black ash on his body, there was no harm at all. Caesar was rescued by Doflamingo immediately and suffered no substantial damage except for his burnt hair. But his heart was greatly shocked, his face turned pale with fear, and he kept cursing. Advertisement, Luo and Qilong, that B***************** D. Really want to kill Lousy. A bomb this powerful can even blow up the marine base. Doflamingo ignored him and stared down coldly. The pirate ship they were on had been blown to pieces, and the remaining hull was drifting on the sea with flames burning on it. Where did that little devil go again? Doflamingo used his observation hockey to probe the sea surface, and Law's breath disappeared. He cast his eyes toward the coast, across the harbor and the streets, and saw a figure running away with one arm in hand. After determining Luo's location, Doflamingo did not hesitate. Since his headquarters, the Red Dragon, was destroyed, he had to capture Luo no matter what and use him as a hostage as a bargaining chip in the subsequent battle with the Red Dragon. However, as he was stepping on the thin line and approaching Luo's direction, a huge shadow enveloped him. This is... Doflamingo suddenly stopped in the air. He felt that there was an incredibly strong guy behind him. Just a little bit of his aura almost pushed him to the ground. Doflamingo was gradually sweating profusely, and for the first time, an extremely solemn expression appeared on his face. Dragon. Dragon. This is that guy Qilong. Caesar in his hand almost popped his eyes out of his head and pointed his finger into the sky. Red Dragon? Doflamingo turned around suddenly upon hearing the name. What caught the eye was a giant white dragon with pure white feathers. It was located diagonally above Doflamingo and Caesar, and its huge body just blocked the sunlight. As Doflamingo looked at the giant dragon, he became more and more frightened. Although the color was wrong, the appearance was exactly the same as what he saw during the Battle of Marineford. But I didn't think he was this strong the last time I saw him, did I? He originally thought that the red dragon with a bounty of 1 billion was at most as powerful as Jack the Drought. Now that they met, he realized how wrong he was. Just being stared at by those blue dragon eyes made Doflamingo feel his scalp tingling. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that even if he used the power of the awakening fruit, he would still be vulnerable in the face of this white dragon. Are you, Doflamingo? When Doflamingo was sweating profusely, Bai Shi, who had been staring at him for a long time, finally spoke. The voice that came out puzzled Doflamingo. It was not the voice he heard during the Battle of Marineford, but a young girl's voice. What's going on? It's not a red dragon. Chapter 135 Birdcage. Kanna is very anxious now. She seemed to have caused another disaster just now. She lost control of her strength and raised a building that Violet and Rebecca called a palace. Rebecca and Violet burst into tears on the spot. The palace that had been passed down from generation to generation and for hundreds of years by their Liuqi family was bombed to ashes today. And it was not the enemy who destroyed it, but their allies who came to help them. Kanna felt their sadness and felt a little guilty. At the same time, she heard Shane's astonishingly loud voice in her mind. Kanna realized instantly that the trouble she had caused this time was really serious, and Shane seemed really angry. For a moment, Kanna was at a loss as to what to do with the crying of Violet and Rebecca and the questioning of Shane in her mind. Fortunately, Kagura and Klee gave her some advice at this time. Kanna, the only way to stop Violet and Rebecca from crying and avoid being caught and spanked by Natsu-chan is to eliminate the biggest boss of our expedition, Doflamingo. Although what Sister Kagura said was a bit serious, Kanna, as long as you catch your biggest enemy, I believe Brother Shane and the others will definitely forgive you. Yeah, Kanna understands. Kanna suddenly realized, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. He immediately put the 4 women on his back and began to search the city for Doflamingo. However, because she sensed that Shane was approaching them, Kanna did not have time to ask Doflamingo about his specific characteristics. Fearing that she would be punished by Shane, she quickly flew away. Although she didn't know what Doflamingo looked like, Kanna knew one thing. Since he was the boss of the enemy, he must be the strongest. So, she passes an explosion at the port location and quickly tracks it down to a man in a pink feather coat. In Kanna's perception, this man is the strongest person on the island except for the mammoth that Shane had fought before. But because he had already gotten into trouble once, Kanna decided to ask before taking action. Are you, Doflamingo? As long as he answered yes, Kanna, who was eager to make a contribution and absolve herself of her guilt, would strike out with her claws like lightning, beat him half to death and then bring him to Shane. Who are you? Advertisement. Hearing the girl's voice, Doflamingo was a little confused, but due to the other party's aura that frightened him, he was very cautious and wanted to confirm the other party's identity first. At this moment, an angry voice came from somewhere on the ground, accompanied by an elephant cry that resounded through the sky. Red Dragon. Our battle is not over yet. Buildings collapsed one after another, the ground was shaking, and the sea level in the port was rising, sweeping in huge waves like a tsunami. A mammoth elephant with wounds all over its body and only one tusk was running towards Kanna and Doflamingo at an astonishing speed. His target was obviously the giant white dragon flying in the sky above the harbor. As Jack got closer and closer to the white dragon, he felt that its aura was a little strange, completely different from the red dragon he had fought before, but he was so filled with rage that he could no longer care about that. Moreover, this anger also affected Doflamingo, who was in midair. Doflamingo, Qilong is Laozi's rival, don't come here to get in the way. Wait, idiot, this dragon is not a red dragon at all. Doflamingo panicked. He didn't want to fight with this white dragon with unfathomable strength, and he didn't want to suffer because of Jack. Are you Doflamingo? What made Doflamingo shudder was that before he could finish his words, the white dragon that was still high in the sky in the last second was already close to his body in the next second. A huge dragon claw turned into an afterimage, cutting through the air, as if even the space was cut apart, and slapped towards Doflamingo's face at an unimaginable speed. Not good. Doflamingo's body stiffened and his eyes flashed red rapidly, but his observation hockey predicted the attack and his body had no time to react. A second later, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon claw did not hit him. It wasn't that the opponent stopped, nor that he dodged at the last moment, but a mammoth jumped up at that moment and hit its head on the dragon claw that was supposed to hit Doflamingo. Red Dragon, Jack, am back again. Jack roared, his huge elephant eyes filled with rage and fighting spirit. The previous defeat was his most humiliating defeat. He was the one who had the most confidence in his body, but he actually lost in his strongest aspect. What made him even more angry was that after defeating him, this guy Qilong actually left him there, without ending his life or detaining him. Isn't this just pure contempt for him, thinking that keeping him around won't pose any threat at all? Advertisement. This great humiliation made Jack look for Shane like crazy the moment he recovered. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he saw the giant dragon appearing in the harbor, and he rushed over without saying a word. This time, the winner will be Jack, don't bother me. The stalemate scene that Jack imagined in his mind did not appear. The moment he hit the dragon claw, he felt as if he had hit the red earth continent, and his head was buzzing. Then, he heard the clear voice of a little girl, and then the dragon claw suddenly burst out with a force many times greater than his. Click. The other tusk was also broken. Jack's face was sunken by the dragon's claws, and the entire elephant's head was almost completely crushed into the body. Under Doflamingo's extremely horrified gaze, the mammoth that had blocked the dragon's claws for him a second ago, fell to the ground at a speed 10 times faster than before. Boom! The mammoth not only fell into the sea, but also crashed deeply into the seabed, making a huge muffled sound, like a torpedo released on the seabed. The seawater was blown up and flooded the coast. A drought with a billion bounty was solved in 1 second with just a snap? Doflamingo felt like he was dreaming, but he was a battle-hardened Shichibukai after all, and after seeing Jack being killed in an instant, he quickly used his ability to retreat 100 meters, crossed the port, and entered the city of Dressrosa. He stroked his hand across the roof, and all the buildings in the ground within 100 meters around him turned into thin white lines. These thin lines instantly spread from the bottom of his feet, gradually covering the entire Dressrosa, and then circled the rock wall of Dressrosa. The white lines went from bottom to top, from outside to inside, towards the place with him as the center. The center point meets. In less than a moment, the entire island was wrapped in white lines, trapping Dressrosa like a white cage. Birdcage. Only the white dragon was isolated outside the island. Chapter 136. Shaw-en. Yes, I'm here at this time. The whole city of Dressrosa was in chaos. First there was a huge explosion at the artificial fruit processing plant, then the red dragon and the mammoth ravaged the city, then the palace was flattened by an energy wave, and then the harbor exploded again, and the whole Dressrosa was wrapped in white lines. At the same time, all the toys regained their human form, and their existences that were erased by the ability reappeared in the minds of their relatives and friends. They simply couldn't believe that their closest friends and family had turned into toys in just a few years. For a time, the whole country became even more chaotic, and countless relatives and friends reunited with tears in their eyes. The mastermind behind all this is Doflamingo, who uses the devil fruit abilities of his family cadres to enslave all the citizens in the city who have been turned into toys. At this moment, a white-haired old man stood on the platform, tears in his eyes, and used the loudspeaker of a certain arena host to reveal the truth to the people of the country. People recognized his identity, King Riku, the former king of Dressrosa, a king who lost his throne because he was regarded as a madman because of killing people in the street. I don't deny the crimes of the past, but our biggest enemy at the moment is Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family. They have taken over this country for 8 years and torn apart countless families. At this moment, there are already foreign heroes fighting with the Don Quixote family cadres. Please take up your weapons and point your spearheads at the remaining forces of the Don Quixote family. Use the power of the whole country to drive them all out of Dressrosa. After a tearful encouragement, the people of Dressrosa took up arms, surrounded King Riku, and launched a purge of the Don Quixote family. On the other side, the original location of the royal palace. Kagura, Klee, Rebecca and Violet were surrounded by the influx of Don Quixote family forces. Moreover, all the remaining cadres gathered here. Pica, Diamante, Senior Pete, Gladius and many more. 4 women. I don't want to hit women. This was a strange man wearing a baby suit with a pacifier in his mouth. Senior, don't underestimate them. 2 of them are Red Dragon's men. Diamante looked serious. He could sense a terrifying aura among the 4 women, but he didn't know who it was. Advertisement. It'll be fine as long as the white dragon is gone. Pica was covered in blood, and one of his arms and shoulders was pitch black, like burnt charcoal. This was the injury that the white dragon had just brought him. When the ball of lightning was spit out from the dragon's mouth, Pica activated the ability of his fruit and dived underground, saving his life at the cost of half his body. But Sugar in the palace was not so lucky. Without his protection, she would have most likely died, and it is estimated that not even a trace would be left. White. But isn't the red dragon on the bounty order red? Gladius, one of the cadres, who is the user of the Boom Boom fruit, looked puzzled. I'm not sure. Besides, Jack the Drought went out to look for the red dragon. At that time, the red dragon should not have had the opportunity to come to the palace. Diamante noticed something suspicious. Idiot, the one who just came was Kanna. Sha-chan just arrived now, Kagura reminded impatiently. Oh, it turns out there are 2 people. The cadres suddenly realized and showed satisfied expressions after solving the mystery. But soon, their faces turned stiff. You said that Chilongai came here in person. Diamante was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground and his voice began to stutter. Yes, I am here. The voice that responded to him was not that of a young girl, but a gentler male voice. However, this voice shocked all the cadres. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Following the sound of several footsteps, an orange-haired man carrying a scarlet sword entered the scene, followed by 2 men in a blue chicken. Brother Shane. Mr. Shane. In stark contrast to the fear of the family cadres, Kelly, Rebecca and others felt relieved immediately when they saw this face. Mr. Shane, aren't you fighting Doflamingo? Violet was a little confused. According to the original plan, Shane should not be able to get away at this moment. No chance. It's his bad luck that Kanna has targeted him. Shane spread his hands, feeling helpless. But then, his expression suddenly changed after he glanced at a certain girl with a bun-like hair who was acting suspiciously. He reached out his hand and pulled her over. Advertisement. Tell me, was it you who gave Kanna the bad idea that the palace was bombed, and now you're going to fight Doflamingo again? Shane pulled the girl's face with both hands, and her delicate face was stretched into dough. It hurts, Natsu-chan. It wasn't me. It was Kanna herself who blew up the palace. Kagura shouted unconvinced. So that means it was you who instigated the fight against Doflamingo now. Shane was very good at grasping the key points. That's because Kanna wants to atone for his sins. Kagura immediately became unconfident. As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit hard on the forehead. Go, take care of these guys. Shane pushed her in front of him and pointed at the Don Quixote cadres who were still watching silently as if he was summoning a vicious dog. I'm not a dog. Kagura bared her teeth in anger and bit Shane's hand that was pressing on her shoulder, making him scream in pain. Stop it, brother Shane and sister Kagura, it's time to deal with the enemy. Klee shook her head, looking like a worried child, and stepped forward to separate the two with her little hands. Rebecca and Violet laughed out loud. The atmosphere was originally tense when they were surrounded by cadres, but now it seemed extremely relaxed. These guys simply don't take us seriously. On the other side, all the cadres of Don Quixote had gloomy faces. If Diamante and Pica had not shown any signs of taking action, they would have given up their patience long ago. Red Dragon, are you determined to fight us to the end? Diamante asked coldly, still hinting at avoiding a fight. Not long ago, Jack, who went out to cause trouble for the Red Dragon in front of him, has not been seen since. This also means that he was defeated by the Red Dragon. Diamante didn't think that their group of cadres together could deal with a man who defeated the drought. Well, I promised two people, my crew member Old Neil and my ally Trafalgar Law. As he spoke, Shane turned his gaze to Rebecca and Violet. Also, if you accidentally destroy someone else's palace, you can use this country as compensation. Rebecca and Violet's hearts trembled. Chapter 137, Big Fight. The battle is about to begin. Pica pressed the ground with one hand, and the stone floor suddenly surged like waves, one after another, making Shane and others unable to stand steadily. The boulder gradually rose up, and the surrounding stone houses seemed to be pulled towards Pica, gradually gathering together, and in a short time condensed into a stone giant 100 meters high. Here, Liuqi is invincible, accompanied by Pica's sharp voice. He swung his huge stone fist, the size of which was almost equal to Shane's dragon body. In the eyes of everyone, it looked like a mountain falling from the sky. Run! Rebecca and Violet were panicked, and before running they did not forget to pull Klee and Kagura beside them. But what they didn't expect was that neither of them seemed to have any intention of running away. Sister Violet and Sister Rebecca, come to Klee. Klee called them over, and as the fire elemental power surged in her hands, the chains of the world floated out, and a dark golden barrier instantly unfolded. Is this a shield? Rebecca and Violet were a little confused, but they could tell from the appearance that it was some kind of shield, so they thought it was Klee's fruit ability. Little Kelly, let us hide too. Ji Dabao and Liuqi also ran in. What about Mr. Shane and the others? Rebecca looked at the three people outside the golden barrier, her beautiful eyes falling on Shane, Kagura and Drake. Don't worry about them, little girl. Boss Shaw and the others are all monsters. They won't get hurt at all. Ji Dabao comforted, and Liuqi and Kelly on the side also nodded. Boom boom, the stone fist gradually approached, and a huge shadow covered the ground. The huge wind pressure made the clothes of Shane and others rustle. Shane handed the blood-red sword in his hand to Kagura. Girl, and Drake, I'll leave the others to you. Let me play with this big guy. After saying this, without waiting for Kagura and Drake to reply, he suddenly stepped on the ground to create a big hole and rushed towards Stone Fist. Flying into the air, with a 100-meter-long flame illuminating the sky, a huge red dragon bathed in flames spread its wings and took off, colliding with the stone giant's Stone Fist with its dragon claws surrounded by flames. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The Stone Fist shattered in an instant, and the huge red dragon launched a fierce attack with an irresistible momentum, straight up from bottom to top, crushing the entire stone arm into pieces. Broken stones flew all over the sky and landed on the golden barrier condensed by Klee, making a clanging sound. Kagura spun her parasol to block the smaller stones directly. If she encountered a stone that was too big, she would swing the red sword that Shane gave her and use the sword to knock the stone away. That's not how you use a sword. Drake felt a bit of a headache. After Shane before, he saw this usage again. None of your business. I can use Sha-chan's sword however I want, Kagura snorted unreasonably. You guy, you are really... Drake was about to complain, but he felt a force coming from his feet and was thrown out. A fight between men doesn't allow you to be distracted. Senior swam out from the ground, and the stone floor seemed to be treated as a swimming pool by him. Wow, how can you swim in the ground? Kagura asked in amazement. That's of course because he is the user of the UU fruit. A voice sounded in Kagura's ears. Kagura had already noticed it, and the parasol opened instantly, blocking a fist outside the umbrella. And I, Gladius, am the user of the explosion fruit. As the voice of the fist owner sounded again, Kagura was surprised to find that his arm was constantly expanding, like a bulging bomb, bursting out with an explosive force. Kagura was knocked back by the force, and the soles of her shoes left a long mark on the ground. Your umbrella is of good quality. Gladius looked at the girl's parasol. Apart from the dust caused by the explosion, there was no trace of the explosion. Hole, you made my umbrella dirty. What greeted him was the girl's angry kick, which was so fast that it flashed in front of him almost instantly. But Gladius reacted quickly, blocking his arms in front of him with a triumphant smile on his face. As long as the girl kicked his arm, he would activate his ability to blow her away. However, just as he thought, the girl's sidekick was blocked by his arms. But this force was far beyond his imagination. His bones shattered instantly, and while he was activating his ability, his hand was kicked into his face. This led to an extremely tragic accident, where he used his own abilities to blow his own head off. Advertisement, There was an explosion, and Gladius was blown to pieces with blood all over his head. He flew backwards dozens of meters and completely lost consciousness. Kagura looked at her feet, a little confused. She didn't use much force. How on earth did this thing fly so far? Kagura is so powerful. Violet was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A high-ranking official was killed in one move. So strong. Rebecca was even more shocked. She had been in the arena since she was a child, and she could see better than Violet how exaggerated Kagura's speed, explosiveness, and strength were. Unlike Kagura's relaxed attitude, Drake and Senior were fighting very intensely. The two men's strength was almost the same, and they both had strong resistance to blows. They were almost fighting in close combat, which was terrifying to watch. You guy, I admit that you are also a tough man. After punching Drake in the side of the face and being chopped off by an iron axe, Signoro swam on his back on the ground, looking at Drake with admiration. I'm not looking for anything tough. My only purpose in coming here is to punish you evil guys. Drake took off his clothes while speaking, revealing his scarred and extremely muscular upper body. Under Senior's gaze, his body suddenly swelled and gradually grew taller, transforming into a 10-meter tall dinosaur. The dinosaur had sharp fangs and heat emanated from the corners of its mouth, as if it was a wild beast that had not seen blood for a long time and was ready to devour anyone at any time. What a ridiculous attitude. We are just pirates. How can you punish us? Senior spat out the pacifier, without any fear of the dinosaur's pressure, dived into the ground, approached it at a freestyle speed, grabbed one of the dinosaur's legs with both hands, and prepared to throw it over his shoulder. However, the dinosaur's body remained motionless. It has nothing to do with my identity, this is my personal belief. Drake looked down at Senior below. He had no mercy on the evil pirates and stretched out his sharp claws to swing down fiercely. On the other side, Liuqi also found his opponent, a weird person who was wearing high heels and looked neither male nor female. His physical skills were very strong, and he kept kicking Liuqi away with one kick after another. Even the scissors that Liuqi used for a sneak attack were easily blocked by him with one kick. You are too weak. Derringer kicked Liuqi to a corner. Looking at his black hair hanging down and blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes were full of disdain and cruelty. Chapter 138 Double Kill. Don't bully Brother Chi. Klee noticed the one-sided situation here and threw a bouncing bomb while speaking. The bomb flashed with a fiery red light, like a burning fireball, and flew rapidly towards the direction of Derringer and Liuqi. However, it was intercepted and swallowed by the green sticky liquid that suddenly emerged from the ground. Wrapped in that sticky substance, the bomb became a dud. Klee's delicate little face was startled. She recognized this disgusting ability. It was the caretaker of the artificial devil fruit factory. The user of the sticky fruit, Trable. Hey, little guy, after you sneak attack me, are you thinking of sneak attacking my companions now? Torble crawled out of a broken wall like a snail, emitting an obscene and disgusting laugh. Accompanied by this laughter, green sticky substance fell from his body to the ground and continued to accumulate. Under his control, it was like a huge wave that swept over and submerged Klee, who had no time to react. Smother in my Klee. Torble stretched out his hand and grabbed something out of thin air. The sticky substance began to wriggle as if it had life, wrapping and entwining Klee with her as the center. In a moment, Klee was wrapped in a huge green spherical substance. Let you experience the feeling of being bombed. Torble made a cruel and obscene sound, then waved his hand. Several men with rocket launchers walked out from behind, aiming at the sphere and preparing to fire. But at this moment, a sharp knife flashed by, like a gust of wind, cold and unexpected. Only a few muffled groans were heard, and scarlet blood spurted out. The men who were preparing to fire the shells the previous second had already lost 2 heads in the next second. Advertisement Torble also failed to dodge the knife. It is worth mentioning that he is not a Logia user, but he sensed the danger with his years of experience, and only saved his life at the cost of a flying arm. But this made him cry out in pain. Why are you here? Derringer has already. Torble covered his broken arm and stared at the thin young man in front of him in horror. Especially the long sword in his hand that looked like it had been broken into pieces and then pieced together. If his observation hockey was correct, when the knife cut them just now, the blade seemed to have separated for a moment, but now it has strangely returned to its original state. He is already dead, and you are about to die. Chi's black hair fell down, and between the strands of hair on his forehead were a pair of scarlet eyes that were free of any emotion. His eyes were filled with cruelty and brutality, like a bloodthirsty beast, and he exuded an extremely cold aura. Under the gaze of these eyes, Torble did not dare to move at all, staring at the knife. Boom! At this moment, the green substance that wrapped around Klee burst into flames and exploded. A ball of golden light floated out, and Klee was suspended in midair with a dark golden earthly chain above her head, covering her entire body in a 360-degree range in a golden barrier. Hey, Brother Chi, are you okay? Kelly slowly landed on the ground, and when she saw Liuqi confronting Torble, a surprised smile appeared on her face. She was about to step forward to help, but was stopped by Ji Dabao, who suddenly came over. Little Kelly, don't get close to Chi now, he's in a dangerous condition. Dangerous? How could that be? Brother Shane said that Brother Chi is also reliable. Klee was a little puzzled, but still stopped obediently. In short, he is in an uncontrollable state now. It may be related to his lost memory, and only Boss Shaw can make him sober. Ji Dabao looked at Liuqi with serious eyes. He was still wearing the same white sweatshirt as before and his body was still as thin, but his temperament was completely different, as if he had become a different person. Ji Dabao recalled the scene when he dealt with Baby 5 and Buffalo. At the beginning, both of them, a chicken and a man, were badly beaten. Just when he wanted to call for help from Boss Shaw and others, Liuqi suddenly changed into a different person. He pulled out the long knife that he had been carrying on his back at Shaw En's request, and with an extremely strange speed, he killed the Baby 5 and Buffalo solved it on the spot. Aki, it seems like you really were a killer in the past. Ji Dabao looked melancholy and silently stared at Liuqi's back. Advertisement. He felt that Chi in this state was completely different from the simple and kind Liuqi in his memory. So after Chi regained his memory, was it really him? It's okay, Dabao. Brother Shane will definitely not sit idly by and watch his companions get lost. The doubt in Kelly's eyes disappeared. She noticed that Ji Dabao was in a strange mood, so she reached out her little hand and gently patted Ji Dabao's back. At the same time, with a few clicks, Chi swung the long sword in his hand, and the blade turned into fragments and shot towards Torpal at a high speed. Torpal's focus has always been on his knife, so he was naturally prepared. He raised his hand and a layer of green sticky substance appeared in front of him, like a stone wall, blocking all the fragments. Torpal showed a look of joy. He didn't expect that he could block the opponent's attack so easily. He was about to use his ability again to attack Chi. But I felt a chill in my heart. Tick-tock. Torpal lowered his head in confusion. A broken long knife with a purple glow pierced his heart, and blood was dripping from his body through the blade. Through the bright blade, Torpal observed behind him. He didn't know when the black-haired young man was already behind him, with his back to him, holding the handle of the knife with one hand. He raised his head in confusion again, and suddenly saw that the green viscous substance that he had condensed into a wall had many tiny gaps at the bottom. So, that's how it is. As Torpal fell to the ground, Chi pulled out the bloody long knife. He glanced at Ji Dabao and Klee beside him with cold eyes, then nodded towards the sky. Then he inserted the long knife into the ground with one hand, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had returned to a clear state. Oh, you're back again. In the sky, Shane, who was having a great time playing with Pika, witnessed the scene below. In dragon form, Pika couldn't put any pressure on him. No matter how thick or big the stone was, it was still just stone and couldn't even break his skin. But this guy is indeed difficult to deal with. His real body has been hiding in the rocks. With Shane's current observation hockey, he obviously cannot find the location where Pika appears like Zoro did in the original work. Chapter 139 Kanna vs. Doflamingo. But the battle is now coming to an end, and with Kanna taking action, there is no need for him to do anything. His only responsibility was to stop Pika and prevent him from affecting other companions. Below, the battle gradually came to an end. Senior was defeated by Drake, Gladius lost to Kagura, and Derringer and Trable were killed by Liuqi. Now, the only cadres left in the field are Pika, who is fighting Shane, and Diamante, who is fighting Rebecca and Violet. Diamante is a powerful cadre in the Don Quixote family. The two princesses alone are no match for him. Not long ago, Rebecca's father, the legendary hero of the Colosseum, Cyrus, who transformed from a toy soldier back into human form, arrived at the scene and blocked Diamante's fatal attack on his daughter Rebecca. He also brought a large group of dwarf warriors and the remaining veterans of the former royal family to fight against the remaining forces of Don Quixote. Diamante and his companions were defeated step by step. He was beaten profusely by Cyrus and Rebecca, father and daughter. The power that the angry father and daughter unleashed together was truly astonishing. In addition, Kagura and Drake also freed up their hands to deal with these remaining soldiers in a crushing manner. Port location. As the cage rose, Doflamingo's heart, which had been pounding with fear, calmed down. But he still didn't dare to relax at all, and stared at the white dragon with solemn eyes through his red sunglasses. At the same time, his hands did not stop, constantly touching the nearby buildings and the ground. White lines surged out like a tide, surrounding him in the air dozens of meters high. Kanna watched his actions with curiosity. It's not that she didn't react to Doflamingo's previous escape, but at the same time she sensed that Shane and the others had started fighting. So I was distracted for a moment and didn't intercept him. What surprised her was that this human not only did not take the opportunity to attack her, but also inexplicably used white thread to weave a large white cage and locked himself inside. Is this giving up on running away? Kanna couldn't figure it out, so she just stopped thinking about it. Advertisement. She spread her wings and didn't pay any attention to the white iron cage in front of her and crashed into it head-on. Bang! The scene that frightened Doflamingo happened again. The birdcage, which he thought was indestructible, was actually bent rapidly by the giant white dragon. The dragon's body was incredibly hard. The white line that contained his domineering power could even cut through steel in the ground, but when it scraped against the dragon's body, it only created a few sparks. Not even a feather fell. Seeing that the birdcage was about to be broken, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood. Without time to wipe the blood, he suddenly waved his hands, and the white line under his body surged towards the gap in the birdcage like a tide. The white lines, stacked tens of meters high, were like a surging river, advancing one after another, constantly filling the gaps gradually broken by Kanna. More and more blood gushed out of Doflamingo's mouth, and his lower body was already covered in blood. He has already unleashed his potential and used the awakened fruit ability to the fullest. He does not expect to injure the monster, but only hopes to keep it outside the island. He pulled out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket and quickly dialed the number. Brew brew brew. Soon, a drunken voice came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Ha 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 ha, Joker, you're doomed today. Unexpectedly, the other party was very clear about his current situation. Kaido. Your big boss was also defeated by this monster. There is not only one red dragon, but two. With blood all over his hands, Doflamingo held the Den Den Mushi tightly. He looked at the devastated Dressrosa and his voice gradually became crazy. This is the final madness of a man at the end of his rope. Ha 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 ha. Jack's men have already informed me of his defeat. What a shameful guy, he lost twice in one day. That's not the point, Kaido. Dressrosa is almost gone, and my position as Shichibukai will end here. Caesar is also on this island, and your artificial devil fruit plan was ended by the red dragon and his men. Doflamingo's tone gradually became heavier. Seeing that the giant white dragon was still attacking and was about to break through his birdcage, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. His only way to survive now was for the man on the other end of the Den Den Mushi to take action himself. Advertisement after a fight, he knew clearly that the only person in the world who could stop the white dragon outside the birdcage was the man he was talking to. However, the words from Den Den Mushi made him despair instantly. What kind of artificial devil fruit is that? It's nothing compared to these two dragons. If they can help us, the beast's pirates will surely reach their peak. As for Dressrosa, consider it as my gift to the two new big bosses. As for you, Joker, just be a stepping stone for the rise of the red dragon. Ha 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 ha. Following a hearty laugh, the voice from the Den Den Mushi suddenly stopped. The call was hung up. Damn it, Kaido. Doflamingo crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand alive, his face frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, the sound of lightning arcs flying around rang in my ears. Doflamingo's body trembled, and he turned his head suddenly, only to see a little white-haired girl appear out of nowhere in front of him. The girl was actually floating in midair, with lightning flashing all over her body, and she was level with him who was standing in the air leaning against the pile of white lines. Through her calm blue eyes, Doflamingo recognized her as the white dragon that had cornered him. What on earth are you doing here? Doflamingo roared and waved his hand, and the area within hundreds of meters around him was covered with a white ocean. The white lines attacked the little girl from all directions. Each white line could pierce a person's head and was harder than steel. I have no idea. Facing his question, Kanna shook her head lightly, with no pity or anger in her eyes. She just stretched out her little hand. A lightning arc exploded from the palm of her hand instantly, and the deep purple lightning spread out like a wave, colliding with the white thin lines that attacked her. With a crackling sound, the white lines all turned into the coke. You monster. The despair on Doflamingo's face deepened. He had never seen such a terrifying opponent. With the power of his awakened fruit, he thought that even a marine admiral would not be able to resist it so easily. The next moment, Doflamingo rushed out without warning, stepping on the white lines that kept appearing under his feet, and he kept rushing towards Kanna at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. When he got closer, his toes were wrapped with an extreme layer of armed color domineering, and he kicked sideways towards Kanna's chubby baby face. Chapter 140 The End of Dressrosa. It's this power that Kanna can't learn again. Kanna puffed up her cheeks slightly. Shane had taught her this kind of domineering power that attached itself to a body, but she just couldn't learn it, which made her very frustrated. Damn enemy, what a disgusting fellow, is he showing off his abilities? Kanna was very angry, with a gleam in her eyes. Doflamingo's movements seemed to be slowed down 100 times in her eyes. If she tried to dodge, the kick would not hit her anyway. But she didn't need to hide at all. She stretched out her little hand to meet Doflamingo's kick, easily neutralizing his impact and grabbing his ankle with one hand. Then, he slammed down to the ground. Bang! The earth trembled, and Shane personally tested that Kanna's power in human form was stronger than Kagura's power in her normal state. So Doflamingo was smashed into the ground, piercing through a 10-meter-high building from top to bottom, and then sank into the ground dozens of meters deep. And this is not over yet. Kanna looked down and felt that his aura was still strong. After staring and thinking for a moment, she stretched out her fingers and pointed downwards a few times. Beep beep. It is similar to Kizaru's laser beam, but it emits several bolts of lightning, and its power is several times stronger. Ah! Doflamingo's miserable wails came from underground to the surface. Kanna fell to the ground in an instant, and stomped her feet hard. The old Dressrosa seemed to sink a bit, and Doflamingo bounced back from the ground under the huge force and landed in front of Kanna's feet, of open space. At this time, there were several bloody holes on his body, his clothes were torn to pieces, his body was covered in blood, and he was lying on the ground dying. Huh! Kanna was slightly surprised, staring at him with shining eyes. Her eyes passed through Doflamingo's body and saw that white lines were constantly appearing inside his body, repairing his body at an astonishing speed. Perhaps if he waits a little longer, his shattered internal organs will be reorganized, and he will be able to fight again. Advertisement Kanna didn't want to give him this opportunity, so she took a few steps forward, walked in front of Doflamingo, pointed at his forehead, and raised one foot wearing a pink leather shoe high. Just now this person wanted to kick her, so Kanna decided to kick him back. But she also knew that if she kicked the man, he would most likely die, but Shaw-en never emphasized that he must be left alive. So, she had no scruples. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a figure suddenly flashed to the scene. Kanna stopped and turned her head in surprise. It was a man also covered in scars. Kanna recognized him by his tattered clothes and blood-stained Madara hat. Shane's ally, a human with interesting abilities. The orange-haired boss promised me that he would leave his life to me. Luo approached step by step, blood dripping from the wounds on his body. He took out a worn pistol from his arms. Doflamingo once used this pistol to kill Corazon, and now, this pistol is in Luo's hands. Kanna tilted her head and thought for a while, then sent a message in her mind to Shane who was far away in the palace. Just leave it to him, Kanna, you've done a great job. Hearing the voice from Shane, Kanna's eyes narrowed with joy. She could not help herself and retreated to a corner, sharing with Shane in her mind the process of her battle. Meanwhile, Doflamingo regained consciousness. Little boy, I didn't expect that the person who appeared in front of me at the end would be you. Ha 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 ha. He looked at Luo who was gradually approaching, and the smile on his face became more and more crazy. Doflamingo, this hatred between you and me should end where it began. Luo's expression was extremely cold, not caring about the man's laughter in front of him. He loaded the bullet with his thumb and pointed the gun at Doflamingo. Heart. You and me? Doflamingo looked like he had heard a big joke, with a mocking expression on his face and a voice full of resentment. Luo, you know better than anyone that the gun in your hand can't kill me. It's not you, a brat, but the red dragon whom I haven't even met yet. You will hear the name of the orange-haired boss in hell, after you. Die. Luo pulled the trigger. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, the birdcage that covered the entire Dressrosa disappeared in an instant. Advertisement to the Don Quixote family cadres, this meant that their young master had been defeated or even dead. Young master. Pika emerged from the top of a stone house and looked at the birdcage disappearing in the distant sky. His last belief collapsed at this moment. There will be many sad days and impelled down in the future. The moment the red dragon grabbed his clone, it swooped down and transformed into an orange-haired young man in midair. Kagura. Kagura and Shane had already been in sync with each other, and the moment he called her name, she threw the blood-red sword in her hand out. Shane caught the hilt of the sword with both hands. A blood-red blade light flashed in the sky, submerging his body in Pika's desperate and confused eyes. The same thing happened to Diamante on the other side. She was beaten back step by step by Rebecca and Cyrus, father and daughter. When she saw the birdcage disappear, she was dazed and pierced through the body by the weapons of the father and daughter at the same time. At this point, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family were wiped out, and the remaining forces all surrendered under the siege of the people and the dwarfs led by King Liuqi. The battle is finally over. After the battle, Old Neil and Victor drove the wave chaser to Dressrosa. With the help of Violet's ability of the Stair Star Fruit, and using the photos of his wife and daughter in Old Neil's hand, they found the mother and daughter who had been turned into toys for many years. This is our benefactor. You can call him Uncle Shane. Old Neil brought his 16-year-old daughter to Shane. Shaw-en. Brother, thank you for saving me and mother. Faced with this extremely young and handsome face, the girl couldn't even call him uncle. Haha, your name is Lena, right? You're really cute. Shane touched her head out of habit, causing Lena's face to turn red. Old Neil's face also turned red. He quickly pulled his daughter behind him and protected her like a hen protecting her chicks. Brother Shane, my daughter is only 16 years old, she. Old Neil wanted to use his age to prevent certain bad things from happening, but he suddenly remembered someone's reputation. In front of this man, it seems that the younger you are, the more dangerous you are. Brother Shane, I will not hand my daughter over to you. No. When did I ever say I wanted your daughter? Chapter 141 After the War. That afternoon, after a great battle, the repair and reconstruction project of Dressrosa, which was full of ruins, began. As the benefactors of the entire country, Shaw-en and others should have been invited to sit in the palace now, but now that the palace is gone, King Liuqi has no choice but to place them in a high-end hotel. None of them had the temperament to sit still. Even if King Riku and others asked them to have a good rest and wait for the banquet in the evening, they still went out to help the people of Dressrosa rebuild their homes. In this regard, Shaw-en worked particularly hard and continued to help carry construction materials and supplies with his super physical fitness. He felt a little sorry. When he was fighting Jack, he had passively destroyed many buildings, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Thinking of Jack, Shane couldn't help but look towards the port. With his superior eyesight, he saw a sneaky ship docked on the sea. The people on the ship were casting a net downwards, as if they were fishing for something. I heard from Kanna that a mammoth broke into the battlefield between her and Doflamingo and was slapped into the sea by her and never came out again. But Shaw-en knew that Jack was a devil fruit user and a fishman. Although he would lose strength and could not move in the sea, he could survive for a long time. Therefore, this boat was probably the subordinates who came with Jack to fish out Jack who was trapped in the sea. Mr. Shaw-en, do we want to stop them? Violet could see clearly with her fruit ability, and she looked at Shaw-en hesitantly. After all, Jack is Kaido's poster child for 4 emperors. They are just an ordinary franchise country and cannot be offended at all. No, let them save him. I think that guy will be more honest. Shaw-en smiled and shook his head. After being beaten twice in one day, even if Jack was stubborn again, he should have realized the difference in strength between the two sides. In the evening, a nationwide celebration party began. At the banquet, Mr. Shane, the world government spoke to me after today's battle. They sent several marine warships to arrive tomorrow morning. King Liuqi found Shaw-en and told him that marine was coming tomorrow so that he could prepare in advance. Who is sent this time? Are there any generals among them? Shaw-en asked curiously. He had a strange premonition that he might be meeting some wretched old man again. I heard it's General Kizaru and 2 young marines from the G5 branch, King Riku replied. Advertisement, sure enough, it's this old guy again. Shaw-en covered his head helplessly. Isn't this old man famous for being a fisherman? Why does Marine send him out every time something happens? Is it true that no one is using the Marine government now? On second thought, Marine seems to be really short of people at this time. Aokiji left, Akainu was promoted to Fleet Admiral, and Fujitora and Green Bull have not yet joined Marine, leaving only Kizaru as the current general. As for the 2 young Marines in the G5 division, Shane estimates that they should be Smoker and Dusky. They performed well in Punk Hassad, and Marine is currently extremely short of players, so they should be entrusted with important tasks. This trip with Kizaru to Dressrosa is most likely to enrich his on-the-job resume to facilitate subsequent promotions. Mr. Shane, you can rest assured and stay in Dressrosa. Don't worry about Marine arriving tomorrow. I will use all the strength of the country to cover up your information. Seeing that Shaw-en didn't speak for a long time, King Riku thought he was worried about Marine who would land tomorrow morning, so he made the promise in a very serious tone. Don't worry about that. We won't have any conflict with that old guy. Shane waved his hand. Kizaru had also seen Kanna before. Judging from the old guy's ambiguous mind, he had probably already noticed Kanna's strength. At night, lie on the luxurious bed. Shane closed his eyes and put his mind into the cheat space. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age, 24 close black lens bracket, race, human, 81%, night rabbit, 5%, elf, 4%, dragon, 10%. Ability. Conqueror's Hockey Awakening, 79.32%, Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 53.32%, Observation Hockey Mastery, 12.21%, Armament Hockey Mastery, 21.12%, Dragon Transformation Mastery, 67.31%, Swordsmanship Mastery, 12.25%, Machinery Mastery, 3.92%. 13 hours until next character summon, summoning condition, 800 million berries. 2 days until next item summon, summoning condition, 10 million berries. Advertisement open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets, 4.7236 billion Bailey's close black lens bracket. After the battle, all attributes have been greatly improved, among which Conqueror's Dominance and Fire Elemental Power have improved the most significantly. The battle with Jack gave him a lot of experience points. However, what Shane is most looking forward to is the character summons tomorrow morning. The long-awaited new partner will finally arrive tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning. A hint of paleness appeared in the sky, and the clouds obscured the sun, leaving only a little sunlight shining through the sky. Shane was walking alone on the road from Dressrosa to Greenbit. Greenbit is an uninhabited island inhabited by the dwarfs. It is a forest where you can summon your companions without being discovered by outsiders. He originally wanted to call the 3 lawless to join him, but they had too much fun last night and couldn't be woken up no matter how hard he tried to call them in the morning. He was almost bitten by the grumpy Kagura. Cross the iron bridge and enter the forest. Mr. Shane, why are you here? Leo and Wicca emerged from a bush, followed by a gorgeously dressed dwarf girl. They have special respect for Shane, the hero who saved Dressrosa. I heard that last night, the king of the dwarfs ordered that a stone statue of Shane be erected overnight so that future generations can admire him. Hey, it's Leo and Vika, and this one, should be Princess Mancheri? Shane walked into the forest, greeted them, and his eyes fell on the dwarf girl who was peeking at him. Her skin is fair and her eyes are sparkling, as if they are filled with water and transparent liquid may drip at any time. Are you the great hero that Leo mentioned? Mancheri looked at him curiously. Mansili, you have to be more respectful to Mr. Shane. He is the one who saved you. Leo was somewhat dissatisfied with Manchili's tone. He has now become Shane's #1 fanboy. Stupid Leo, I'm not disrespectful, and the person who saved me was you. Humph. Manchili blushed as she spoke, and turned her head away with a snort. She remembered that yesterday, she was imprisoned in a small dark room, crying silently, and it was Leo and other dwarf people who rescued her. Chapter 142 The 6th Summoning, Cherry Blossom Demon and Peach Blossom Demon. In a tourist park in Haiyuan, there are 2,000-year-old trees. One is a cherry tree and the other is a peach tree. After thousands of years of practice, both of them became monsters. They were named after the trees, Sakura Fairy and Peach Blossom Fairy respectively. The Cherry Blossom Demon cultivated into a human earlier than the Peach Blossom Demon. She has a calm temperament and the mentality of a 1,000-year-old tree and is seldom disturbed by the outside world. The Peach Blossom Demon is different. She is full of curiosity about the human world, especially the emotions between humans. Whenever human tourists visited the park, she would eavesdrop on their conversations. Over time, this curiosity gradually turned into longing. Born as a demon, she also longed for an encounter. Unexpectedly, when she had this thought, an ethereal mechanical voice came into her mind. The unknown world, the blue sky, the sea, the ship, and the companions who share the adventure. The Peach Blossom Demon was instantly moved, but she was a little hesitant. Can you bring my sister with you? Coming out of a deep vortex, the first thing the Peach Blossom Fairy and the Cherry Blossom Fairy saw was a lush forest. The second one is a young man with orange hair. The young man looked at them with amazement, but there was no human desire in his eyes. It was as if it was pure admiration, and it did not make the two banshees feel offended. But, didn't this gentleman stare at them for too long? The Sakura fairy blushed, and she slightly turned sideways to avoid his sight, covering her face with her hands, and carefully stared at the powerful onmyoji in front of her. In her opinion, those who possess the ability to summon are usually powerful onmyoji. Moreover, this adult's strength was extremely terrifying. Although they had not signed a contract with him, they had merely agreed with his thoughts and were summoned by him to a strange place that was unknown how far away from Haiyuan it was. Advertisement: the peach blossom demon beside her is completely the opposite. She was also attracted by the orange-haired young man in front of her. With his delicate appearance and smooth skin, he was almost indistinguishable from the monsters. Moreover, as time went by, she actually gradually felt a familiar demonic power from that person, which seemed to come from the same origin as the demonic power in her and the Sakura demon. How strange. Are you a human or a monster? The peach blossom demon asked timidly, blinking her peach-pink eyes, which seemed to have a pair of peach-red petals in them. She was wearing a white and pink kimono dotted with pink flowers, and a white lace miniskirt that revealed a pair of long white legs. She looked delicate and lively like a young girl. A white hood covered her light brown hair, and her eyes were large and bright, filled with the beauty and innocence of a young girl. This was her first time communicating with someone other than the Sakura fairy, so she seemed a little unfamiliar. Don't be so rude, sister. He must be a powerful yin-yang master to have summoned us here. The Sakura fairy pulled the peach blossom fairy to her side, and her pair of beautiful purple eyes stared at the young man in front of her nervously, also with doubts. The onmyoji who summoned them here exuded a demonic power that was familiar to her. She was wearing a long, crimson kimono with the hem dragging on the ground. Except for her face and hands, no skin was exposed, giving her the image of a gentle and elegant Yamato Nadeshiko. Hello, Miss Sakura Fairy and Miss Peach Blossom Fairy, my name is Shaw-en, I am not an onmyoji. Shane finally came to his senses. Although the two female monsters lit up the entire forest after they appeared, he didn't stare at others stupidly on purpose. It was mainly because he was affected by the system voice in his heart. Successfully summoned the characters Sakura Fairy and Peach Blossom Fairy. Host gains the ability, Resurrection, shares Bloodline, Demon. Character panel. Open black lens bracket character. Shane close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age, 24 close black lens bracket, race. Human, 73%, Night Rabbit, 5%, Elves, 4%, Dragon, 10%, Demon, 8%. Advertisement, ability. Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 79.32%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 53.32%. Observation Haki Mastery, 12.21%. Armament Haki Mastery, 21.12%. Dragon Transformation Mastery, 67.31%. Swordsmanship Mastery, 12.25%. Machinery Mastery, 3.92%. Resuscitation Mastery, 1.34%. Shane could clearly sense that his physique, recovery ability, physical strength and other aspects had been further improved. Moreover, he also felt a strange energy surging in his body, which could be guided out by his thoughts at any time. It should be the demonic power possessed by the two banshees. He has not yet figured out the other uses of the demonic power. The only clear thing at the moment is that the newly acquired ability of Resurrection requires demonic power to activate. Resurgence, as the name suggests, is a skill similar to the healing spell in online games. It is cast actively, but the target can only be yourself. However, Shane did not regret this small shortcoming, because he remembered that the two banshees in front of him were both healing auxiliary characters in a certain mobile game. There are still many wounded in Dressrosa. Perhaps you too can help. During this time, through Shane's mouth, the two banshees had already learned something about this world, and they also knew that Shane and his team had just rescued a human country. At the same time, the Peach Blossom Demon, who had always been eager to communicate with humans, became familiar with Shaw-en in a short period of time, and the distance between them was almost within 1 meter. Sakura Fairy's temperament is much calmer, and she always keeps a proper distance from Shane. Okay, Lord Shane. The Peach Blossom Demon agreed happily, her pair of red pupils blooming with joy. She didn't expect to be able to enter the human world so soon. As her mood grew higher, many peach petals appeared around her, bringing with them a fragrant scent that made people feel relaxed and happy. Shane, who was very close to her, couldn't help but take a sniff. He immediately felt refreshed all over and all the fatigue from getting up early was swept away in an instant. He couldn't help but think that if they could smell this scent every morning after waking up, Kagura and Kanna would probably never doze off during the day again. It smells so good. This is Shane's heartfelt praise. But to the Peach Blossom Demon, it sounded just like flirting between humans. Her ears turned red and she secretly glanced at Shaw-en, feeling both happy and shy. This was the first time someone praised her. Sakura Fairy kept shaking her head, a strange look in her eyes, but it soon disappeared. She raised her eyes to look at Shaw-en and said softly, Master Shaw-en, you may not know that although we are both three demons, my abilities are different from yours. Chapter 143 Milk and Poisonous Milk. A few minutes later. Shane was aware of the abilities of his two new partners. The power of the Peach Blossom Demon has a healing effect. Ordinary physical injuries can be healed once her power touches them. Moreover, as long as she has enough demonic power, she can regenerate severed limbs or even come back to life from the dead. The effect is even more exaggerated than the healing fruit of Princess Monshiri of the dwarf tribe. However, bringing the dead back to life has a terrible price. Although she has never used this ability, she vaguely senses that the price may be that she herself will have to pay an equal amount of vitality. The power of the Sakura demon is completely opposite to hers. According to the terminology of mobile games, if the magic power of Peach Blossom Demon is milk, then the magic power of Sakura Demon is poisonous milk. As long as the enemy is touched by her demonic power, most of his body's recovery ability will be restricted. Shane tried it on the spot. He summoned the blood-red sword from Cheat and pierced a wound on his arm. Under normal circumstances, with his current physical condition, he would be able to recover in less than 10 seconds. But as the Sakura Demon robe was waved, a green demonic power emanated, covering his entire body. The signs of recovery from the wound on his arm suddenly stopped, and blood continued to flow out from the gap in the skin, making him feel the bleeding for the first time in a long time. During this period, no matter whether he actively used the resurgence skill himself or asked the Peach Blossom Demon who could regenerate severed limbs to treat him, it had almost no effect. Moreover, the demonic power that he and the Peach Blossom Demon used did not dissipate, but floated into the body of the Sakura Demon. She met Shane's surprised gaze with a smile, and touched the wound on his arm with a hand that carried their magical power. In an instant, the wound healed. This is stealing milk. The Sakura Fairy can not only poison milk, but also take away the healing effects received by others and give them to the people she wants. What a terrifying ability! Advertisement. Shane sighed from the bottom of his heart. In One Piece, a world where everyone does sit-ups, almost every strong person has terrifying recovery abilities. However, the Sakura Demon can not only weaken this recovery ability, but also take away the recovery effect they should have. HMPH, of course my sister is very powerful, but Lord Sha-En, I am also very useful. Ta Huiyao pouted with some dissatisfaction. She felt that Sha-En's eyes were all on her sister. Of course you are amazing too. The two of you are simply the best ship doctors in the world. Sha-En also did not hesitate to praise Peach Blossom Fairy. This pair of sisters, one can regenerate severed limbs and come back to life, she can be called a living miracle doctor. The other is the nemesis of warriors and nannies. With her around, Kaido's strength is estimated to be weakened by half. He was already imagining the scene of himself fighting other strong men in the future. One of the sisters would give him milk, and the other would give poisonous milk to the enemy. Just thinking about that scene was exciting. After bidding farewell to the dwarfs, Shane returned to Dressrosa with the Cherry Blossom Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon. Along the way, the Peach Blossom Fairy observed the scenery along the way with curiosity. When she found animals or plants she had never seen before, she would jump up and come forward excitedly. Shane and the Sakura Fairy walked side by side. Unlike her sister Peach Blossom Demon who is interested in natural scenery, Sakura Demon is more interested in the common sense of this world. Therefore, Sha-En not only had to stop the Peach Blossom Demon who had lost his way from time to time, but also had to explain the knowledge about this world to the Cherry Blossom Demon. He was very busy. I'm sorry, Lord Shane, my sister has been staying in the park since she transformed and has never traveled far, the Sakura Fairy said apologetically. It should have been her responsibility as an elder sister to look after her younger sister, but now, because she was obsessed with knowledge about the other world, she pushed the trouble to Shane, which made her feel a little ashamed. It's okay, just take care of the little girl. I'm used to this kind of life. Sha-En waved his hand indifferently. Compared to the other three lawless, this monster girl has been much more restrained. At least she is not like Kanna in the past, stealing pirates' weapons and swallowing children's toys. She can be said to be a Sabaody bully. I'm not a little girl, Master Shane. My sister said I'm old enough to get married. The Peach Blossom Demon heard the conversation between the two, her cheeks puffed up, and after she finished speaking, she ran away quickly. Ah, why are we suddenly talking about marriage? Sha-En looked at the girl's back, confused. He felt like he couldn't seem to keep up with the train of thought of this monster girl. Advertisement. Well, Lord Shane, just treat it as children playing around. The Sakura Fairy coughed lightly and tucked the hair behind her ears with her hands. A hint of unnaturalness appeared on her gentle face. She had already seen through her sister's thoughts, but she just didn't think of saying it out loud. Near the streets of Dressrosa, there were already many Dressrosa residents doing repair work. When they saw Shane, they greeted him warmly. Sakura and Peach Blossom Demon experienced for the first time how popular Shane is in Dressrosa. Almost everyone they met would show them a kind smile, and for a moment, even the Sakura Fairy and Peach Blossom Fairy following behind Sha-En were at a loss as to what to do. This is their first time to enter the human world openly. Humans' attitude towards them is currently unknown, so they are both excited and nervous. As they walked along the road, they saw countless people greeting the three of them, and a surprising number of them gave them gifts and invited them home for dinner. Shane naturally did not accept any gifts. There were too many people there, and he was like a big star surrounded by fans. If he expressed his desire to accept gifts, he would be drowned in the ocean of gifts in a moment. Lord Sha-En is so popular. The Peach Blossom Fairy looked at Sha-En with admiration, her smile as bright as a flower. Well, we are indebted to Lord Shane. Sakura Fairy chuckled while covering her mouth. After talking with Shane, her sense of strangeness gradually disappeared. Ha ha ha, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Sha-En has never been one to tolerate compliments, especially from two beautiful female monsters. He instantly turned up his lips. After walking for a long time, we finally arrived at our companion's residence. This is a luxurious hotel with several floors. The first floor is a restaurant for entertaining distinguished guests. Shane led the two girls into the restaurant and saw his friends sitting around a round table, eating the breakfast prepared by King Liuqi. Haha, I won. Sha-chan brought back a girl. When Kagura saw the Peach Blossom Fairy following closely behind Sha-en, she jumped up excitedly and threw the large stack of banknotes on the table. Hold it in front of yourself. Damn it, I guessed wrong. Liuqi covered his head in annoyance and looked at Kagura counting money with envy. Hey, I made the right bet, but you can't keep it all for yourself. Drake was about to reach out to grab the money in front of Kagura. Alas, Klee also lost. I didn't expect Brother Shane to bring another girl back. Klee sighed, but was soon attracted by the smell at her nose. After the girl behind Shane entered, the entire first floor was filled with the scent of flowers. Chapter 144 Sandbag, Shirt, Hat. The Cherry Blossom Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon quickly became familiar with the crew members. Of the two, the older sister, Sakura Yao, is gentle and elegant, quiet and generous. After just a few minutes of spending time together, she was already chatting happily with Victor and Drake, while Liuqi blushed at her older sister's temperament. Her younger sister, Peach Blossom Demon, got along very well with the three lawless headed by Kagura. The three of them sat around her and curiously asked her where the floral scent came from. There was no need for Captain Shane to introduce anything. His companions had already adapted to the situation in just one meal. After breakfast, the crew members agreed to visit Dressrosa, especially the famous attraction, the Colosseum. The crew members were divided into two groups, Drake, Victor, Sakura Yao and Liuqi together with Ji Dabao. Shane was very confident in them. The other group is Kagura, Kanna, Klee and the newly joined Peach Blossom Fairy. Shane is very worried about them. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Klee and Peach Blossom, two of the more reliable ones, to keep an eye on Kagura and Kanna and not to cause any more trouble for the suffering people of Dressrosa. Sean did not give them their usual pocket money because before he returned from his morning trip, Rebecca had brought them a thank you gift on behalf of the royal family. 10 million Baileys as a thank you gift to each person. Moreover, this is only a small part of the gifts. The real bulk is gold. They gave several large boxes, and she'd estimated that the value was close to 1 billion. Naturally, all this gold belonged to Shane. His savings also increased from 3.9 billion belly to 5 billion belly, so he no longer had to worry about summoning funds in the short term. Open the summoning interface. 15 days until next character summon. Summoning condition, 1 billion berries. Time until next item summon, 1 day. Summoning condition, 10 million berries. Open black lens bracket hosts remaining assets. 5.017 billion Baileys close black lens bracket. The summoning condition increased to 1 billion, and the summoning time was changed to half a month. The conditions became more and more stringent, and the summoner's time became longer and longer. Moreover, the summoning medium this time was also a little elusive to him. This summoning medium, a 1000 jin weighted sandbag, an ordinary men's shirt, and a hat that matches the temperament of a magician. Advertisement, sandbag, shirt, and hat? Although he knew that the characters summoned by cheat were all from works he had seen, this time Shane had no idea what to do. However, the medium requirements were still very simple, and he could even just walk around the streets of Dressrosa to get them all. Thinking about it, Luo led his many crew members out of the house. When Beppo and others saw Shane on the first floor, they all came up enthusiastically. They were also arranged by King Liku to stay in this hotel, right next to Shane in his room. The Marine has arrived. It's Admiral Kizaru. They have brought a lot of relief supplies and are negotiating with King Riku at the port. Luo informed Shane of the results of his early morning trip. Speaking of Kizaru, his expression became a little weird. When we were secretly observing, we were discovered by Kizaru, but instead of arresting us, he asked me to tell him your location. So you told him? Shane looked at Luo with some surprise, thinking that a supernova like you shouldn't be so spineless, right? I can't even beat Doflamingo, let alone a general. Luo spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Being blocked by a general known for his speed, even with his surgery fruit, he couldn't escape. However, Luo did not feel any psychological burden about betraying Shane. Because after seeing Kagura beat Virgo, Shane defeating Jack, and Kanna easily dealing with Doflamingo, he had a better understanding of the strength of Shane and others. It is almost comparable to the four emperors, the strongest force on the sea except for the marine. That's true. Shane said he understood, but still looked down on it. After all, you almost died fighting Doflamingo, and I heard from Kanna that one of your hands was broken. Now it looks intact. You are worthy of being the user of the Opno fruit. You, upon hearing this, the originally calm expression on Luo's face suddenly couldn't hold back. He clenched the scabbard wrapped around the long sword in his hand, feeling embarrassed and angry after being exposed for his embarrassing mistake. If he hadn't known that he was no match for the guy in front of him, he would have taken action right now. But he also had his own means of revenge. He stretched out his other hand that was not holding the knife, and snapped his fingers under Shane's somewhat unbelieving gaze. Bang. Room. Advertisement. Hey, what do you want to do? Shane's face changed, but in human form he couldn't resist Law's fruit ability and disappeared instantly. Who? Luo let out a long breath, looked at the empty seat in front of him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Captain, where did you take Mr. Shane? Beppo asked curiously. Of course he is the one who wants to see him the most right now. Dressrosa port. In just one day, with the help of some interested parties, the Dressrosa incident spread across the ocean through Morgan's newspaper. Almost at the same time, all the major forces on the sea learned the news. The Red Dragon defeated Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, and eradicated the Don Quixote family. At this moment, everyone knows that although Shane himself has not declared it, Everyone has tacitly accepted that Dressrosa is the territory of the Red Dragon chain. This is an almost intolerable shame for Marine. If a pirate who was wanted by them defeated the Shichibukai they supported, it would be equivalent to snatching the island of Dressrosa from their marines. If it were an ordinary pirate, Marine would definitely send out elite troops, or even launch a buster call, to take back the island that belongs to them. However, Marines have always had an ambiguous attitude towards Red Dragons, and the reason for this attitude comes from their immediate superiors, the Five Elders. Yesterday, New Marineford received the battle situation of Dressrosa. The new Fleet Admiral Sakura and the office were furious and wanted to go out and capture the Red Dragon himself. But a phone call from Five Elders temporarily put his mind at ease. No matter what the Red Dragon does, as long as he doesn't hit Mary Schwaz, don't take the initiative to conflict with him. What kind of bullshit order is this? These old guys are really confused. They actually told us Marines not to provoke pirates. Sakura angrily threw the Den Mushi down and slammed his hands on the desk, causing a dent in the desk that Sengoku had used for many years. Perhaps it's because they are also afraid. Kizaru sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his tone of voice slightly profound. Chapter 145 Different Thoughts. You mean, facing the Red Dragon, even those old immortals can. Sakura's eyes were wide open, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils mixed with fiery red magma. When he was a general, the justice he practiced was absolute justice. Now succeeding Fleet Admiral, his convictions remained unchanged. In just a few days, the increasingly corrupt Marine government had been reformed, and a worldwide conscription was launched, finding many talented people buried around the world for Marine. The incoming generals Fujitora and Green Bull came from this conscription. Sakura put a lot of effort into this, and put in countless thoughts, all for the sake of upholding the justice in his heart. The so-called absolute justice, as the name suggests, the Marine he leads is absolutely just, and all forces that hinder the Marine are absolutely evil. After he succeeded the Fleet Admiral, he gradually discovered that Marine's obstacles were not only pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Even the Five Elders who bossed him around at an altitude of 10,000 meters were an obstacle. However, due to the unknown strength of those old immortals, Sakura could only bury those inappropriate thoughts deep in his heart. And now, are there really people in this world who can threaten them, or are they not as powerful as we imagined? Sakura murmured to himself with a very complicated expression on his face. Or maybe, both. Kizaru showed a meaningful smile on his face. He looked up at the ceiling and felt that it should be within reach with his height. And Sakura is not shorter than him. Sakura looked at him and noticed the same emotion in his eyes. This is not something we should be thinking about right now. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the light in Sakura's eyes faded. He didn't want to continue this topic with Kizaru, so he reached out and slapped the table to interrupt. Celino, you will lead the team to Dressrosa. Follow their instructions and do not clash with the Red Dragons. However, you must find out whether they intend to occupy Dressrosa. Based on my understanding of him, he should only stay for a short time. At most 2 days, he will leave Dressrosa on his own, Kizaru said confidently. Advertisement. Back to the present. Suddenly, Shane found himself in a tent instead of a restaurant. After a quick glance, he recognized that it was a temporary workplace set up by Marine. If you ask him why he knows it so clearly, it is because all the acquaintances are right in front of him. Red Dragon. ×2 almost the next second after he appeared, a 10-handed sword and an unsheathed long sword instantly slashed towards him. Looking at Smoker and Tashigi who were attacking him, Shane was a little confused, but he did not stand there and take the beating. He stretched out 2 big hands with armed color domineering. He easily caught the 2 menacing weapons in his hands. The 2 were not surprised to see this. Tashigi grabbed the hilt of the knife with both hands and pulled it out with all her might. She used too much force and her face turned blue and white, but her weapon remained motionless. Smoker was slightly stronger, and as he pulled harder, his weapon, 10 hands, trembled in Shane's hand and emitted sparks, but that was all, and there was no sign of it being pulled out. Is this how you entertain guests, old man? Shane looked relaxed. He ignored the 2 people glaring at him and looked towards the center of the tent. There was a sofa there, and a slender figure in a yellow military uniform was lying on it, leisurely trimming his fingernails with a nail clipper. Hearing the voice, he seemed to realize that Shane had arrived. He raised his head with a look of surprise, which then turned into an obscene smile. He stood up and ordered Smoker and Tashigi to stop. Smoker, Tashigi, stop it now. You can't disrespect the hero who saved the people of Dressrosa from disaster. Mr. Admiral, he is a pirate. Tashigi had given up drawing her sword and could only glare at Shane with a fierce look. Obey your orders, Tashigi. Smoker let go of Kizaru the moment he stood up. He knew that he was no match for the Red Dragon, and his attack on Shane just now was just fulfilling his duty as a Marine. Okay. Mr. Smoker. Since the Admiral and her own immediate superior had given the order, Tashigi had no choice but to give up. She looked at that good-looking yet annoying face unwillingly. Shane also released the weapons of the 2. His strength was amazing, leaving palm prints on the weapons of Tashigi and Smoker. As he passed by the 2 and headed towards Kizaru, he could hear Smoker's sigh and Dashiji's heartbroken cry, and he couldn't help but smile. Advertisement, who told you to take the initiative and scare him so much? And this guy Law was really too much this time. He actually teleported himself to the Marine base. Was he afraid that Kizaru wouldn't be able to find him? As Shane was thinking this, he saw Kizaru sitting back on the sofa. The old man was lying lazily on the sofa and stretched out his hand to motion him to sit on the recliner opposite. Shane was a little unhappy about the old man sitting on the sofa and talking to him, but he immediately forgave him after seeing the recliner. It was very comfortable. Judging from the nearly 3-meter-long chair body, Shane estimated that this should be Kizaru's exclusive seat. With his height of over 1.8 meters, lying down on it was like lying on a bed, extremely comfortable. Ah, you still know how to enjoy it. Shane let out a long groan and laid his whole body down on the chair, doing almost the same action as Kizaru, who was lying on the sofa. At this time, there were an old man and a young man in the tent, one lying on the sofa and the other lying on a recliner. If we ignore the identities of both parties, the picture should be extremely harmonious. But Smoker and Toshigi, knowing the opposing identities of the two sides, could no longer bear to watch and chose to leave the tent, leaving this space to the two. After the two left, Kizaru spoke playfully. Brother Shane, if you had joined the Marine in the Sabaody Archipelago, I might have given you this precious recliner. You think you can bribe me with just a recliner? You really look down on me. You might as well prepare some more lollipops. Maybe Kagura will be kidnapped by you. That little girl, I haven't seen her for a while. I heard from Smoker that she defeated Virgo. She is such a scary young person. Of course Kagura is quite capable, especially after she learned armament hockey. Wait, why am I chatting with you here? Shane suddenly stood up from the recliner. For some unknown reason, I was lying down and chatting with a general at the Marine base. Didn't you come here by yourself, Brother Shane? I don't remember sending anyone to invite you. Kizaru was surprised. I didn't come here on my own initiative. It was all because of that guy Luo. It was just a joke. I didn't expect that guy to use his ability to send me here. Speaking of Luo, Shane couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger, and secretly made up his mind to practice hockey hard in the future, to the point where he would be immune to his fruit ability. Forget it, I'm going back now. Tell your subordinates not to get in the way of me and my companions in Dressrosa. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. Shane slowly stood up and prepared to leave the Marine base. For a pirate with a bounty on his head, he was really going too far here. 5 CF Chapter 146 Transaction. When Shaw-en was about to walk out of the camp, Kizaru flashed in front of him out of thin air. Wait a minute, Brother Shaw-en, I still have a few questions to ask. Shaw-en stopped, raised his eyebrows, nodded impatiently, and motioned for him to ask. With this attitude, he was the first person to face General Marine. Marines passing by outside the camp were dumbfounded. First of all, I want to know, when will you leave this island? Kizaru didn't care much and asked in a serious tone. Tomorrow. Shane replied immediately. In fact, Shane and others are not in an emergency, and it is not a problem to stay in Dressrosa for a month and a half. King Liuqi and the people of Dressrosa will definitely welcome them. However, Dressrosa's location is too sensitive. It is in the hinterland of Marine's influence. Marine does not have much influence in the New World, so Dressrosa is a very important territory. If Shane stays here for a long time, he will probably have a dispute with Marine. What's more important is that if Kaido and Big Mom know that he has been on this island, they will definitely send someone over. He, Red Dragon Shaw-en, is also considered a favorite in the eyes of the 4 emperors, and everyone is currently eager for him to join. So to sum up, it is better to leave as soon as possible. This will put me at ease. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to conflict with Shaw-en and others, not only the White Dragon behind Shaw-en, but also Shaw-en personally. Growth rate. Every time they met, Kizaru could clearly sense that Shaw-en's strength was improving at a terrifying speed. At the beginning, in the Sabaody Islands, Shaw-en had to rely on Conqueror's hockey even to speak under the pressure of his momentum. And in the battle at the top a few days later, he actually resisted his own blow in the form of a giant red dragon. So yesterday, when he received the news that Shaw-en had defeated Drought Jack, Kizaru was the calmest one among the top management of Marine. Maybe next time we meet, he will no longer be Shaw-en's opponent. Kizaru's eyes flickered, he retracted his thoughts, looked at Shaw-en, who was becoming more and more impatient, and continued to ask with a smile. One more question, Brother Shaw-en, you just think it's an old man's curiosity. I really want to know how powerful the little girl named Kanna is. Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, Shaw-en's expression tensed up and he stared at the Marine general in front of him with a vigilant gaze. He and Kizaru had a good relationship, but they were far from good enough to ask such confidential questions. Kanna is what gives him the confidence to face General Marine, the 4 emperors and the 5 elders. The more mysterious her strength is, the better it is for them. After Kanna's trip to the Holy Land Marijoa, the 5 elders now don't dare to trouble him. It can be inferred from this that the man behind 5 elders, I am, the biggest power behind the scenes in the world, is not sure of defeating Kanna. But on the other hand, before I am actually took action, Shaw-en didn't know whether she had the means to deal with Kanna. What I can tell you is that Kanna really broke into that place and came back unscathed. Shane pointed to the sky and said ambiguously. Hiss. Kizaru was silent for a moment. He remembered the wanted notice for Shaw-en after the war on the top, which was marked with the 3 words, blasphemer. Now that I think about it, there is no chance that Shaw-en, who has been to Marineland, will go to Marijoa again, so it was also the white dragon named Kanna who broke into Marijoa. But this raises another question. Why are Kanna's and Shane's abilities so similar? In his understanding, each devil fruit has a unique ability and there is almost no possibility of duplication. Even his old friend Vegapunk once tried to copy Kaido's blue dragon fruit, but still ended in failure. How did Shane do something that even the smartest person in the world couldn't do? But he couldn't ask any more questions. He had already asked enough questions, and Shane's answers were the most he could do. I have no doubts anymore. Thank you, Brother Shane, for clearing up my doubts. First promise that Marine will not cause any trouble to you and your companions in the next period of time. Kizaru opened the exit of the tent, and as his 3-meter-tall body moved away, the sunlight outside immediately shone on Shane. Shane walked out of the tent, ready to jump into the air and transform into a giant dragon to continue his journey, but at this moment he remembered something and hurriedly braked. You've asked me so many questions, you have to do me a favor, right? He looked at Kizaru impolitely. Oh, since Brother Shane asked me personally, of course I can agree. Kizaru was a little surprised, but agreed immediately out of courtesy. Advertisement then, Shane stated his request. Borrowing Marine's boat, send old Neil, his wife and daughter back to the Sabaody Islands. Old Neil was just a boatman and was totally unsuited to the cruel and dangerous environment of the New World. Now that he has found his wife and daughter, even if he doesn't say it, Shane knows that he must be extremely eager to return to the Sabaody Islands and live a happy life with his wife and daughter. Shane originally wanted to send old Neil and his family home through King Riku's relationship, but now with Kizaru here, it is naturally a better choice. No problem. Let them take my boat when we set off. I don't think anyone would be so blind as to hijack the boat, right? Kizaru said jokingly. Shouldn't there be any? Shane's expression froze. When he heard the word hijacking, he inexplicably thought of a certain shipping tycoon. But he was just rescued from the harbor by his men in the middle of the night yesterday, so he should have no chance of provoking Kizaru again. It was almost noon when Shane walked out of Kizaru's tent. He leapt into the air and transformed into a giant red dragon soaring in the sky. With just a few flaps of his wings, he had crossed most of the island. His pair of scarlet dragon eyes were sharper than an eagle's. He could see clearly every flower, grass, and tree on the street hundreds of meters below, and even the small details on the clothes of passers-by. Therefore, I naturally saw my friends who were shopping. This was a weapons shop. He saw Drake, Victor, Liuqi, Ji Dabao, and Sakura Yao choosing weapons. Shane flew down from the sky, turned back into human form in midair, and landed in a remote alley corner. He didn't want to attract the attention of passers-by. There was no way. He was now the biggest celebrity in Dressrosa. If anyone saw his giant dragon form, I'm afraid the whole street would flock to him. Shane started from the corner of the alley, and quickly passed through the crowd at a speed that ordinary people could not see, and came to the weapon shop where his friends were. Lord Shane. The Sakura fairy was the first to notice his arrival, with a look of surprise on her face. She didn't want weapons, and as a monster she didn't need weapons. She was here mainly to accompany her companions, so her attention was not on the dazzling array of weapons in the weapon shop. Chapter 147 Ice Abyss, Mr. Shane, you are here, Boss Shaw. Shane greeted her with a smile, then nodded and greeted Drake, Liuqi and others in the store. Suddenly, an excited voice almost frightened Shane. The owner of the weapons shop, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, rushed over almost instantly after hearing the word, Shaw N. Are you the hero Shane who saved our country? The old man was very excited, with tears in his eyes, as if he had seen the king. No, it should be said that they were more excited than seeing the king. In their hearts, King Riku, whose throne was robbed by Doflamingo, was indeed pitiful, but it was ultimately because of the incompetence of their royal family that the people of Dressrosa suffered so much. Shane is completely different. He defeated Doflamingo with his strength and helped all the people who lost their loved ones regain their memories. In their hearts, he is almost like a hero descended from the sky. You saved my son and my daughter. After confirming Shane's identity, the old man was so excited that he burst into tears and insisted on giving Shane a knife. Shane wanted to refuse, but when he saw the knife the old man took out, the words of refusal were blocked in his stomach. This is a good knife with fine texture, a slender blade, and metallic colors of white and dark blue, just like the blue sky covered by white clouds. Although its name is not on the list of famous swords, it at least has the potential to be a fast sword, and it will be upgraded to a good fast sword, or even a great fast sword as the sword owner's strength grows. Drake is the person who knows the most about knives among the people present. Of course, the prerequisite is to eliminate Liuqi's other personality. Aki, you try it. Shaw N already has a dragon blood sword, and it is a two-handed sword. He no longer has a hand that can hold a knife. Moreover, this sword is too light and not suitable for him. He likes something with more weight, like the blood red sword now. Me? Liuqi was flattered. He never thought that he could use a knife, just like the magic knife Thousand Blades that he always carried on his back. Except for another guy who used it secretly, he had never used it before. Advertisement he didn't feel that he had any talent for using a knife, but he already knew that he could use it in the past. So, Liuqi took the knife. It feels very comfortable, and it's not broken. It looks much stronger than the one behind me. He weighed the knife, feeling its weight, and perhaps something went wrong, but he suddenly used Ji Dabao's fur to test the sharpness of the knife. The sharp blade slid through the chicken feathers. Liuqi naturally didn't want Ji Dabao to get hurt, so he hardly used much strength. However, he easily cut off a layer of chicken feathers on Ji Dabao's head, and even almost hurt him. The comb of Ji Dabao was cut off. Aki, do you want to kill the chicken? Ji Dabao was frightened and angrily jumped up, slapping Liuqi's face with his wings. The onlookers, including Shaw N, were all laughing uncontrollably, especially the Sakura fairy, who was laughing so hard that her body was shaking and her mouth was unable to close. If you use this knife, then it really won't be buried, Drake said, very convinced. He had seen Chi use the knife and was amazed. Shane gave the knife to Wu. 6 or 7 uses of him means 100 approvals. What do you mean? Will it be buried if I use it? Shane keenly perceived the hidden meaning in his words. I never said that, don't take it personally, Captain. Drake smiled, not trying to hide the fact that he was just belittling a certain captain. You guy, even though you call me Captain, why don't I feel respected? Shane gritted his teeth and suddenly wanted to beat this guy up. Drake, the weather is nice today. Why don't we find an open space to practice with each other this morning? Shane put his arm around Drake's shoulders and made a friendly invitation. No, I'm no match for you. Drake frowned and pushed the shameless guy away. Tisk, you're just a coward, Shane said contemptuously. You're not a coward. Then why don't you go find Kanna and Kagura and spar with them? Drake counterattacked bluntly. Shane was silent. This sentence made him speechless. The dragon and the rabbit are not easy to mess with. The former was simply overwhelmed by his numerical superiority, and he estimated that he could not withstand even a single blow. The latter was not much different from him under normal circumstances, but would go crazy as soon as he was injured. He did not dare to face a violent night rabbit. By the way, Achi, what name did you give this knife? Shane deliberately changed the subject. They had already walked out of the weapon shop and were back on the street. Advertisement, name. Didn't Drake say it's called the quick knife? It sounds pretty good. Liuqi scratched his head. After walking onto the street, he had already sheathed the knife and carried it on his back along with the magic knife thousand blades. Unlike the swordsmen in this world who like to carry their swords on their waists, he prefers to tie a rope around his back and reach behind his back to draw the sword. Knife isn't just a name, it's just a type. Drake was somewhat helpless in explaining the science. Sometimes he always felt that these people were not from this world and didn't even know the most basic common sense. Even Victor, whom he thought was the most talented person on the ship, seemed like a native of a remote island when he first arrived. He knew nothing about the world, not even marine pirates. Then what should we call it? This made Liuqi a little embarrassed. After losing his memory, his vocabulary was extremely limited. He even doubted how he had ever read books before losing his memory. I have an idea. Since it's a very powerful sword, let's call it the King of Swords. How about King of Swords? Ji Dabao excitedly proposed the plan first. Then it was immediately rejected by everyone except Liuqi. This name is too secondary. Soon after, Victor and Drake each proposed one. Victor was named Xinglan, which was a nice name. Shane and Sakura were very satisfied with the name, but Ji Dabao and Drake felt that it did not highlight the characteristics of the knife enough. Drake named himself Kang Lin, which sounds very grand and won unanimous praise from Ji Dabao and Shane, while Victor and Sakura were not very satisfied. Sky blue, sharp, and bone-chillingly cold. Why not call it Ice Abyss? In the end, the Sakura demon won. Liuqi's second sword was named Bingyuan. Where to go next? Shane asked. According to the original plan, it should be my turn. Victor raised his hand weakly. It turned out that they had made a schedule before going out. Such a detailed arrangement was of course made by Victor, who was a scientist himself. The first place they went to after they went out was the fishing tackle shop, which was where Liuqi and Ji Dabao wanted to go, and they bought new fishing lines and bait. Next was Drake's weapon shop. He didn't come to buy weapons, but to pick up the iron axe and long sword he had sent in for maintenance yesterday. After the battle, there were quite a few cuts on them. But unexpectedly, because of Shane's arrival, Liuqi got a new weapon. Chapter 148 Hot Search Terms. Red Dragon Shaw and afterwards, they came to the local factories, machine workshops, and shipyards in Dressrosa. Victor had actually inspected these places yesterday. He spent all the 100 million given to him by King Liuqi, and also took nearly 100 million from Shane's sheet saving space to buy a lot of precision instruments for the laboratory and metal parts and wood for ship modification. All of this was prepared for the Hextech gems. He planned to use the Hextech gems as the core to carry out a major transformation of the entire Wave Chaser. By then, the Wave Chaser will have completely surpassed the sailing age technology of the One Piece world and evolved into an ultra-modern ship that uses Hex gems as a driving device and is powered by both fire and electricity. At the same time, Victor also prepared to solve Kanna's power shortage problem. He planned to build a complete power generation system on the ship to ensure that Kanna could be charged every day. Nearly 200 million Baileys were spent, and the amount of things purchased was astonishing. Even Shane felt that he couldn't carry all of them back to the ship in his dragon form. Finally, they relied on the shipyard's ship to move all the items onto their ship, and then transported them by water to the Zubo docked in the harbor. Mr. Shane, I'm going back to the ship first. Seeing so many new instruments and new materials, Victor couldn't wait to get his hands dirty. He lost interest in shopping and followed the shipyard's ship, the Wave Chaser. Then, the only place left is the place that Sakura Fairy wants to go. Lord Shane, I want to buy some daily clothes for my sister and me, but we don't have the currency of this world. The Sakura Fairy spoke timidly, her eyes darting round at the female pedestrians passing by. The women in this world had completely different dressing styles from hers. Not only did they wear colorful 8-gates skirts, but they also had all kinds of decorations she had never seen before. Some even just wore a few pieces of rags, with large areas of skin exposed. The Sakura Fairy blushed. Shane slapped his forehead and blamed himself for being so careless that he actually forgot to take his new friend to buy daily necessities, an important thing he had to do every time. He would not refuse a partner's request as long as it was not too outrageous. However, after visiting one clothing store after another, Shane gradually began to regret his decision. Sakura Fairy is really good at shopping. She was like a little girl who discovered something new. After getting Shane's permission, she changed clothes from almost every clothing store. After each change, she looked at Shane and the other two with anticipation. Chicken, looking forward to their suggestions and comments. This made everyone extremely tired. Liuqi fell to the ground exhausted, saying that the women shopping were terrible, and then he sneaked away with Ji Dabao. As soon as Ji Dabao and Liuqi left, Drake naturally couldn't sit still anymore. He took the opportunity to slip away while Sakura Fairy was changing clothes in the dressing room. Advertisement then, Shaw-en was the only one left. He thought the Sakura Fairy had realized how tired they were, but after seeing that he was the only one left, the Sakura Fairy became more interested, as if she had opened her heart and had changed all the slightly revealing clothes I dared to wear. Shane feasted his eyes so much that he felt his nose was about to bleed. Noon. Shane, who was exhausted, returned to the boat with a bag of clothes several meters high, and Sakura Fairy, who looked satisfied and also carried a pile of clothes. The rooms of Sakura Fairy and Peach Blossom Fairy were also on the second floor of the cabin, with each sister having a room, right next to Shane's. At this time, there were only Victor and Drake on the boat. Victor should be busy modifying the boat. He was located on the bottom floor of the cabin. Even if Shane and the others couldn't see him, they could still hear the crackling sound of the machinery. Drake was rarely exercising. He was sitting on a public lounge chair at the stern of the ship, sitting upright, seemingly looking at something. Shane helped Sakura Fairy move all the clothes back to the room, and then let Sakura Fairy settle down in the room alone. He returned to the deck and lay on the lounge chair next to Drake. Finally, I can take a break. This morning, I got up early to summon, then took the Cherry Blossom Demon and the Peach Blossom Demon out for a walk, and then was transferred by Luo to the marine base in the port. There was no pause for a moment. What are you looking at so seriously? Shane closed his eyes and lay there for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, he found that Drake's movements remained the same, and he became curious. Newspapers, bounties, almost all of them are about us. Drake handed over a newspaper. So soon? Shane reached out to take the newspaper, then lazily lay down on the recliner, spreading it out in front of him with both hands to block the glaring sunlight above his head. Under the light, his eyes first locked onto the newspaper page. As expected, it was a high-definition full-body photo of him alone. This is a particularly cool photo. He is holding Kanna with his left hand and Klee with his right hand. Beside him are Kagura, who is eating a lollipop, and Drake, Liuqi and Ji Dabao, who are in a somewhat damaged state. Advertisement. Everyone followed him out of a building with a sign that said Smile Factory, while the factory behind them was bursting with bright flames. Shane recognized it. This was the scene when they rescued the enslaved dwarfs and blew up the Torpal Guard factory. But I didn't expect that when almost everyone was running for their lives, there were still people who dared to take pictures. Feeling saddened by these people's willingness to sacrifice their lives for money, Shane shook his head and continued reading. Red Dragon Shane defeats Doflamingo. The real face of Qilong Shane is revealed for the first time. The Red Dragon pirates went out in full force for the first time, and they conquered Shichibukai's territory Dressrosa in one day. The secrets that Red Dragon Shan and the two pirate supernovas have to tell. What? Who would have a secret with two men? Seeing all the shocking headlines, Shane almost couldn't help but tear up the newspaper. Who told you to pay attention to this? This is not the point at all. Drake was speechless. He was about to take a sip of water but almost spit it out. That's not the point. These guys have insulted me personally. Shane was furious. If this kind of reputation got out, it would be terrible. He would rather be called a Lolita complex. Your personality? Drake sneered, then pointed to the other side of the newspaper. Shane subconsciously turned the newspaper over and his eyes suddenly widened. He realized that the title he had just seen was just a drop in the bucket, and that he had covered almost all the content on this page. The unspeakable relationship between the Red Dragon Shane and the 2 or 3 little girls around him. Red Dragon Shane and the Straw Hat Boy. The secret relationship between the Red Dragon Shane and Pluton Rayleigh. Red Dragon Shane and Admiral Kizaru. Red Dragon Shane and the 2 princesses of Dressrosa. Is Qilong Shane a trending search term? Chapter 149 Bounty for all members. After the Dressrosa incident, almost everything you have done since you started in Sabaody Archipelago has been exposed. Now they even know what time you go out in the morning in Sabaody Archipelago, what you eat for breakfast, and how much you eat. No. Seeing Shane's gradually collapsed expression, Drake decided to add fuel to the fire. He originally didn't like to pay attention to these unimportant personal gossips. But unfortunately, this person was his captain, and it was the first time he saw him. Almost the entire newspaper was filled with information about one person, which had never happened before. And this is all because the pirates on the sea are too curious about the Red Dragon. The first appearance was the unprecedented peak battlefield of the Top War, and he rushed to the scene with the Straw Hat Boy, Crocodile, Jinbei, and the Revolutionary Army Ivankov. The peak battle turned the situation around. After that, he actually offended the celestial dragons in the Holy Land through unknown means, causing his first bounty to reach 1 billion Baileys. And for a long time after that, no one discovered the true identity of the Red Dragon. It was full of mystery and therefore greatly aroused the public's expectations. The newspaper also took advantage of this sense of anticipation. After the Dressrosa incident, Shane's identity was exposed within just 1 day, and they investigated him thoroughly. Among them, the owner of a breakfast shop on Island 53 in the Sabaody Archipelago made a lot of money. According to the interview content, in his eyes, Qilong Shane is a generous, friendly, good-looking customer who does not look like a human, and a great eater. He published the list of breakfast that Shane bought from him every morning, which actually attracted many pirates to follow suit, thinking that if they ate breakfast like this, they could become as strong as the red dragon Shane. The second person who also gained a lot of attention was the director of the 53 shipyard. He confessed without hesitation that the colorful dream chaser of Qilong Xian was made by their shipyard, and even one of his shipwrights was temporarily working in Qilong, Dragon's ship serving. Now, I have really become the big star that Kagura mentioned in the beginning. Shane looked at the newspaper in his hand with a complicated expression, especially when he saw the interview with the two old friends. He inexplicably missed the Sabaody Islands. Advertisement: the days in the beach house were indeed relaxing and leisurely. Unfortunately, even if he went back now, he couldn't return to the hut. His former address was also exposed. It was said that many pirates on the island came here because of its reputation. The not-so-luxurious hut even became a tourist attraction. Posture. Shane stopped reading the newspaper and looked at the reward notice. The following are all members of the Red Dragon Pirates. Red Dragon, Shane, also a blasphemer and god killer, suspected to be the dragon fruit, mythical beast, fire dragon form, defeated Drowjack and Don Quixote's senior cadre Pika, with a bounty of 2 billion Bailey. Silver Dragon, Kanna Kamui, suspected of dragon fruit, mythical beast, electric dragon form, defeated Shichibukai Doflamingo, disabled Drowjack, bounty of 1.587 billion Baileys. Dragon Girl, Kagura, suspected to be related to the Red Dragon, has its strong physical fitness, Grandmaster Armament Hockey. Easily defeated the former Marine Vice Admiral Virgo and Don Quixote Cadre Gladius, and offered a bounty gold 500 million Baileys. Sword Demon, Achi, who has a magic sword that can split, suspected to be comparable to the Big Knife, killed Don Quixote Cadre's Baby 5, Buffalo, Derringer, Torbil, and Shillongai, the most cruel and vicious member of the gang, with a bounty of 473 million berries. Fallen Major General, Ex-Drake, Dragon fruit, ancient species, Allosaurus form, former Marine Major General betrayed Marine and became a pirate supernova, later joined the Red Dragon Pirates in the Sabaody Archipelago. Defeated Donji Code Officer Senio Peak and Raoji, bounty of 323 million Baileys. Bomb Maniac, and Bomb Spirit, Klee, suspected to be a kind of paramecia who can summon and control fire. A blasting expert of the Red Dragon Pirates, extremely dangerous and uncontrollable, once blew up the Sabaody Archipelago on the Celestial Dragon slave ship. The bounty is 110 million Baileys. Victor, a boatman, has unknown abilities and strength, but is a core member of the Red Dragon Pirates, with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. The blue chicken wearing sunglasses, Ji Dabao, a talking chicken, is suspected to be the pet and food reserve of the Red Dragon Pirates, with a bounty of 1,000 Baileys. While he was reading the newspaper, Kagura, Kanna and the other three, as well as Liuqi and Ji Dabao, returned to the ship one after another. Hey, Sha-chan, I'm now a beautiful girl worth 500 million. You have to give me better food in the future. Kagura showed off the bounty in front of Sha-en, and then Sha-en used his own 2 billion to buy her. The bounty order is shocking. Natsu-chan, can I capture you and take you to the marine base in exchange for money? Kagura stared blankly at the bounty. The zeros on it were obnoxiously long. Advertisement bang. Don't just think about selling the captain to make money all day. Shane hit her unhappily. But with a bounty of 2 billion, he even wanted to sell himself out. Wow, Kanna, you actually have 3 of me. Damn, 1 Kanna is actually equal to 3 Kagura. Kagura lowered her head after being knocked down, but happened to see Kanna counting the amount of her bounty beside her. 1.5 billion, how much is that? Kanna asked in a silly manner, holding her own bounty order in her 2 little hands. A lot of money. Brother Shane's ship only cost 500 million Baileys. Kanna, you already have 3 ships that cost as much. Kelly explained to Kanna, who was not sensitive to numbers, and she also sighed. A sound. Alas, Klee's bounty is only 100 million. Klee's face looked a little lonely. Back then, in the Sabaody Archipelago, he was the first person besides Drake with a bounty, but now he has become the last among his companions. Haha, weren't you almost crying because of the bounty? Sha-en looked at her expression with amusement and couldn't help but rub her head with his hand. Because Klee wasn't a pirate back then, but now she is a pirate, so the higher the bounty, the better. I don't want to get as high as possible. Liuqi fell into a state of despair after seeing the bounty order for himself. Through the words of Klee and Ji Dabao, he already knew what great things his other self did with his body when he was no longer conscious. But this wasn't my doing at all. Liuqi was in tears. What about the most cruel member of the Red Dragon Pirates? What about the devil sword, Achi? On the other side, Ji Dabao was kneeling on the ground, with his sad tears dripping onto the deck. Only when you get close to him can you hear him muttering, 1,000 Baileys, 1,000 Baileys, over and over again. Chapter 150 Whitebeard Pirates, Dabao, 1,000 yuan is already a lot. In the past, it was enough for us to live for a month. Liuqi patted Ji Dabao's drooping shoulders comfortingly. But the look on his face, which was barely able to hold back his laughter, betrayed him. Bang! This is 1,000 Baileys, not 1,000 yuan. Ji Dabao flew up and kicked the chicken's foot. Ah! Liuqi was kicked out and hit the mast. Oh no, I forgot that I have become stronger. Ji Dabao was shocked. After eating the artificial azure dragon fruit, his physical fitness improved in all aspects and his strength became terrifyingly strong. Achi, are you okay? How did I fly so far? Liuqi regained consciousness while lying on the deck under the mast. His body is also extremely durable, even more so than the natives of the One Piece world. After being kicked nearly 10 meters away, he hit the mast and then fell on the deck in a big letter shape. After this set of movements, the only part that was injured was the nose, which bleeds a little. Coincidentally, at this moment, the Sakura fairy and the Peach Blossom fairy walked out of the cabin hand in hand. The Peach Blossom demon stretched out a hand from under her wide sleeves, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance, and a green fluorescent light enveloped Wu Luqi's face. Lord Shane. After curing Wu Luqi, the Peach Blossom demon didn't stop and pulled the Cherry Blossom demon's hand and rushed straight towards Sha-En. Like Sakura fairy, she also changed into the clothes she bought in Dressrosa. Both of them were wearing red dresses, but Peach Blossom fairy's was lighter in color and shorter in length, exposing her thighs and below. She was wearing white socks and a pair of women's high-heeled sandals that she had never worn before. Shane thought both the white socks and sandals were good and worthy of his attention, but they looked a bit strange when combined together. The Sakura fairy on the other side was also dressed like this, but her skirt was longer, wrapping up the pair of long legs that had amazed Shane in the morning, and she was also wearing white socks and sandals. "Why do you insist on wearing socks?" Shane asked puzzledly, staring at their feet. When he said this, Sakura fairy blushed a little. According to the customs of her previous world, women's feet were a relatively private part. Advertisement similarly, Ta Huiyao was also a little shy, but she was much more open than her sister and did not shy away from talking about this topic with Sha-En. "Because I used to wear it every day, I feel a little uncomfortable if I don't wear it." The Peach Blossom demon looked at Kagura, Kanna and Klee. The three of them were always casual on the boat, wearing slippers and no socks. "Oh, so Lord Shane likes to see bare feet." The Peach Blossom fairy suddenly understood, and then she immediately bent down and tried to take off the white socks on her feet. "Ah, no, Sha-En was a little confused, but his eyes were honest. The looks of everyone on the boat changed, and they all stared at the perverted captain who was looking at girls' feet. Among them, Drake and Kagura looked disdainful, Kanna was a little confused, Klee had a complicated expression and couldn't believe it, Liuqi and Ji Dabao gave a thumbs up. "I never asked for such a thing." Shane felt that he was wronged. But almost no one believed him, all because of Shane's long-standing personal reputation. Sha-Chan is like this, not only is the bounty higher than others, but she is also much more perverted than the average person. "Achi, Boss Shah's life is your goal, Brother Sha-En. You are not allowed to force Sister Dao to do this kind of thing." Several people gathered around him, and Sha-En kept explaining, but he couldn't get his point across. In the end, the perverted captain, who was considered unrepentant by the crew, accepted the punishment and was pressed on the deck by Kagura and Klee, who stepped on him with their feet so that he could not move. The Peach Blossom demon was a little panicked at first, thinking that it was because of her that Shane had a conflict with the crew. But as I watched more and more, I realized that they were just playing around and having a lot of fun, which could be seen mainly from Shane's happy face. "Lord Shane, it really is not what I thought." The Sakura fairy didn't know what to do when looking at this scene. The Peach Blossom fairy took off her white socks, revealing a pair of snow-white and delicate feet. "It seems that being barefoot is indeed very comfortable, as if a layer of restraint has been removed. Sister, why don't you try it too?" Peach Blossom fairy moved her toes, and the sea breeze blew across the soles of her feet, bringing a slight coolness, a feeling she had never experienced before. Advertisement, me too. The Sakura fairy was a little tempted, but also a little shy. She glanced at the deck and found that Shang was being pinned down on the deck by two little girls and was being brutally abused. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. Meanwhile, today's newspapers are circulated throughout the New World. Whitebeard pirates. On the huge deck of the huge Moby D*K. An amazing man, he has been on the wanted list twice, and the reward is already 2 billion. Waji and Bista held a wanted list with his eyes shining. The newspaper said that this guy brought 2 supernovas and actually wiped out Doflamingo and his forces in his territory. Marco praised repeatedly. In one day, he destroyed a Shichibukai and his forces, and that person was Doflamingo, the arms dealer who had been entrenched in the New World for many years. With Doflamingo's connections and strength, even the Whitebeard pirates cannot be destroyed just like that. Red Dragon Shane, with orange hair, so this is what he looks like. He seems to be a nice guy. Ace looked at the bounty order in his hand with a smile on his face. He had never met Shane, but he later learned that he was able to be rescued, perhaps in large part because of this man. Not only him, but Whitebeard and the captains on the ship all felt that they owed him a favor. Mr. Shane is a very charming man. Although we haven't met much, I can feel that he has the same qualities as your brother Luffy. Jinbei said with emotion. He is now a member of the Whitebeard pirates, captain of the second ship. Same as Luffy. Ace looked at Jinbei in surprise, he didn't expect him to give such an evaluation. Is he a fool too? Hey, Ace, in your heart your brother is just a fool? The other captains complained. Ace. The newspaper said that he defeated Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's big names. Now we're in trouble with Kaido. Marco suddenly interrupted with a meaningful look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Marco, don't you all know that? Kaido doesn't have the time to cause trouble for others. Ace stood up with a laugh. He was at the front of the group, standing at the bow of the Moby D*K. The sea breeze blew his black hair. At least, until we take back Wano country. Chapter 151 Dynamics and Developments of All Parties. New World, Punk Hazard. On one side is a volcano and on the other side is an iceberg. On the iceberg, amidst the flying snow, 4 people from 3 different directions met at the same place. If Shane saw them, he would find that they were all people he could call out by name, and he would be extremely surprised, as he would never have thought that these 4 people would meet. They are former Marine Admiral Kuzan, Don Quixote family cadres Monet, Momosuke, and Kinnaman. It's easy to imagine how awkward it was for 4 people who had never interacted with each other before and were not even from the same time and space to meet in this white world of ice and snow. Hey, well. What a coincidence, haha. In the end, it was Kuzan with the ice fruit who started to break the ice. But no one paid attention to him, which made Kuzan very uncomfortable. He scratched his head and regretted being the first to speak. In fact, it was not that the other 3 people were impolite, but because of the timing. Momonosuke and Kinnaman had just traveled through time and space. Momonosuke, who had lost his mother, was so sad that he could not speak at all. Kinnaman, who was standing aside, suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. The lazy man in front of him, who was 3 meters tall and had a broken leg, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Monster, this is an existence on the same level as his master Kazuki Oden. You. How could it be? Monet recognized his identity and his pupils suddenly dilated. She felt extremely desolate at this moment. In just a few days, the Don Quixote family was gone, and the young master was gone too. When she walked out of the bank restricted area in despair, she unexpectedly met Admiral Marine again. Hey, little girl, you know me. That's easy. Can you find me a bicycle? I really don't want to stay on this sad island anymore. Kuzan was a little surprised, but his tone was still a feeling of just waking up. 10 days ago, he lost to Sakazuki here, lost a leg, and then lay in the snow and never got up again. Until today, a newspaper fell from the sky and landed on his face. So he had a new idea. Become a pirate and find the man in the newspaper. Bicycle. Monet was a little confused. She didn't quite understand what leaving the island had to do with a bicycle. And, apparently, in a restricted area for humans like Punk Hazard, there is no such thing as a bicycle. I only have a boat, no bicycle. Due to the power of the title of Marine General, Monet dared not hide anything. Ship. Now it was Kinnaman's turn to be excited. He and Momonosuke were worried about finding a way to leave the island, but they didn't expect that the woman they met by chance actually had a boat. Advertisement. The momentary surprise overshadowed his fear of Kuzan, and he pulled Momonosuke up and bowed deeply. Please take me and my son away from this island, please. Then let's go together. Kuzan scratched his head and looked at Monet with an inquiring look. Ah, Monet didn't expect the general to ask for his opinion, and he didn't react for a moment. During this time, Kinnaman and Momonosuke's heads were almost touching the snow, but their bodies were standing extremely steadily. When it comes to bowing, they are professionals. Dressed like a samurai, looks like someone from Wano country. Monet recognized the identities of the 2 people. The appearance of people from Wano country on this island must be suspicious. If the Don Quixote family was still there, she would probably detain the 2 people. But now, even the young master is gone, so there is no point in anything she does. Where are you going? Monet no longer looked at the 2 people who buried their heads in the snow, but stared at Kuzan, with no emotion in his eyes. Kuzan saw these eyes and felt a little troubled. Just like him lying in the snow a few days ago, he lost his past in one day. Let's go to Dressrosa. I want to meet someone. Beehive Island. A battle took place here not long ago. The intruder is a deposed Shichibukai, Gecko Mariah. His subordinates were captured by Blackbeard, and he went through great pains to chase them to this island, but was eventually chopped down by the invisible Shiryu. At this point, Moria realized that his subordinates had been killed and he would also die here. Damn you Teach. How did you get the power of Shalom's fruit, you sinister guy? Unlike in the original work, Whitebeard did not die in Marineford, nor did Blackbeard take away his fruit power. Therefore, at this time, no one in the world knew that Blackbeard could extract the power of the fruit of the dead. You will find out soon, because your power will also belong to me. Blackbeard originally planned to seize Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. But on the day of the Battle of Marineford, before he arrived at Marineford, Red Hair and Rayleigh arrived first and ended the battle early. Advertisement. Therefore, Blackbeard had to sell for the second best and take away Moria's fruit ability first. After you, it's Red Dragon and Law, then Whitebeard, and finally the Straw Hat Boy. Thief, ha 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 ha. Mariah was covered with a long piece of cloth. As a strange black gas filled the air, Mariah seemed as if his soul had been sucked out and he was completely dead. Let's go, guys, to meet our 2 billion newcomers. Blackbeard waved his hand, and a black shadow emerged from under his feet, holding him up, like a black throne. Combelt, near Nine Snake Island, Ruskina. Beside the campfire, there sat an old man and a young man. Rayleigh, what are you laughing at? After practicing hockey for a day, Luffy was swallowing barbecue in big mouthfuls, but he saw a very gentle smile on Rayleigh's lips. That kid Shane has 2 billion. Rayleigh sighed and handed a newspaper to Luffy. 2 billion. Luffy was a little confused and didn't realize what this number represented for a short time. But soon, his reflex arc finally responded, 2 billion. Nani. His voice echoed throughout the island, and his rubber face stretched extremely long, with his chin almost touching the ground. His expression was particularly complicated, mostly surprise and joy, with a little envy and yearning. The one who defeated Doflamingo, is he also a Shichibukai? Oh, now I remember, this guy fought Crocodile in the war at the top. What is Drought Jack? It's a really big elephant. This guy has so much meat that it feels like it will take me a long time to finish it. Then, Luffy saw the bounty order for Shane and other crew members. He only knew Shane and Kagura up there. Damn it, how come even Kagura's bounty is higher than mine? He only has 400 million, but Kagura's bounty is already 500 million. Hey, isn't this the supernova? He has also joined Shane's pirate group. Shane's crew seems really interesting, I really want to meet them. Didn't you change the gathering time of the partners to half a year? It's only a few months away. Let's meet on the sea then. Rayleigh smiled while stroking his beard. He was looking forward to the chaos between Shane and Luffy on the sea. Bigger movement. Chapter 152 The Disappearing Corpse the next day. Dressrosa, seaport. The fog has not dissipated, and a touch of fish belly white appears in the sky. The very humid air in the morning light is filled with the heat of the crowd. The Red Dragon pirates are leaving. This was a grand, spontaneous farewell ceremony by the local people. Mr. Shane, Dressrosa will always leave your flag. King Riku, with his long hair, held up a flag that whistled in the sea breeze. The flag is different from the traditional skull pirate flag. There is no skull on it, but a red dragon. It is painted in a cartoon style and even looks a bit cute. This flag was designed by the people of Dressrosa to express their gratitude to the Red Dragon pirates. At this time, not only King Riku was holding one, but many people seeing him off were also holding it, which looked particularly spectacular. Shaw En and others boarded the ship amid the enthusiastic crowds. On their colorful dream chaser, there was now such a flag on the mast. After boarding the ship, Sean waved goodbye to the crowd at the port, while the rest of the crew was reeling in the anchor and pulling the sails. The ship soon began to move slowly. Bye now. Seeing the people of Dressrosa farewell to them at the port, Shane couldn't help but feel a sense of farewell. But soon, seeing the crew members on the ship performing their duties, this emotion dissipated instantly. Drake is at the helm. Kanna and Kelly are working together to pull the sail. Sakura Demon and Peach Blossom Demon are looking at the navigation chart and navigation pointer. Kagura is pushing the barrel. Liuqi and Ji Dabao are collecting the anchor. And Victor is in the cabin. The bottom layer controls the hex power system. Are you ready to go, kids? For some reason, Shaw En suddenly felt excited and stepped on the red dragon head on the bow of the ship. Ready. Brother Shaw En, idiot, hurry up and take the helm. Shaw Zhang, the juice in the barrel is leaking. Ready. Lord Shaw En, ×2. Advertisement, ready. Boss Shaw, ×2. The noisy responses from his friends reached his ears, and the smile on Shaw En's face became happier. Then, let's set sail. A remote corner of the port, far away from the crowd seeing him off. Kizaru and Smoker stood here, silently watching Shaw En and others set sail. The expressions of the two people are different. It's so lively, there are so many people, he's a pirate, but he's more popular than our marines. Do you think there's something wrong with this? Kizaru pinched his chin and his eyes fell on the bow of the pirate ship, on the orange-haired man. He was very young, even younger than the Smoker next to him, but Kizaru had to admit that he was already so powerful that even Marine could not be despised. If I were in Rogue Town, I might be angry at this scene. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth, and white smoke kept leaking from the gaps between his teeth as he spoke. But I have experienced Alabasta and seen Crocodile defeated at the hands of the Straw Hats. It was so similar to today. Compared to Marine, Red Dragon was the one who really saved the country, just like the Straw Hats that day. His voice was a little dull, as if it contained a resentment that was difficult to vent. Are you still upset about what happened back then? Kizaru raised his eyebrows and stared at Smoker with a smile. He was also one of the people who knew about the Alabasta incident. It was the Straw Hat Kid who defeated Crocodile, but the Marine government, in order to save face, portrayed them as criminals and called Smoker and other Marines the key figures in destroying Crocodile's conspiracy. This incident was undoubtedly a big blow to the proud and upright Smoker. Sometimes, I really doubt the word justice behind it. Perhaps it was the similar stories and similar endings that reminded Smoker of others, making him unable to control his emotions. Just like the Alabasta incident, this time it was the Red Dragon pirates and the Hard Pirates who defeated Doflamingo, but they had already been labeled as vicious pirates who loved fighting in the newspapers. And they, the Marines, are the real heroes who saved Dressrosa. Hearing this, Kizaru, who was usually out of tune, fell silent, his face gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Da. There was a sound of footsteps, and Dashichi rushed to the two of them. General, Mr. Smoker. She seemed to be running in a hurry, her hair was messy, and she was out of breath when she spoke. Advertisement, due. Doflamingo's body is gone. What? Smoker and Kizaru were shocked in unison. Then, Kizaru turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Smoker's lower body turned into smoke, making a roaring sound like an engine, and the whole person was catapulted into the sky. Leaving Dashichi alone, she was stunned for a while, and then had no choice but to run back miserably. Marine took Doflamingo and Don Quixote's officers to the ship. There were several Marines lying inside, the ground was covered with blood, and each of them had a bullet pierced through the heart. A golden light flashed onto the deck, and the light particles instantly formed the human form of Kizaru. Seeing the bloody scene on the boat, Kizaru frowned. He didn't look closely and could not sense the breath of these colleagues using his observation hockey. He walked into the cabin and saw a Marine lying along the corridor, also with a bullet through the heart. Kizaru's face became increasingly gloomy, and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. He came to the deepest part, where Doflamingo's body and several Don Quixote family cadres were imprisoned. They were speechless at the moment. Not only was Doflamingo's body missing, but the cages that held the Don Quixote family cadres were also opened, and there was no one inside. Who did this? As a puff of smoke rushed into the cabin, Smoker came in front of Kizaru, his voice filled with anger. His shooting skills are very accurate and fast, and the bullets are powerful enough to penetrate iron and armed color domineering. The prisoners were gone, and Kizaru began to examine the bodies. With his years of experience, he saw many clues. The Marines who stayed here are at least warrant officer ensigns, and there are many experts who are proficient in the 6 styles and iron blocks. But they didn't even have the slightest means of resistance, which shows how fast they are. Who could it be? Smoker looked confused. Only 3 people can do it: Beckman from the Red Hair Pirates, Jesus B.U. from the Red Hair Pirates, and Van Oka from the Blackbeard Pirates. As he spoke, Kizaru suddenly raised his head. His eyes seemed to penetrate the cabin and see the top of the ship. Under Smoker's surprised gaze, Kizaru raised a finger and a beam of light suddenly burst out. Boom! A hole was blown in the roof of the ship, accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Smoker immediately realized that there was someone on the boat. His lower body turned into smoke and he rose up on the spot, flying out of the hole that Kizaru had pierced. Chapter 153. Curious Kanna. As he soared, he had already clenched the 10 weapons slung across his waist in his hands, ready to launch a thunderous attack on the enemies within his sight the moment he flew over the top of the ship. However, he was greeted. It's a spiral bullet. Not good. The bullet came towards Smoker, heading straight for his heart. The fierce momentum gave him goosebumps and a sense of threat made Smoker feel the breath of death. He had a hunch that if he took the bullet head on, even a Logia user would die. Just at this moment, a ray of light shot out from behind him, passed over his body, and hit the bullet directly, smashing the bullet into pieces. Moreover, the light continued to move in one direction without any loss of strength. The death threat was eliminated, and Smoker then noticed that there was a figure standing in that direction. He was wearing a black cloak and holding a sniper rifle, looking as elegant as a noble gentleman. Van Oka? Smoker recognized his identity, the 3rd captain of the Blackbeard Pirates and the sniper. As expected of a Marine Admiral, your sensitivity is admirable. Van Oka retracted his sniper rifle, but faced with the oncoming beam from Admiral Marine, he did not dodge immediately. Instead, when the light was about to hit his body, his figure suddenly disappeared and immediately appeared in a corner a few meters away. What kind of speed is this? Smoker looked at the person in front of him. He easily avoided the attack of Admiral Kizaru as if he had teleported. The user of the teleportation fruit, Van Oka. Kizaru walked slowly towards him from behind, holding a lightsaber in his hand. You are really bold. You killed all my men and dared to stay here alone. Do you really think I won't be angry? Kizaru's voice was no longer as casual as before, but instead carried a chilling chill. There was a constant flash of blinding light in front of him, and his figure was extremely illusory, as if he would merge into the light at any time and launch a terrifying attack. I really can't bear your anger. I should have fled before you came, but the captain ordered me to leave the name of the Blackbeard Pirates behind. Van Oka stared at Kizaru with great solemnity, his whole body tense. Advertisement. He never thought about fighting with Kizaru. As soon as Kizaru made a move, he would immediately activate his ability and teleport to the Blackbeard pirate ship not far from Dressrosa. Blackbeard doesn't want the title of Shichibukai either. Kizaru held up a lightsaber and slowly walked towards Van Oka. In fact, both of them knew that if Kizaru wanted to attack, he could flash in front of Van Oka at any time, and Van Oka would use his ability to pass through at that time. Therefore, Kizaru approached slowly at this time, giving Van Oka time to speak. The captain wants much more than you Marines do. He failed to achieve it in the last war on the top, so he has to work harder in the new world. Your efforts are just to snatch Doflamingo's body from me, and his useless cadres. What's the point of doing this? Whether it makes sense or not, you will know it in the future. Sooner or later, Blackbeard's name will be known all over the world and become the nightmare of you Marines and all pirates. What an ambitious ideal, but unfortunately, I want to know it today. Huff. Dozens of rays of light burst out from Kizaru's fingertips. They penetrated the space, forming a winding curve, and launched a thrust with Van Oka's standing position as the center point. If you are hit by this relationship, you can imagine that you will be turned into a hornet's nest in an instant. Van Oka has been in a state of full concentration. The moment the light appeared, he immediately activated his ability in his mind. However, he felt a restrained feeling at his ankles, as if someone had tied them up with a rope, preventing him from moving. Van Oka was panicked. He looked down and found that it was a white smoke like a rope, which penetrated through the gap in the cabin under his feet and entangled around his feet. This is Smoker's ability. Van Oka suddenly realized why Kizaru hadn't launched an attack for a long time. He had been waiting for Smoker to secretly activate his ability. Don't underestimate any Marine. You be ********* D pirate. White smoke kept coming out of the cigar in Smoker's mouth, but it didn't float in the air, but sank into the cabin under his feet. Captain, you have done me a terrible disservice. Kizaru's laser beam was approaching, white smoke was entangled under his feet, and Van Oka had a bitter look on his face. Advertisement. He regretted his carelessness in not running away immediately in front of Admiral Marine by relying on the power of his fruit. Now, his life can be saved, but he will lose one of his legs. A look of determination appeared on Van Oka's face. He pulled out a long knife from his waist and slashed it towards his lower body. Teleportation fruit, activated, blood splattered, and a long leg fell to the ground. Dozens of rays of light passed through the space above the long leg, shattering the afterimage of Van Oka's body. Almost the next moment, Kizaru also flashed here with a lightsaber in hand, but he could only look at a bleeding long leg and shook his head helplessly. Blackbeard. Smoker thrust his 10 hands into the cabin, growling angrily through gritted teeth. On the other side, on the Zubo which had just sailed, Shane was fishing by the boat, and Kanna was sitting next to him, drowsy, leaning on his shoulder. Suddenly, as if sensing some disturbance, Kanna opened her eyes, with light flickering in her blue pupils. Space. Kanna showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She stretched out a chubby little hand towards somewhere in the air. With a seemingly casual stroke, a huge shadow of a dragon claw flashed behind her. Then, Fan Oka, who had used teleportation a second ago, suddenly felt that his ability was interrupted. He appeared again at the familiar height above the ship's roof. Bewildered, he landed on the roof with a thud, right between Kizaru and Smoker. Kizaru and Smoker were stunned for a moment, as if they had not expected this situation at all. Why is this guy back again? But the two men were not ordinary people after all, and they reacted instantly. Kizaru pointed a few fingers at the void on the ground, and several beams of light suddenly pierced through Van Oka's body. At the same time, Smoker also chopped down his 10 hands and hit Van Oka with a stick, causing him to spit blood. Then he used the top of the weapon with sea stone to press against Van Oka's throat. The white smoke quickly wrapped around it tightly like a rope. Pirate, we meet again. Smoker and Kizaru showed cruel and excited smiles at the same time. Kanna, there are no fish in the sky. On the wave chaser, Shane felt the movement of the little person beside him waving the air, and thought that the little girl was just waving it for fun. Chapter 154. The past of Zou in the sea 8,000 meters away from Dressrosa, a pirate ship with a skull flag was sailing. What? Van Oka was caught by Kizaru. Blackbeard opened his mouth wide, revealing his dirty and missing teeth, and the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. How is that possible? With his ability of the teleportation fruit, even Kizaru, who is famous for his speed, would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Blackbeard's expression became increasingly gloomy. He suddenly raised his head, and his fierce gaze shot out like lightning, projecting 8,000 meters away. There is a harbor with a sailing ship with the marine flag moored in the harbor. On top of the mast of the sailboat, there seemed to be a huge figure in a yellow marine coat standing. His orange-yellow marine coat fluttered in the sea breeze that blew up the waves. In his hands, he was holding a lame man covered in bruises and bound with ropes and seastone handcuffs, struggling hard. The ship kept approaching, and everyone on the Blackbeard pirate ship saw the scene clearly. Kizaru. As Captain Blackbeard suppressed his anger in his dull voice, the expressions of the crew members of the Blackbeard pirates gradually change. They may be angry, gloating, full of bellicosity, or indifferent. They may be the purest pirates in this sea. They have no sympathy for their partners, nor do they care about justice. They only care about their own interests and the partners who can bring them benefits. And Van Oka's fruit ability is extremely crucial. So not only could their Captain Blackbeard not tolerate the loss of Van Oka, they were also unwilling to do so. Then, let's fight, the other side. Advertisement. After the wave chaser sailed alone for a distance, the polar diver, piloted by the Heart Pirates, emerged from the sea. Boss with orange hair. Where are you going next? Luo and the crew stood at the bow and waved at the wave-chasing ship. They left early yesterday, but they didn't expect to meet again in this sea area. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Shane handed the fishing rod to Kanna and walked to the side of the boat to greet Luo and others. Beppo, Pekin and others also responded. They saw that Shane seemed happier than Luo. Mr. Shane, the captain actually slowed down intentionally just to. Before Beppo could finish his words, the bear's head was hit by the scabbard of the long sword. Are you going to Zou, Beppo's hometown? Luo interrupted him, his voice sounding somewhat kind. After killing Doflamingo in Dressrosa with his own hands and taking revenge, he seemed to have unloaded a lot of burdens and was no longer the cold and worried person he used to be. Zou? Shaw En was slightly stunned and didn't react. Could it be the legendary moving island, the country on the giant elephant, the homeland of the fur tribe? Drake also came over at this time, sweating all over, holding a barbell with several tons written on it. Yes, I am a fur tribe. This time I want to go home and meet everyone, Bebo said with an honest face as he touched the bear's head, which had just been hit by Luo. But as far as I know, the residents of Zou country don't seem to be very friendly to outsiders, Drake continued to ask. It's not like that. Everyone in the clan is very friendly. It's just that because of an incident 18 years ago, the two leaders no longer seem to trust the humans outside. Bebo hurriedly explained, but I don't know what happened 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Shaw En gradually recalled the plot in his mind. The two leaders of the fur tribe, one cat and one dog, were once Kazuki Oden's retainers. They both belonged to the Red Scabbard Nine and followed Kazuki Oden to the sea. 18 years ago, the beast pirates captured the country of Wano. Their head Kazuki Oden died on the day of execution. Kazuki Oden's wife Kazuki used the fruit's power to send her sons Momonosuke and Kinemon to the 21st century. Years later, the rest of the 9 red scabbards remain anonymous, waiting for Kazuki's prophecy of the founding of the country 20 years later. Neko Viper and Inuarashi also knew about this prophecy. After they returned to Zuowu, they basically cut off all contact with the outside world and waited for the prophecy to come. But you are all my friends. As long as you follow me, both the two leaders and everyone in the clan will definitely give you a warm welcome. The more Bebo talked about it, the happier he became. He had been away from his hometown for several years. If it weren't for helping the captain's revenge, he would have wanted to go home. Advertisement. What, do you want to go? Drake looked at Shane. Shane looked at him suspiciously, without saying a word, as if he was examining a prisoner, which made Drake's scalp tingle. You shouldn't be so aggressive, Shane said calmly. In the past, Drake never cared about the direction, he just drove wherever Shane went. And today, he rarely showed some willingness to go to Zuowu. Regarding this, Shaw-en can probably guess something. You're always very sharp in some strange places. Drake sighed, hesitated for a moment, and stated his purpose in front of Shane and Luo. It has something to do with my true identity. Among the tasks assigned to me by the above, Zou has some connections with the beast pirates. I heard that Kaido has been looking for this island for many years. Drake didn't explicitly state his identity as Marine, but Shane already knew it, and Law had some vague guesses. Kaido is eyeing Beppo's hometown? Luo asked in surprise. How could this happen? He is one of the 4 emperors. Why would he care about an island as small as Zuowu? Beppo panicked and shouted that he wanted to return to his hometown as soon as possible to tell the 2 leaders the frightening news. 4 emperors Kaido, this is an intimidating name. Perhaps the people of the Kingdom of Zou are not aware of the value of this name, but Beppo has been a pirate at sea for several years, and he knows very well what the 2 words 4 emperors represent. I don't know about this. I can only know so much in my capacity. For the rest, you may have to ask someone with a 2 billion bounty. Drake shook his head slightly and said in a teasing tone. After Beppo and Luo heard the number 2 billion, they set their sights on Shaw-en almost at the same time. Only then did they remember that Luo's plan to defeat Doflamingo relied on the information provided by Shaw-en. They still don't know where Shaw-en's information comes from, just like they don't know that Shaw-en suddenly has more partners every once in a while. Well, I do know a little bit about that. Shaw-en rolled his eyes and looked at Beppo's extremely longing eyes, and he didn't hide it. The identities of the 2 leaders of the Fur Tribe, their relationship with the Kazuki clan, and their hostile relationship with the beast pirates are all revealed. But when the story comes out of his mouth, it is naturally mixed with his personal emotions. Chapter 155 Kizaru vs Blackbeard Pirates. Damn beast pirates, stupid Kazuki Oden, how can such a brainless guy like him be worthy of the 2 leaders following? After learning about the events of 18 years ago from Shane, everyone was deeply saddened. Unlike the original work, the story told by Shane is more objective, clearly explaining the causes and consequences of Kazuki Oden's destruction of the entire Wano country. Of course, he did not deliberately belittle Kazuki Oden's strength, and he also recounted in detail how Kazuki Oden injured Kaido head-on, but ultimately lost to Kaido because of the intervention of a third party. But it was precisely this that made Beppo even angrier. He loudly cursed his stupidity and hated him for not fighting back. If he had called together the 9 red scabbards and the people of Wano country earlier, he might have had the capital to fight the beast's pirates, but he insisted on dancing naked on the streets for several years for a few hostages, exhausting the people's hearts. Beppo was extremely excited. His fur stood up like a giant white hedgehog, and his saliva spurted out as his mouth opened and closed. Because he was facing Shane and Drake were almost drowned in saliva, and they took a few steps back in tacit understanding. Beppo, calm down. Luo reached out and held down the frightened Beppo, and knocked on his head with a long knife. Beppo then returned to normal, but his chest was still heaving violently. Seems to be very angry. In this regard, Shane expressed his great understanding. When he saw the section about Wano country, he was also very angry with Kazuki Oden and the Kazuki family. He even felt that compared to Kazuki Oden, Orochi, who joined forces with Kaido and used trickery to ascend to the position of general of Wano country, was more suitable to be the general of Wano country. At least his brain is normal, and after Kaido abandoned him, he was able to escape unscathed, and even wanted to strike back at Kaido. Such a person can be considered a hero in the long history. It turns out there is such an unknown history. This may be the reason why Wano country has not been in contact with the outside world. They have always been under Kaido's rule. Drake suddenly understood a lot in an instant, confused. In the original work, he learned this through investigation after joining the beast's pirates. But now, he learned this secret in advance from a new pirate worth 2 billion berries, who had been at sea for only half a month and had only passed through 3 islands in total. Where did his information come from? Drake wanted to ask this more than once, but the words got stuck in his mouth every time. He knew that this most likely involved Shane's biggest secret, and there was a high probability that it was related to his special ability to summon partners. I don't want to get involved in Wano country's affairs, but if Beppo's hometown Zoro is threatened, even if it's against 4 emperors Kaido, I will never sit idly by. Advertisement Luo's tone was firm. He turned to look at Shane and Drake, and said with a slightly guilty look. The orange-haired boss originally wanted to invite you to visit Zou, but now it seems that if you go, you will most likely be involved in the trouble of the 4 emperors. He had a premonition that he might be destined to have a grudge against the beast's pirates. Because he was the one who killed Doflamingo, Kaido's senior partner, with his own hands, which was actually equivalent to a provocation to the beast's pirates. The result of one pirate group provoking another pirate group is naturally only a fight. Moreover, the hometown of his partner Beppo was coveted by Kaido, and as the captain, there was absolutely no reason for him to sit idly by. I don't want to get involved with Kaido and Kazuki Oden either. Shane smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was not a big problem. He doesn't want to help either the Kazuki family or the beast's pirates. In fact, if Kaido hadn't been crazy about sucking blood and oppressing the ordinary people of Wano country, making it difficult for them to survive, maybe Shane would have been more inclined towards Kaido. But I am very interested in the Fur Tribe and 2 leaders. It would be great if I could take a Fur Tribe member on board my ship. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Shane. It was because of Kagura. After seeing the talking chopper and Beppo, she also clamored for a cute talking animal to get on board. Ji Dabao certainly meets the criteria of a talking animal, but his thick, smoky voice and his behavior that resembles that of an adult uncle make him really unlovable. With her nagging in his ear, Shane was able to remember at this moment that Zoe seemed to have a cute rabbit who seemed to have pretty good fighting ability. I really want to kidnap her onto the boat. Can you introduce me to him, Beppo? As a thank you, I can help you drive away all the pirates who are plotting against Zoe. Shane stood on tiptoe, put his arm around Beppo's shoulders, and spoke in his ear in a seductive tone. Of course. Beppo was stunned at first, and it took him a long time to understand what Shane meant. His bare face showed an ecstatic expression in a very human way. Everyone will welcome you, advertisement. Dressrosa. Port. Just when Shane and the others decided on their next destination, they didn't know that a battle between pirates and marines was about to break out in Dressrosa, which they had just left. Yashikani no Magatama. As the Blackbeard pirate ship was about to approach, Kizaru threw the Vanoka in his hand back to the top of the cabin, where Smoker, who was holding a cigar, was ready to catch it, while he himself turned into a ball of light and escaped into the air. Golden light suddenly shone out, like a sun rising from the sea. What is this? The crew members of the Blackbeard pirates covered their eyes and cried out in pain. Their eyes were hurt by the sudden strong light. At the moment they closed their eyes, nearly 100 light bullets shot out from the sun at a 360-degree angle, which was particularly dazzling, just like the light shining from the sun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, I know your abilities very well. Blackbeard seemed to have anticipated this and stretched out a huge black hand in front of him. Ink-like black gas spread rapidly, quickly expanding to more than 10 meters and condensing into a black shield in front of the pirate ship. The light bullet hit the black shield, but there was no sound of any violent collision. Like a small stone submerged in stagnant water, it did not create any splashes and instantly merged into the darkness. As expected of you, Captain, ha 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 ha, I thought I was almost going to die. Seeing this scene, the crew members behind Blackbeard laughed wildly and did not take Admiral Marine seriously at all. But their laughter soon stopped and turned into wailing. Because when the first wave of light bullets completely sank into the black shield, Kizaru immediately changed the control direction. The light bullets that shuttled out suddenly turned sharply in the air, drew a snake-like arc, bypassed the black shield, and bombarded on top of Blackbeard's ship. The hull was broken, several holes were pierced in the sail, and flames started, causing a thick smoke in a moment. In the black smoke, there were the miserable wails of the pirates. Sorry, I accidentally missed. Facing the wailing pirates, Kizaru looked indifferent. He casually rubbed his temple, and his whole body was shining with dazzling light. At this moment, he is the son of Dressrosa. Chapter 156, Fight. Most of the hull of Blackbeard's pirate ship was on fire, and the flames burned the bodies of some pirates. They were on fire and kept jumping into the sea. For a moment, screams and wails could be heard one after another in this sea area only a few hundred meters away from Dressrosa. Amid the billowing smoke, the coughing sounds of Blackbeard and several core crew members could be heard. Kizaru's attack, which was just an appetizer, would not hurt them, but it was really uncomfortable in the thick smoke. Captain, if you don't take action now, all the new losers on the ship will die, said a man with a knife, wearing a black military uniform, holding a cigar and with a cold face. His hand was on the hilt of the knife, his sharp eyes staring straight at Kizaru in midair. There is no fear, only terrifying madness and bloodthirstiness. It's like looking at a powerful prey. Ha ha ha, don't worry Shiryu, the weather has been too hot all the way, it's a good thing to let them jump into the sea to cool down. Cough cough cough. Blackbeard laughed heartily and accidentally inhaled a mouthful of thick smoke, which choked him so much that he fell to the ground and coughed up sour water from his mouth. As he made this move, the black shield in front of him seemed to lose control and disappeared in an instant. In this way, Blackbeard and others once again appeared in front of Kizaru without any defense. That's strange, so vulnerable. Yellow Monkey in midair frowned as he watched, but he would not let go of this rare opportunity. The two hands at the sides of the body were gently raised. The brilliant golden light separated from his body and transformed into millions of tiny pieces of light Madara, like golden snow floating all over the sky, attacking everyone on Blackbeard's ship. Kizaru, I've long wanted to try out your fruit ability. Shiryu flashed in front of Blackbeard, his eyes filled with a raging fighting spirit. He drew the long sword from his waist with such speed that it was almost invisible, and before the light Madara reached the deck, he quickly slashed in front of him more than a dozen times. Wow! The sharp blade light illuminated the sky, making the crew members on the ship unable to open their eyes for a moment. Advertisement: the air seemed to be cut open, and the azure blade beams were like substance, each one was nearly 10 meters long, rising into the air with an unstoppable momentum. Boom boom boom. The blade light collided with countless light Madaras, and unexpectedly there was a sound of a cannonball exploding, as if dozens of firecrackers were set off in midair, crackling non-stop. But its power is much greater than that of firecrackers. The flames from the explosion were extremely dazzling, and the strong impact force acted like wind resistance, causing waves in the calm sea. Blocked. Several core crew members exclaimed in surprise. Although Shiryu was the strongest person on their ship besides the captain, they were surprised that he could block the admiral's attack. Not all of it was blocked. Shiryu shook his head, with a pair of solemn eyes under the black military cap. In the short time that Kizaru used his fruit ability to attack, he had already reached the limit of his sword swinging. In less than a second, he swung out 17 sword beams. However, Kazaru's attack was like a real rain of light in the sea, covering an area of several hundred meters. 17 sword beams alone are definitely not enough, and they can't even stop half of them. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Blackbeard. At some point, Blackbeard stood up again, with black gas constantly emanating from his hands, swallowing up the light bullet that Shiryu failed to block. You are a great opponent, and you are proud of yourself for doing this, Shiryu. Blackbeard held Shiryu's shoulders and slowly walked to him with a satisfied look on his face. He needed such a strong crew to help him. Next, leave it to me. Blackbeard showed a cruel smile, then suddenly raised his head, and his whole body was filled with a gloomy black aura like thick ink. He stretched out a hand wrapped in black energy towards Kazaru's position in midair. Let you experience what it felt like when Ace was defeated. This is... Kazaru was startled. He suddenly felt his body was out of control. Under the influence of a huge force, his body was actually moving towards Blackbeard's big hand. Advertisement. He suddenly remembered the introduction to Blackbeard's devil fruit that he had read in the marine document. The weirdest Logia ability, the dark fruit. It has the ability to absorb things touched by the black energy, compress and crush them, and absorb the damage done to itself. And now, he knew a new ability of the dark fruit, which possessed a terrifying suction force that was powerful enough to even affect admirals. Moreover, Kazaru had a premonition that came from the intuition of a strong man, that he must not let Blackbeard's hand touch his body, otherwise something terrible would happen. Seeing that he is getting closer and closer to Blackbeard due to this attraction, Kazaru will certainly not sit still and wait for death. The Marine Admiral's methods are far beyond ordinary people. They are the top fighting force in this world. Even if their opponents are the 4 emperors, it cannot be said that they have no chance of winning. Yada mirror. When they were only a few dozen meters away from the Blackbeard pirate's ship, Kazaru clasped his hands in front of him, and a searchlight-like light suddenly shot out from the space between his hands. The light hit the glass window of the cabin, refracted onto the goggles of a pirate, and then refracted onto the sword held high by another pirate. Kazaru himself also merged into this ray of light and broke free from Blackbeard's power. In just a moment, he managed to break free from the restraints by using the sword raised by a pirate minion, and successfully landed behind Blackbeard and the core crew members. Whoosh! Kazaru flashed again, and in an instant he was between the positions of the core crew members. Damn it! The core crew members exclaimed. Their observation hockey was running wildly, but they could not keep up with Kazaru's speed at all. A flying kick at the speed of light hit the side of Blackbeard Captain Badges, causing him to spit out blood in a daze and burst out like a cannonball. At the same time, a light-speed elbow strike was made at any time, and several teeth of Captain No. 4 Barcelona were broken. With blood splattered, the whole person spun 360 degrees in the air. Kazaru's fingers didn't get lazy either. While kicking and elbowing, several laser beams burst out. The beams were much faster and more powerful than those of the pacifist, and several other captains were injured. Of course, there were also people on the ship who could keep up with his movements. For example, Lafitte on ship No. 5, his observation hockey was particularly outstanding. The moment Kazaru flashed into the crowd, he spread a pair of white wings and escaped into the air. Shiryu and Blackbeard attacked at the same time. Shiryu's figure became invisible and his aura dropped to 0. Even with his observation hockey, it was difficult to detect his whereabouts. Chapter 157. Kazaru suffers, but unfortunately, the person he met today was Kazaru, a marine admiral and the user of the shimmer fruit, who was much more sensitive to light than other people. The next second after Shiryu disappeared, Kazaru's old eyes fixed under his orange sunglasses and noticed the disappearance of his figure and shadow. And by observing his disappearance, one can naturally use the observation hockey to prepare in advance. Die. When Shiryu appeared again, he was already within 5 meters of Kazaru, and he attacked with a long sword wrapped in armed color domineering, drawing a crescent moon in the air. Clang. A blade of light blocked the long sword. It was the Aim no Kume sword transformed by Kazaru's power. Kazaru blocked the attack and was about to reach out to launch a laser beam at Shiryu, but a red light flashed in the corner of his eye. That was the signal that his observation hockey had sensed a threat behind him. A strange black aura wrapped around his fist, and there was a layer of domineering aura on his fist that even Kazaru felt frightened. Even without the black energy, he didn't want to take the punch head on. According to rumors, before obtaining the dark fruit, Blackbeard relied purely on physical skills to leave a wound on red-haired Shank's face that remains a mark to this day. This is enough to show the strength of Blackbeard's physical skills. Kazaru flashed again and turned into a ball of light. Unexpectedly, he came behind Blackbeard. Captain. When the crew saw this scene, they all shouted in panic. Blackbeard was still swinging his fist, but before he finished his punch, Kazaru had already injured most of his crew members and had a close fight with Shiryu. Feeling the burning heat behind him, Blackbeard couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He held back his fist and turned around at an exaggerated speed. But Kazaru was faster than him. With a swish, a lightsaber pierced through Blackbeard's chest. The scorching temperature was like a red-hot iron blade piercing into Blackbeard's body. Ah! A bloody hole was pierced in Blackbeard's chest, and a light blade still remained in his body. The scorching heat began to spread, and the hot blood began to boil. The pain made Blackbeard scream loudly through the sky. He fell to the ground, rolling around in a panic. Pirate, you've crossed the line today. Kazaru ignored the scene. His 3-meter body brought a great sense of oppression. As he spoke, Kazaru did not miss the opportunity to pursue the victory. He raised the Kusanagi sword high in the air. With dazzling golden light bursting from his whole body, and the tip of the sword was facing Blackbeard, who was rolling under him. Advertisement: it's like a just trial. However, the sky gradually turned dark, as if it was dark, and a huge shadow gradually enveloped Kizaru, as if a huge monster suddenly stood up behind him. What? Kizaru felt a chill down his spine. He felt his body was restrained by something, including his hands that were holding the Kusanagi sword, which were now wrapped by a pair of even bigger hands. Moreover, the touch from the back of his hand told him that the thing holding his hand was not a human. Is this a shadow? Kizaru saw what was behind him through the reflection of the deck. It was a shadow that was more than 10 meters tall, somewhat similar in appearance to Blackbeard, and made entirely of black shadows. This huge black shadow extended from the ground, part of its body wrapped around Kizaru's lower body, and the other part stood behind him, with two big hands like beast claws tightly wrapped around his sword-holding hands. And in front of him, Blackbeard was lying on the ground, holding his chest and wailing, with no shadow under his feet. Isn't this Mariah's ability? Kizaru's face turned gloomy, and golden light burst out from his whole body, trying to break free from the shadow. But this shadow was like a dogskin plaster. Although it would be constantly melted by Kizaru's light, it persevered. While letting out painful screams, its own shadow continued to entangle Kizaru's body again and again. Kizaru was unable to break free from its control in a short period of time. And it was during this short period of time that a huge hand wrapped in black energy pressed down on Kizaru's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. It's over. At the same time, 3 groups of people were heading towards Dressrosa. One is the 4-member group of Kuzan, Monet, Momonosuke, and Kinemon. After boarding the boat prepared by Monet, Cousin gave full authority to the direction of the trip to her. What surprised him was that this beautiful girl who exuded despair was so familiar with the route to Dressrosa that it was like going home. So Kuzan felt relieved and asked the other 2 mysterious-looking people from Wano to act as coolies to adjust the steering wheel and sails for Monet. As for himself, he naturally put on an eye mask and lay on the deck to bask in the sun, just like he usually did on the Garp ship. Advertisement: he was extremely satisfied with the choice he made today. Lying on the sunny deck was much better than lying in the cold snow. Although he is the user of the ice fruit, he is not that afraid of the cold. Suddenly, Kuzan felt a familiar surge of domineering aura, and it felt like one of his colleagues. He suddenly took off his blindfold, sat up, and had a troubled expression on his face. He has no desire to meet with his former colleagues now. So, should Monet change his course? Kuzan stood up lazily, yawned, and looked casually into the distance, where the domineering aura came from. But this simple glance made his pupils suddenly shrink. The light is being swallowed by darkness. Another place is a mammoth-headed pirate ship, which is also heading towards Dressrosa. Boss, do we really have to go back and cause trouble for the Red Dragon? Several pirate minions surrounded Jack and asked nervously. They really want to say that the Red Dragon has a bounty of 2 billion, and that he and his crew have defeated you twice, so going to trouble him again would be courting death. But their leader, Jack the Drought, didn't even know how to write the word death. That Red Dragon hasn't seen my strongest form yet, and I have to fight that white female dragon again. Jack was wrapped in bandages all over his body. After being rescued by his men and taken to a nearby island to recuperate, he decided to go to Dressrosa to find the Red Dragon early in the morning. The strongest form of animal type ability users is neither human nor beast, but half-beast. In this form, they have the body given by the animal type, and can fully use their own domineering and martial arts. Last time, he was defeated by Shane and Kanna respectively in beast form. He was still a little unwilling to accept that he was not defeated in his strongest state. Getting closer and closer to Dressrosa. Boss Jack, there seems to be a battle going on in the direction of the harbor. I think I saw a fire. The pirate on the lookout tower reported loudly. Firelight, that must be the ability of the Red Dragon. Jack's face was filled with ecstasy, and he quickly ordered his men to move toward that direction. Pull the boat over to Lousy, Chapter 158 Big Mom Pirates. At the same time, in a location completely opposite to Jack, but about the same distance from the Dressrosa port, an extremely large ship was sailing. The pink skull flag and the pink hull color are full of girly hearts. The cabin is in the shape of a huge cake. The hull is covered with various desserts, and the bow is a puppet face made of cream and cake. It is hard to imagine that a ship made of desserts can sail on the sea. But almost all pirates in the New World know the power behind this ship. The Anthem, one of the 4 emperors, is Big Mom's pirate ship. It is a ship that can talk and sing. Yesterday, when the news of the Red Dragon appearing in Dressrosa spread, the 4 emperors sent out several of her sons and daughters, asking them to bring the Red Dragon under their command. Among them are 2 generals, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Cracker, as well as several ministers. At this moment, they were all staring at the mirror in Katakuri's hand, as if waiting for something. Not long after, a woman who looked like an old witch jumped out of the mirror. She looked terrified and lay on the deck gasping for breath. As if I had seen something terrible. Brûlé, what did you see? Seeing this, Katakuri, who had originally looked indifferent, suddenly changed his expression. He bent down and reached out to help Brûlé up. Ah, I'm so lucky to be touched by Katakuri brother himself. Behind her, a mischievous little girl covered her mouth and screamed. Flampy, don't interrupt Katakuri's questioning. A rough-looking man with a biscuit shield, who was standing at the front with Katakuri, scolded. He was another star on the ship, Charlotte Cracker. Brother Katakuri, I reached the ship at the port through the mirror. With Katakuri's comfort, Brûlé quickly recovered and was about to tell her what she had just seen. He was about to hear this, but was interrupted by Katakuri. I see. It's really lively. Kizaru and the Blackbeard pirates will appear in Dressrosa together. A red light flashed in Katakuri's eyes, and he used his observation hockey's predictive ability to know in advance what Brûlé was going to say. What? Are they here for the Red Dragon as well? Cracker was shocked. I'm not sure. Let's move the boat over first and have a look. Katakuri shook his head slightly, then raised his hand and ordered everyone to move the boat over. Phew. Advertisement. Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. The moment he was knocked out of the pirate ship, he was sucked back into the ship by force. Yashikani no Magatama. Even though his body was controlled, Kizaru still found an opportunity to counterattack during this moment of respite. Hundreds of light bullets burst out, like fireflies flying all over the sky. It's useless. Blackbeard opened his hand and a torrent of black energy emanated from his whole body, instantly filling the entire sea area. The sky seemed extremely gloomy at this moment. The hundreds of light bullets disappeared into the darkness in an instant without making any sound. During this period, the crew members who had just been injured by Kizaru also woke up and each used their strongest moves to attack Kizaru. Among them, the most popular ones are Badgers and Shiryu. The former was like a charging bull, with his huge arm muscles bulging like inflated air, his fists wrapped in armed color domineering, and the huge force he carried made the air roar. The latter held the sword in both hands, stood in place and swung it vigorously, sending out a shocking sword energy towards Kizaru, who was attracted and controlled by the dark fruit in midair. Today, with your life, you will tell the world the name of Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed loudly and suddenly leapt up, with domineering and black energy wrapped around his fists. He and Badgers punched from both sides, while Shiryu's sword energy was between the two. At the same time, other crew members launched attacks from all directions. Looking at the all-round attack and being controlled by the power of Blackbeard's fruit, Kizaru had a premonition that he was about to die. He never imagined that one day he would die in the New World, at the hands of a group of pirates. At this last moment, images flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope of images, including family, teachers, colleagues, and even a young face with orange hair. He thought that if the boy had left a day later, he might not be in such a miserable state. Suddenly, the air became cold, as if it had suddenly dropped by 10 degrees, and a frost fell from the sky. The entire ocean, as well as Blackbeard's pirate ship and the people on board, all turned into ice sculptures at this moment. Ice Age, advertisement, On the wave chaser, Shane, who was sitting on the deck playing cards with his friends, suddenly sneezed. Why does it suddenly feel a little colder? Shane felt the temperature of the air and felt that it seemed to have suddenly become 2 degrees colder. How can it get cold? Someone must be cursing you behind your back. Kagura, who was facing Kaido with stickers all over her head and playing cards in her hands, said impatiently, urging Shane to play his cards quickly. After determining the course, the Red Dragon pirates once again set out together with the Hard Pirates. To be more precise, this time they followed Law and his crew, because only Beppo could find the location of the Zou country. The country of Zou, inhabited only by the Fur tribe, is an island on the back of an elephant, which changes position as its owner moves. This is also the reason why Kaido has not found the country of Zou so far. According to Beppo, the time of reaching Zou depends on luck. He can only know the specific direction of Zou through the life paper, and it is unknown how long the voyage will take. But according to his experience, this time will most likely not exceed a week. There was nothing to do before arriving, so Shane and his friends played cards on the deck in the afternoon. This deck of playing cards came from the item summoning this morning. Shane was extremely unlucky and summoned a deck of playing cards at a price of 10 million Baileys. 1 against 3. Shane threw 2 cards from his hand. The game they were playing was Landlord. The loser would have a sticker on his face and would be replaced. Among the companions, except Drake who needs to steer the ship, Ji Dabao who is fishing, Victor who controls the ship's power system, and Klee who locks herself in the bottom floor of the cabin to steady bombs, all the others are involved. As people who are familiar with this game, Shane and Liuqi have the least stickers on their faces, while the rest of the characters, such as Kagura, Sakura Fairy, Peach Blossom Fairy, and Kanna, have their faces covered with stickers. And after losing so many times, it seemed to arouse their competitive spirit. They played more and more vigorously, and looked like they would not give up until they won. However, they were novices after all, so how could they defeat Shaw-En and Liuqi? Check. Right circle. Airplane, King Bomb. Shunzi. Chapter 159. A day of playing cards. Shaw-En and Liuqi took turns playing cards, one after another. As the landlord, Kagura was dazzled and even felt like 2 peasants were fighting each other. The final result is self-evident, she lost again. Nice. Shaw-En and Liuqi high-fived. Then, with Kagura's reluctant expression on her face, Shane tore off a sticker and put it on her face again. Hey, there's no place to put it. Kagura's forehead was covered with stickers, as if she was wearing a drape, and it was difficult to know where to start. Haha, there's nothing we can do about this. Kagura, who thought she could escape, grinned. But Shane put the sticker on her nose. On the nose, face, and mouth, there are many more places. Looking at her dazed look, Shaw-En pinched her face with amusement. Damn it, Shaw-chan. Kagura bared her teeth and tried to bite Shaw-En's hand but was pulled back by the Peach Blossom demon behind her. Kagura, it's my turn now. I will win it back for you. The Sakura Fairy pulled Kagura back to her. Her tone was full of confidence, but her forehead was also covered with stickers. Like Kagura, she is the type who is both naive and playful. Come on, big sister. Kagura cheered her on, like she was sending off a boxer about to step onto the ring. She massaged Ta Huiyao's back and legs, and even brought her a teacup. In just one day, Talwayao has perfectly integrated into the small group of Kagura, Klee, and Kanna. And after knowing that the Peach Blossom Demon was hundreds of years old, they began to call her the Big Sister. In fact, in terms of age, not only the Sakura Fairy, but also Kanna, are much older than the Peach Blossom Fairy. However, Sakura Fairy has a more mature temperament. Although she is very nice to Kagura and the other two, she seems to get along better with people who have a little experience, such as Drake and Victor. She is not as friendly as Peach Blossom Fairy, who perfectly integrates into their group. Kanna, on the other hand, looks too young, and her mind is not even as mature as Klee and Kagura, so almost no one treats her as a dragon who is tens of thousands of years old. When people interact with her, they just treat her as a little girl who is less than 10 years old. Xiao Dao, why don't you let your sister come? Your face is almost too full. Xiao En looked at the scene and couldn't help shaking his head. At this moment, he vaguely felt that the people on the ship had been divided into two camps. One is the adult group, which includes Drake, Victor, Liuqi, Sakura Yao, and Ji Dabao. The second is the children's group that includes Peach Blossom Demon, Kagura, Klee, and Kanna. Advertisement as the captain, he can be seen in both groups. Of course, the division into two camps on the ship does not mean a split. In fact, the relationship between everyone on the ship is very good. But if it wasn't for Shane taking the initiative to invite people like today, if the companions on the boat wanted to play, they would most likely split into adult and children's groups and play separately. HMPH, Lord Shane, I must put the sticker on your face with my own hands. The Peach Blossom Demon raised her head proudly. After spending some time with Kagura, she seemed to no longer respect Shane as much as she did at the beginning. A few minutes later, the Peach Blossom Fairy retreated dejectedly, carrying with her new sticker and the cheek that was pinched by Shane. I will win. The next one is Kanna. She doesn't have as many stickers on her face as Kagura Peach Blossom Demon, not because she is more powerful, but because she never tries to be the landlord. I want to be in the same group with Shane, Kanna said in a baby voice. She is a smart young dragon. After losing a few times, she already knows who she has the highest chance of winning when teaming up with. But, shouldn't the landlord make the decision? Liuqi had just shuffled the cards and looked at Xiao En. It's okay, let her be in the same group with me. Unable to bear Kanna's cute and expectant look, Shane made an exception and changed the rules. Kagura and Peach Blossom Fairy on the side had no objections either. They usually took good care of Kanna, who was the youngest. So, boss, did I win or lose? Since Shane and Kanna teamed up in advance, Liuqi automatically became the landlord. At this moment, he looked at the cards in his hand with some fear. 2 bombs, a straight, and a king bomb left. It's hard for him to lose with this hand. But the two people in front of him, one is his boss, and the other is the strongest fighter on the ship. Liuqi wants to improve. It's okay, Achi, just playing around, don't worry about my feelings. Xiao En patted his shoulder kindly. Oh, seeing this kind look, Liuqi had an idea in his mind. He only played a single straight card that he had originally prepared, and changed the bomb to 3 with 1. At the fishing spot nearby, Ji Dabao, who had been watching out of the corner of his eye, nodded with satisfaction. He felt that Liuqi was not far from getting a salary increase. The inexperienced and playful Taohua Yao and Kagura did not notice anything wrong and thought that Shane was really good. Kanna, who could not even recognize all the cards, could lead the team to victory. This made them want to join Shane, but was quickly rejected by Shane. Sakura Fairy smiled and shook her head, looking at Xiao En meaningfully. She had the fewest stickers on her face except for Xiao En and Liuqi, and this was because she was not familiar with the rules at the beginning. Now, her level has almost caught up with Xiao En and Liuqi. Oh, what a pity, I lost. After finally losing, Liuqi wiped the sweat from his forehead as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Advertisement, yeah, we win. Kanna stood up and high-fived Shane, who was sitting on the deck, with a hand that he had hardly played. Very good cooperation, Kanna. Shane encouraged against his conscience, which earned him a hug from the little Lolita. Holding the soft and petite body in his arms, Shane was so comfortable that he couldn't stop smiling. The next one to come on stage is Sakura Fairy. Sister, you must defeat Lord Xiao En. Peach Blossom Demon cheered her on. The big sister's big sister, we must defeat this perverted Lolita control. Kagura was full of fighting spirit, as if she was on the field herself. I will do my best. The Sakura Fairy nodded slightly, rolled up her skirt elegantly, and sat down next to Xiao En. The fragrance of cherry blossoms permeated Xiao En's nose, making him dazed. The Sakura Demon was not very tall either, only slightly taller than the Peach Blossom Demon, who was just over 1.5 meters tall. But she has a mature and gentle temperament like a young woman, different from the other little lawless on the boat. If Shane gets too close to her, he will feel his heart beating fast. In fact, many people don't know that Shane has 2 major hobbies, one is lowly, the other is mature lady. However, Sakura Fairy has the body of a Lolita but the temperament of a mature older sister. She is simply dancing on Shane's fetish. Master Shane, you lose. A gentle voice came into his ears, as if waking Shane from his dream. I lost? Shane lowered his head in confusion, and found that the deck was full of cards. Without his knowledge, the game had ended. And Kanna was standing opposite him, holding a hand of cards and glaring at him angrily. She and Xiao En were teammates this time, but Xiao En seemed to have lost his mind and hardly played any cards, so he was defeated by the landlord, Sakura Demon. What's going on? Xiao En stared at the Sakura Fairy in confusion. Even if the Sakura Fairy was very much to his taste, she wouldn't make him obsessed with her for more than a few minutes. I'm sorry, Lord Sha-en, you are so powerful, and I don't want to disappoint my sisters, so I used a little trick. The Sakura fairy blushed a little and didn't dare to look Sha-en in the eye. A little trick? Sha-en was shocked. He remembered the scent of cherry blossoms he smelled when the cherry blossom demon sat down. Okay, Sakura, you've learned bad things from your sister and Kagura, haven't you? I'm sorry, Lord Shane, I won't do this again next time. The Sakura fairy lowered her head, and her long hair fell down with it. But, Master Sha-en, I only used a little bit of my magic power, but I didn't expect you to be obsessed with looking at me for so long. The cherry blossom demon felt aggrieved and a little shy. Chapter 160 Peach Blossom Fairy smells good. Second day of sailing. In the morning, when the Zubo reached a certain sea area, heavy rain began to fall without any warning. This was the strange weather unique to the new world. So everyone on the boat had something to do. Everyone took a bucket and poured water overboard. After a busy morning, the sky finally cleared up and everyone lay on the deck with shiny water stains. Some of them were truly exhausted, while physical monsters like Kanna and Kagura simply wanted to lie down with everyone. After the rain, the sky cleared up, as if it had been washed by a brush. Apart from the unchanging sun, there was only a deep blue sky. Mr. Shane, are you all right? The Heart Pirate's polar diver emerged from the sea. When they encountered a rainstorm, they dived into the water to avoid being hit by other objects brought down by the rainstorm. For example, hail, icicles, or Poseidon-like creatures that were taken to the sky at some unknown time. In order to stop these things just now, Connor and Shane turned into giant dragons at the same time, and even Ji Dabao turned into a blue dragon. The three behemoths protected the wave chaser under them. It's okay, but I'm a little tired, even more tired than after fighting with Jack. Sha-en lay on the Peach Blossom Fairy's lap, looking tired, smelling the fragrance of flowers and letting a pair of bare hands touch his face. Master Shane is actually a monster, that's why I feel so familiar with him. The Peach Blossom Demon was surprised. She pinched Shane's nose and poked his face, as if trying to feel the difference between him and ordinary humans. Previously, she thought that all the companions on the ship were human, except for Kanna who had a dragon tail and dragon horns. But just now, Shane and Connor turned into giant western dragons, Ji Dabao turned into a blue eastern dragon, and Drake and Victor also turned into two giant dinosaurs. On the boat, Liuqi and Kagura were the only ones without obvious, monster characteristics. They are not monsters. They are either not human or they are users of devil fruit abilities. They are very different from the monsters in your world. The hem of Tao Huayao's skirt was very short, and when she was kneeling on the deck, the hem of her skirt just passed her thighs. Shane felt like he was lying on a piece of thousand-year-old ice, but it was exceptionally soft, and he was now lying on his side, so he was even embarrassed to open his eyes. Advertisement, but to be honest, Peach Blossom Fairy is really fragrant. This guy is living such a good life. Pei Jin, Sha-Chi and other male crew members on Luo's ship all showed envious expressions, and the jealousy in their eyes was almost turning into reality. When he was tired, he would lie on the thighs of a graceful girl, and this girl was one of several girls. When Shane expressed his tiredness just now, they saw three girls and a loli approaching Shane. As expected of a man with a bounty of 2 billion, he is a role model for our generation. What are you looking at? Luo felt a headache about these guys. He glanced speechlessly at Shane who was enjoying himself on the deck. His expression couldn't help but freeze and the corners of his mouth twitched. The orange-haired boss lives a very leisurely life. Go and help now. A hint of envy couldn't help but show up in Luo's eyes, but he soon saw the mess on Shane's boat, and quickly used his ability to teleport the crew members who were still acting foolishly, as well as the mop, bucket and other cleaning tools to Shane's boat. During this period of time, the two pirate groups ate and lived together, often went to each other's ships to hold banquets, and their relationship became increasingly close. This kind of mutual help was a common occurrence. Moreover, Kagura Talwayao and others would often go to Luo's boat to play, causing a lot of trouble. Once, they even overturned Luo's captain's room, and Luo grabbed them by the collar and flashed them in front of Shane. In the end, Shane handed the mess over to Victor and Sakura. Victor can rebuild the captain's room for Luo, and Sakura Fairy is a very qualified helper. Her character is more mature and careful than other crew members, and Shane is usually most at ease with her. She has already been secretly trained to be the captain's personal secretary. It could even be said that he was the captain's agent. After all, Shane usually didn't care about trivial matters. He usually either hung out with the Lolita girls or went fishing with two other fishermen, Ji Dabao and Liuqi. Master Shane, you will catch a cold if you lie on the ground for too long. When Shane saw a pair of small feet wrapped in white socks walking towards him, he recognized it as a cherry blossom fairy at a glance, not only because of the feet, but more importantly, the fragrance of cherry blossoms coming from his nose. It's so strange, I seem to be unable to leave Xiao Tao's lap. Sha-en withdrew his gaze from the pair of white socks and buried his head in the coldness under his body. It's so itchy, Lord Sha-en. The peach blossom demon's delicate body trembled, and she felt a heat on her thighs, which should have come from Sha-en's mouth. Advertisement, Mr. Luo's crew and Achi are already cleaning the deck. If you insist on lying on the deck, you will either be kicked away by Kagura or teleported away by Mr. Luo's ability. The Sakura Fairy seemed to have gradually learned how to deal with a certain captain who liked to play rogue. With just one sentence, Sha-en immediately got up from the coal. But it was still a little late. Let me see who is playing rogue. Kagura fell from the sky. She actually jumped down from the mast, like a crow sitting on an airplane, with her feet falling straight down. After a few days of getting along, the Peach Blossom Demon already knew the terrifying strength of this gluttonous girl. Even her monster body could not withstand the torment. She quickly pushed Haiyuan off her thigh and ran away with her sister Sakura Demon. Open. Haiyuan could have dodged it. His observation haki had become more and more proficient, and few people could sneak attack him. But at this moment, he was pushed by the panicked Peach Blossom Demon, and he was unable to dodge it in the first place. Suddenly, from the vast ocean, a wailing sounded that resounded through the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. There were no further accidents in the afternoon. Everyone is doing their own thing. Kagura, Klee, Kanna and Peach Blossom, the four of them sat around on the deck, playing the game of landlord that Shane taught them. The four noobs were having a lot of fun playing against each other, and the deck was filled with the laughter of little girls, which was quite pleasant to hear. Ji Dabao did not go fishing today as he was too tired in the morning. He moved a lounge chair to the stern of the boat, where he basked in the sun while reading a newspaper. Drake was still practicing at the other end of the deck, near the bow. He was practicing actual combat, and his opponents were Liuqi and Luo. The three of them relied purely on physical skills to spar, and the direction of their training was observation haki and armament haki. Drake and Law are both pirate supernovas, and both have good qualifications. Chapter 161 Hextech Power System. After the Battle of Dressrosa, both of them have made great progress in the development of their abilities and the mastery of their domineering power. Especially Law, although he was defeated miserably in the battle with Doflamingo, he gained a lot of experience. It is said that he developed a killer move that can ignore physical defense and penetrate the heart directly. In addition, it is worth mentioning that Luo's bounty has been increased to 500 million. Frankly speaking, his current strength is not worthy of this bounty amount. While Drake's fruit ability didn't improve much, his haki and physical skills improved greatly. Shane guessed that it was probably related to his battles with two physical skills specialized cadres of Don Quixote in Dressrosa. As for Liuqi, he originally only knew how to use observation haki, but now he has even mastered armament haki. With his swordsmanship that relies purely on his body's memory, he can actually fight with Luo and Drake. You have all reached this level of using armed color domineering to attach weapons. Liuqi was swung back by Luo Yidao, and the Bingyuan in his hand flew out of his hand. He used his chi to control the sword and sucked Bingyuan back into his hand. He had only mastered armament haki not long ago, and now it could only attach to his body and could not spread to weapons. Luo's eyes were filled with even more surprise, as he didn't understand how Liuqi sucked the knife. Boss Chi, are you also a person with special abilities? In this world, only people with special abilities can absorb a knife with bare hands. Even Hawkeye and Red Hair have never heard of them having such a method. But for such a strong man, there is basically no possibility of the knife in his hand being knocked out of his hand. Oh, this is the ability I gained after I lost my memory 2 years ago. Not only can I use a knife, I can also use scissors. As Liuqi spoke, he put Bingyuan back into the scabbard behind him, then with 2 fingers, a pair of scissors flew out from the front pocket of his sweatshirt and drew a circle in the air flexibly. This. Luo's expression was startled, and then he opened his palms, and a transparent air shield expanded instantly, covering the entire ship. Then, he also raised a finger, and the long knife in his hand flew in the air like Liuqi's scissors, following the trajectory of his finger. Wow, that's amazing. Can you control the sword with chi? Liuqi put the scissors away and applauded in admiration. Advertisement. No, this is my fruit ability. In the room, I can manipulate anything I can lift. There is one more thing Luo didn't mention. The more domineering the enemy in the room is, the more physical strength will be consumed by controlling it. However, facing a strong man like Doflamingo whose 3-color domineering aura was at the top level in the sea, he couldn't control it for even a second. Not only can you control it, but I remember that in this circle, you are like the surgeon on the operating table, able to use your knife to exert unimaginable power. Drake looked at Luo with complicated eyes. The surgery fruit has a deep connection with him. His father got this fruit more than 20 years ago, but the fruit was stolen in public, and his father died in the hands of the furious Doflamingo. So, strictly speaking, not only Doflamingo is the murderer of his father, but also Luo, who ate the surgery fruit. However, he did not want to avenge his father, or in other words, after that man betrayed Marine and became a pirate, he was no longer his father. That's true. I don't deny the power of this fruit. That's why this fruit is worth 5 billion berries and why Doflamingo didn't kill me in the first place. 50 billion Baileys. Liuqi was stunned. He was overwhelmed by the huge amount and his head was buzzing. 5 billion Baileys, even if converted into the money of Chicken Island, would be enough for him to spend for several lifetimes. Dabao said that going to the country of Stir to restore his memory would only cost 1 million yuan. The shocked Liuqi had no idea that his captain already had 5 billion. It's just the market price in the past. After I ate it, it's no longer worth that much unless someone can take the power of my fruit out of my corpse. Luo made a joke and then looked at Liuqi, his eyes filled with confusion. Master Chi, what you just displayed was not a power, but some special physical skill? Should be? Dabao said that this is the internal force after practicing martial arts secrets, but I'm not quite sure. Liuqi came back to his senses. He touched the back of his head and looked a little confused. If it were another me, maybe I would know what it is. Another you? Luo was stunned for a moment, then remembered some rumors. Advertisement: when the 7th Division killed Torbol and Geringer, several of Luo's crew members were also present and happened to witness this amazing scene. Their evaluation of Liuqi's condition was that of a monster, a demon, and a murderer. It is exactly the same as the title of Sword Demon on Marine's bounty order. Luo thought of a famous figure in New World a few years ago, White Horse Cavendish. It was said that after he fell asleep, his second personality would take over his body, allowing him to exert unimaginable strange speed and kill everything within his field of vision. People were exterminated in an instant. That person shouldn't be easy to talk to, right? Luo smacked his lips. It's not as simple as being difficult to talk to. He might even lose his life, Drake said with lingering fear. He had briefly experienced Wu Luqi's other personality in the Sabaody Archipelago. The shocking murderous aura emanating from it was still fresh in his mind at this moment. Wu Luqi touched his nose, not knowing what to say. He actually met another personality in his dream recently. Although the two did not communicate verbally, they reached a consensus with each other. In the future, if he uses the weapon Bingyuan, Wu Luqi's personality will be dominant, and if he uses the magic knife Qianren, it means that he will give the control of the body to Qi. Apart from Dabao, he had no other choice but to tell Sha En about this matter. Sha En didn't say anything about it, but just patted him on the shoulder and told him to work hard and he would give him double salary in the future. Wu Luqi sometimes wondered, could it be that the guy took the initiative to communicate with him just for the double salary from his boss? Shane and Victor stayed on the bottom floor of the cabin, admiring Victor's recent research results. This is a transparent glass cover with a strange gem suspended in it, emitting a hazy blue light. The outside of the cover is connected to several energy-conducting threads that look like mysterious veins, transporting the energy emitted by the gemstones to every corner of the ship like blood. Mr. Shane, from now on, the Wave Chaser is no longer a sailing ship. It will be powered by the power provided by the Hex gemstones. Its stability and speed will be several times better than the most advanced ships in the world today, more than enough. Victor's tone was still gentle, but there was a hint of pride on his pale face that he had never shown before. He is just a young man in his 20s. He appears calm on the surface, but he is actually a teenager at heart. Chapter 162 Attempt. That's great, Victor, I'm so proud of you. Shane did not hide his admiration and patted Victor's shoulder affectionately. He was very strong and hit Victor's small body of about 1.7 meters, causing him to stagger a few times. Sorry, I'm just too excited. Shane quickly supported Victor and apologized. I almost forgot Victor's identity. He was just a fragile scientist before he ate the devil fruit. After eating it, he was far inferior to them and could not withstand his strange power. This made Shane sigh that there was a time when he was just like Victor and couldn't even withstand a hug from Kagura. But now, he is becoming less and less like a human. His strength in human form is probably not inferior to that of normal Kagura, and his body's recovery and defense capabilities are second only to Kanna. It's okay, Mr. Shane. After eating the magical fruit you gave me, my body is no longer fragile. Victor walked to a shelf in his laboratory where documents were piled up and took out an A4 size of paper. This is. Shane took the information, glanced at it briefly, and found that it recorded Victor's personal physical data. This data starts from the day he traveled through time and ate the devil fruit given to him by Shane, and records the changes in various physical data every day. My height has increased by 5 centimeters, my weight has increased by nearly 20 kilograms, my strength, speed and physique have all increased. The main reason for the huge changes in my body is due to the devil fruit called the dragon fruit, ancient species, Velociraptor. After eating the devil fruit, Victor found that his power was growing every day. Although his arms only have a strength of a few hundred kilograms so far, which is far less than the monsters on the ship, this is already an extremely amazing effect compared to his fragile body that couldn't even move the experimental equipment when he first arrived. The strength of your arms is 335 kilograms. Not bad, Victor. It's almost the peak of human strength in my previous world. Shane looked at the data and praised it. It turned out that Victor was not as weak as he thought. Does that mean that Victor should also participate in the practice? Is this your peak? But Mr. Shane, I saw with my own eyes that you jumped dozens of meters high and even made a big hole on the ground. The force must have been calculated in tons, right? Victor shook his head in distrust. Advertisement, I'm talking about the previous world. I'm the same as you. We're not native to this world. We came from an ordinary world without any extraordinary powers. Sha En put down the information in his hand and pointed his finger at the teapot, a pinch of flame between the fingers. As the flame heats up, hot steam soon comes out of the mouth of the pot. But after coming to this world and summoning you, I also gained a lot of superpowers, such as fire and dragon transformation. Sha En picked up the teapot and poured tea for the two of them. So that's how it is. Victor took the teacup handed to him by Shane, put it to his lips and took a sip. Influenced by Shane, all the crew members on the ship fell in love with drinking tea, except Drake who liked drinking coffee. Let's not talk about this anymore, Victor. Let me experience the speed of this ship. Shane put down the teacup, and suddenly remembered that he had never tried a ship driven by hex gems, and he was eager to try it. Do I need to prepare anything? Of course not, but if you don't want to be scolded, you'd better go to the deck and remind them first. Victor walked back to the transparent glass cover. There was an operating console nearby. Oh, by the way, we also need to connect Mr. Luo's boats together. Otherwise, after the acceleration, we may not see them for a long time. A few minutes later, everyone on the deck, whether they were practicing, playing cards, or basking in the sun, all stopped what they were doing and gathered in Victor's research room, which is now the cockpit of the Wave Chaser. Captain, we have connected the two ships together with iron ropes. Bebo and others hurried in and reported to Luo. Then let's get started. Bebo, you determine the course. Luo's eyes kept falling on the suspended luminous gem. Hey, why are you announcing this kind of thing, making it look like you are our captain? Drake felt a little unhappy for some reason. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and introduced a certain person to a few Lolita. The captain of the Ko's gems pulled over. Hurry up and give the order, idiot. Oh, Victor, are you ready? Shane was a little confused, but he quickly came to his senses. Ready. Victor sat in the driver's seat. Luo, let your white bear determine the direction. Babo, let's start. Advertisement. Babo stretched out his palm, and between a pair of white bear paws, there was a floating paper of life. The paper automatically floated in one direction without any wind. Right rudder 15 degrees, adjust the course to east-southeast. The specific direction of Shaw N's life paper was quickly discernible. The several encyclopedias of maritime navigation knowledge he read before going to sea were not in vain. He already has the basic qualities of a qualified captain. After receiving the instruction, Victor made a few random adjustments on his extremely complicated-looking console. The hex gems shone brightly, and energy was transmitted from the thin wires to all parts of the hull. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt the hull of the ship rotate slightly, and the direction gradually turned to the right. It can turn the rudder on its own without any human effort. What kind of ship is this? Luo and others were a little shocked. They had been sailing on the sea for many years, but they had never seen such a ship. You can call it Hex Power Ship, Victor replied with a smile. Then, after the direction was calibrated, he pulled down a lever. Everyone, please stand still. Boom, an engine-like roar sounded, like thunder, and the hex gem in the transparent glass cover burst out with dazzling light, and the thin line connecting it glowed, at this moment like the laser ray shot by Kizaru. Then, the ship's hull suddenly shook, as if it was a rocket being launched. The entire wave chaser, along with the polar diver connected by iron cables, rushed into the air with this burst of energy. Everyone panicked when they realized the ship was flying. They knew it would be quick, but Victor and Shane didn't say they would take off directly. Don't worry, we haven't developed it to the level of an airship yet. It's just that the initial burst is too strong and it will fall to the sea soon, Victor said calmly. It's even scarier to fall. Everyone was speechless. They felt that this genius, boatman, had gradually acquired an unreliable temperament like Shaw N. Chapter 163 News. However, unlike their panic, some people were very calm and even seemed more excited. For example, Kagura, Klee, Peach Blossom Demon and others. The three of them lay on the edge of the transparent window, looking at the gradually rising perspective with surprise. It's getting higher and higher, and faster and faster. It's so fun. Klee looked at the scenery outside the window excitedly. If this window could be opened, she would probably have reached out and thrown a bomb. Still remember when they were in the Sabaody Archipelago, it was Shane who transformed into a giant dragon and together with her, they blew up the sea area near Sabaody. Flying ships are very common. I made a spaceship and smuggled into Edo, Kagura commented calmly. The technology of her world has entered the interstellar development stage and people in that world often travel to other planets on spacecraft. Therefore, airships and spaceships are not as new to her as ordinary ships. The probabilities of these two spaceships are different. Don't mislead everyone. The one you were riding on was crossing the planet, Shane complained silently. A ship flying in the sky and a ship flying in the starry sky are two completely different concepts. What? Across the stars? What kind of technological level is this? I didn't expect Miss Kagura to come from such a world. Victor was shocked when he heard this. He was probably the only one present who knew how advanced the technology of a civilization that could achieve interstellar travel was. Kind of degree. That is an advanced civilization far superior to that of Valorant, the pirate world. However, the Kagura from that advanced civilization was so pure that it had never been polluted by knowledge, which was truly amazing. Her world is probably different from what you think. It can indeed achieve interstellar travel, but other technologies besides aviation are very ordinary. Whether it is weapons or infrastructure, it is not even as good as your Piltover and Zon. While they were talking, the spaceship had already landed, making a huge splash on the sea surface. The sea water splashed onto the glass windows, scaring the three little girls who were pressed against the windows. The ship began to shake again, and everyone lost their balance, but they were not ordinary people, so at most they would fall, and no one would be injured. With just one leap, it flew nearly 1,000 meters, farther than the Straw Hat Pirate's Sunny. Moreover, Luffy's ship can only fly a few times before the energy is exhausted, but the Wave Chaser can fly dozens of times with the help of the Hex Gem until the energy stored in the Hex Gem is exhausted, and it can fly again after half a day of natural recovery, reuse. Moreover, the Hex power system can also be used to power the ship while sailing on the sea. Even with Luo and his pirates, the speed is still 7 or 8 times faster than that of a normal ship, which is basically as fast as a car on the road. Speed. Advertisement. At this speed, we can reach Zou in 2 days, Beppo said, and then the boat bumped, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. It just happened to knock down Luo and Drake beside him. Smith Marseille. Beppo apologized in a depressed tone, making everyone except Luo and Drake laugh. The third day of sailing. Early in the morning, Shaw N smelled the fragrance of cherry blossoms. He opened his eyes blearily and saw a beautiful cherry blossom fairy. With her long hair draped over her shoulders, she stood barefoot beside Shane's bed, her hands behind her back, her purple eyes staring tenderly at the bed, as if she was waiting for him to wake up. Ying. Why? Why are you in my room? Shane was a little nervous. Yesterday, to celebrate Hexa's success, they had a party and drank a lot of wine. Could it be? Shane quickly lifted the quilt and looked at his whole body. His clothes were all properly on and his pants were not loose at all. Fortunately, no mistakes were made. Shane breathed a sigh of relief and then covered the quilt again on the girl sleeping beside him. Etc. Shaw-en's pupils trembled, and he looked at the Sakura fairy beside the bed, whose pupils also trembled. Then he reached out his hand in disbelief and slowly lifted the quilt. The girl has snow-white skin, long hair, and thin clothes similar to a woman's bellyband, and she also has the fragrance of peach blossoms. Xiao Dao. ×2. Why is she in my, Lord Shane, bed? Advertisement. Sakura fairy and Shaw-en said it at the same time, then both of them were stunned and looked at each other. Shaw-en became more and more guilty, while Sakura fairy's face became darker and darker. Master Shaw-en, you wouldn't have done that to Xiao Dao last night. The Sakura fairy frowned slightly and looked at Shaw-en with a complicated look. I don't know, but I don't think so. Shane pointed at himself, indicating that he didn't even take off his clothes. He had already reacted. He must have been drunk last night. He went back to his room to sleep first, and then the drunken peach blossom demon accidentally walked into the wrong room and came to the room next door, so the two of them slept in a daze that night. This seems to be the most reasonable approach. Sakura fairy looked at the bed and did not find any suspicious bloodstains. Then, she waved her hand, and a magical power accompanied by cherry blossoms was unleashed, like an invisible giant hand, lifting up the peach blossom demon along with the quilt and carrying it back to her own room next door. Shaw-en was stunned. He didn't expect that the demon power could be used in this way. He could use the demon power now, but he could only simply send out a shockwave. He couldn't do it as delicately as the Sakura demon. Master Shaw-en, I'm here to bring you a newspaper. The cherry blossom demon walked up to Shaw-en, tidied up his hair that had been accidentally messed up by using his demonic power, and handed him a newspaper. It turned out that she had her hands behind her back because she was holding a newspaper. Shane couldn't help but think of a picture. When the Sakura fairy got up in the morning and opened the window, a gull flew by and threw a newspaper into the window. In order to show it to him as soon as possible, the Sakura fairy went to his room and found that he was still asleep. So he stood by the bed and waited silently. The picture seems kind of cute. Shaw-en stared at the Sakura fairy with interest for a few seconds until she shyly turned her head away, then he turned his gaze to the newspaper in his hand. When Shane saw the first headline in the newspaper, he was shocked. Admiral Kagura vs. Blackbeard Pirates, the Admiral is injured. Shane could hardly believe his eyes. Isn't Kagura in Dressrosa? How did he suddenly run into Blackbeard? And why did he come into conflict with Blackbeard? Blackbeard should still be a Shichibukai, right? Not only the Admiral and Blackbeard, but also Jack the Drought, who was defeated by Lord Shane and the other four Emperors pirate group. Sakura fairy reminded her that she had been catching up on her knowledge with Klee recently and had read a lot of past newspapers that Klee had saved. Now she had a certain understanding of the major forces. Chapter 164. Arrival at Zhou. Shane looked back at the newspaper and sure enough, he saw several familiar figures below the page where Kagura and Blackbeard were fighting. Among them, there are former Marine Admiral Liuqi, Blackbeard's crew members, Drought Jack and the Beast's pirates crew members, Katakuri and Cracker from the Big Mom pirates, etc. Several parties started a fierce melee on the ice surface created by Liuqi. Final result. Kagura was injured, Liuqi quietly left, Blackbeard rescued crew member Vanoka, and the two four Emperors pirate groups fought another battle on the sea. The reason for the fighting was unknown. All that was heard was that both sides were shouting a certain name, the Red Dragon Shaw-en, who had a bounty of 2 billion. Ah, could it be that these four emperors have sent people to recruit me? Shane's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. He seems to be a hot commodity in New World now. Not only did the four emperors pirates come for him, but the Blackbeard pirates who injured Admiral Marine also came for him. It is said that before Blackbeard left, he asked if the Red Dragon was still in Dressrosa, and only after getting a negative answer did he choose to leave. Master Shane, the Blackbeard pirates have set their sights on us. Unlike the other two groups who are only looking to recruit us, their purpose seems to be more sinister. Sakura fairy is very smart. Not long after seeing the newspaper this morning, she figured out this conclusion. That's why she was so anxious to show the newspaper to Shane. Well, you don't know that his dark fruit can take away the devil fruit abilities of other ability users, so the reason he came to me is nothing more than that he is attracted by my abilities. For Shane, who has read the original novel, it is not difficult to guess Blackbeard's thoughts. He had an influence on the war at the top. Whitebeard did not die, and Blackbeard failed to obtain the tremor fruit. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates are still strong today, and Blackbeard does not have the courage to rob them. So he set his mind on himself. If he really finds us, he will be in big trouble. A wicked smile appeared on Shane's lips, and he was actually looking forward to it. He is naturally not afraid of Blackbeard, because Blackbeard's dark fruit can give all devil fruit users a headache. But this does not include them. None of him, Kanna, Kagura, and Liuqi are capable people, and Blackbeard's fruit ability is completely useless to them. It was approaching night. Advertisement. When the last rays of light had not yet sunk into the sea, the outline of a giant elephant appeared in everyone's sight. It was already dark when they got really close. The stars were reflected on the calm sea, and were shattered by the elephant's moving steps. The Elephant Lord is an ancient mammoth elephant that is nearly 10,000 meters tall above sea level and several thousand meters long. His back is wide enough to accommodate an island, which is the country of Zhou, Beppo's hometown. According to legend, the elephant owner made a mistake in ancient times, so he was ordered to keep walking and not stop. This is the Elephant Master, and Zhou is on the Elephant Master's back. Beppo shouted happily. Everyone except Beppo was in speechless shock at this moment. This is a giant elephant whose height is almost equal to that of the Red Earth continent, and this is only its height above sea level. The fact that it can walk in the sea means that its legs that are sunk to the bottom of the sea are at least 20,000 to 30,000 meters long. How can we get up there? Asked the Sakura fairy. She and the Peach Blossom Demon could fly up, but they couldn't carry so many people. Usually we just climb up. Beppo showed a pair of bare claws and said naively. The name of their country, the Zou, is the Fur Tribe. They have human form but animal characteristics, so almost every one of them is very good at climbing. Okay. Then climb up. Kagura rolled up his sleeves and was about to jump onto the elephant's legs that were like pillars supporting the sky. Don't bother, Kanna, and I can take you upstairs. Shane grabbed the back of her collar and lifted her up in his hand. He glanced at Kanna, only to find that Kanna had closed her eyes with her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was having a nightmare. Kanna, what's wrong with you? Shane looked at her, and everyone else looked over too. I'm talking to this big guy. Kanna slowly opened her eyes. She didn't look at Shane who was asking the question, but looked up at the elephant's head that was almost touching the clouds. It seemed that she was talking to the elephant's owner thousands of meters away. See. You can talk to the elephant owner. Are you the one it's waiting for? Beppo exclaimed in disbelief. She's not. If you want to know why, it's because I know who that person is. Shane rejected it outright. He didn't want Kanna to have anything to do with that Joey boy. You know. So that person is. Before Beppo could finish his question, he was interrupted by the exclamations of others. Lord Elephant, open your eyes. Advertisement. Its head seems to be tilted a little towards us. It's looking at us. Luo's crew members were stunned, and then fear followed. It was no wonder that they were afraid when being stared at by such a 10,000-meter long beast. Even Luo and Drake were trembling slightly, and the two supernovas were frightened. Shane, it was my breath that woke it up. It just took the initiative to talk to me. Kanna's voice sounded in Shane's mind. The tone was different from before. Shane could feel a breath of sadness. Kanna, did it tell you something? Shane asked. Well, it said it was old, tired, and could not hold on any longer, but it was waiting for that voice. What kind of sound? A person's voice. It seems to be called Joey. Boy, it has been waiting for this person, waiting for him to fulfill a promise. What kind of promise? It refused to tell me. It said it was happy to communicate with me, but it was going to fall asleep again to save its energy for waiting for that voice. Kanna said distress-edly. For some reason, she wanted to help this big guy, and she also had the ability to help and remove the order that kept it walking. But the other party didn't appreciate it and just wanted to wait for Joey Boy, saying that they had an appointment and that he was his former partner. It's okay, Kanna, let it wait if it wants to. We don't have to help it. Shane rubbed her white fur and comforted her. Even he didn't know what the agreement between the Elephant Lord and Joy Boy was 800 years ago, because the original book did not reveal it before he traveled through time. He was a little curious, but that was all. He came to this world not to discover the secrets of this world, but to go on a wonderful journey with the companions he summoned. So he didn't force it. Kanna, let's take both boats up. After saying that, the two of them jumped out of the cabin hand in hand and transformed into two giant dragons, one red and one white, in midair. The giant dragon spread its wings, creating waves on the sea surface and causing the wave chaser and polar diver to fly at the same time. Then, two dragons and one dragon hugged a boat, and flew up to a height of 10,000 meters at high speed amid the exclamations of the people on the boat. Chapter 165 Wanda and Pedro, the country of Zou. After landing on the island, the air seemed to become thinner. Everyone took a while to adapt before getting off the boat and entering the island. The interior of the island is like a primeval forest, with dense trees, filled with various wild animals, and looks full of vitality. A road sunken into the forest on both sides leads directly to the center of the island. According to Beppo, this road was built by the people of Zou and is usually used for walking. Whenever the elephant owner uses his trunk to supply water to Zou, this road also serves the purpose of clearing the road. The elephant owner has provided water. Hide quickly. The elephant owner spits water from his trunk, and the water falls from the center of the island, and under the action of gravity, it flows down the sloping road. After Beppo's reminder, everyone jumped onto the tree trunks along the way. Among them, Luo had some crew members who were not good at physical skills. Some of them were transferred to the tree trunks by Luo using his ability, and some were grabbed by Beppo, Changbaru and others with both hands and jumped to the tree trunks. Shane was much more relaxed. He picked up Klee, who had shorter legs, and jumped lightly to the top of a tree. Kanna, Kagura, and Drake also easily jumped onto the tree trunks to avoid the flood. The Peach Blossom Fairy and the Cherry Blossom Fairy slowly floated up and gracefully landed on a dead tree. As the two women came into contact with each other, the tree suddenly came to life. Victor seemed to have some difficulties, but he was a strong man and did not ask his friends for help. With the sharp claws granted by the power of the fruit, he quickly climbed up a tree. Liuqi's dodging posture was the most bizarre. When the flood came, he was taking pictures with Ji Dabao, so he was unable to dodge. In the end, Liuqi held Ji Dabao with one hand and stabbed the ground with a knife with the other hand. The large rocks protruding from the mountains resisted the impact of the flood. But the result was tragic. After the flood receded, he collapsed from exhaustion. Dabao, I suddenly remembered. Why didn't you turn into a blue dragon just now? Can't you fly? Everyone helped the man and the chicken up, but heard Liuqi asking. I was too nervous and forgot about it just now. Ji Dabao, who had become a drowned rat, blushed rarely. While the two were talking, two dark shadows suddenly jumped out of the forest and attacked everyone. Be careful, Drake and Luo spoke at the same time, but the target was too far away from them, and the two black shadows were heading towards Shane. When, advertisement Shane did not make a move because Kagura and Kanna were right in front of him. Kagura opened her parasol to block a long sword wrapped in electric arcs. Kanna stretched out a hand and grasped a sharp blade that was stabbing at Shane. The blade was shining coldly and was extremely sharp. It was also wrapped with electric arcs, but Kanna held the blade firmly in his hand, almost flattening it. Song. Nani. The two dark shadows cried out in surprise, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. But their combat proficiency was even higher than that of the Don Quixote family cadres, and they made quick adjustments. One of them had arcs of electricity flashing all over his body, and he swung his sword again. Judging from the trajectory of his sword, he was preparing to avoid the parasol and directly hit Kagura behind the umbrella. A red light flashed in the corner of Kagura's eyes. She had actually comprehended the observation haki. Even in the dark, she could see the attack path of the person in her eyes clearly. After Kanna grabbed the knife from the other man, he immediately dropped it and instead took out a leopard claw wrapped with electric arcs, which flashed in Kanna's slightly narrowed eyes. Kanna's pupils became brighter and brighter, showing curiosity and anger, but more importantly, there was a flash of lightning that was shining brighter and brighter. Don't do it. Just as the lightning was about to burst out from her eyes, Shane stopped them. Wait a minute, Pedro, Wanda, I'm Beppo. Beppo's voice sounded at this time, causing the two figures who launched the thunder attack to stop in the air. Beppo. The two shadows looked at each other in confusion, and after realizing it was Beppo, they revealed their true faces. A doe and a leopard. Wanda and Pedro. Karuchu, then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, a bear. A deer and a leopard actually hugged each other, even rubbing their furry faces against each other. Obviously, they are citizens of Zou. Shane explained to the puzzled Kagura and Kanna. Wow, it turns out to be a leopard and a deer. Kagura's eyes lit up, and she excitedly tugged at the corner of Shane's clothes. Shane understood what she meant. She wanted him to pull the two of them on board. Advertisement, don't be impatient. I want to kidnap another rabbit. Shane gave him a look that showed he understood. Here, Pedro and Wanda have had some exchanges with other people. After the introduction, they know that Shane is the one with the most say among this group of people. Mr. Shane, welcome to Zou country. Beppo said that you are his friends and have helped him, so you are also friends of our Zou country. Pedro, holding a long knife that Kanna had bent into a flat shape, saluted Shane. Let Pedro take you to see the boss of Cat Viper. Wanda gave Shane a friendly karuta and was rubbed on the face by a pretty doe. It's plush and quite comfortable. Moreover, this doe has a really good figure. She is much more ferocious than the Peach Blossom Demon and the Cherry Blossom Demon. No wonder she can charm Chopper so much. Wanda is on the side of the dogs, and is a subordinate of Inuarashi, one of the two leaders. There is a rule in Zou that the nighttime belongs to Nekomaru and the daytime belongs to Inuarashi. In order to avoid conflicts, they will choose to sleep during each other's time. Wanda is a special case. She is the one who works the night shift on Inuarashi's side. Correspondingly, Cat Viper also has people who work the day shift. Come to our place tomorrow. Lord Inuarashi will also welcome you. Wanda left. Before leaving, she had a karuta with Kagura, whom she had met before. Okay, Sister Lu. Kagura waved goodbye. In a short time, the two of them became good friends. Although they had also fought, Pedro was unable to get along well with the white-haired little girl with dragon horns in front of him. This little girl was too scary. He couldn't feel her breath at all. Moreover, she actually caught his knife with just her bare hands and even pinched it like this. Looking at the knife in his hand, Pedro felt very distressed. Kanna, can you help him restore the knife? Just then, Pedro saw the orange-haired man named Shane squatting in front of the little girl. Recovery? Is it some special ability? Pedro was looking forward to it, for he knew that there was a magical thing called devil fruit in the sea, and that after eating it, apart from being unable to swim, one would gain a special ability. In his opinion, perhaps Kanna, who is so powerful, should be a devil fruit user. However, unlike what he imagined, the white-haired little girl flashed in front of him and snatched his knife away while he was stunned. Then, as a small hand pulled on his knife, gradually, the bent blade was bent back to its original shape by this hand that didn't seem to have much strength. Chapter 166 Meeting the Cat Viper. Cat Viper is one of the two kings of Zou. He is the king of the night in Zou and is in charge of the Order of the Night in Zou. According to Pedro, Cat Viper has an unstable temper, especially when he meets another king, Inuarashi, he will immediately turn hostile. In the early years, after the two kings returned from the sea, they had a dispute over something unknown to everyone, and the cat and the dog broke up. In order to avoid seeing each other all day, the two stopped interacting from then on, with Inuarashi ruling the day and Nekomamushi ruling the night. Pedro led Shane, Luo, Beppo and others into a forest and came to a small town full of life. In the town, there is a big cat about 5 meters tall, with a round body. It holds a pipe in its mouth, but its face looks unexpectedly old, with the temperament of an uncle. This is one of the two kings of Zou, Cat Viper. Hey, Pedro, why did you come back so soon today, and brought a lot of hairless people I don't know? When he saw Pedro bringing people back, he was not surprised for a moment. He calmly blew out a puff of smoke from his pipe, and then waved to the visitor in welcome. As expected of the boss of Cat Viper, Pedro was secretly shocked. Facing the strange visitor, the boss was not surprised at all, as if he had predicted it. Nani? However, the cat viper, which had a friendly look on its face just now, seemed to react in a reflex arc, and its cat eyes almost popped out. Cat viper was stunned and pointed at Shane and others with an expression of disbelief. How did they get to Zo? Pedro, how did you bring them to the tribe? Because the tone of his voice was too excited, Cat Viper was choked by the cigarette he had just inhaled and coughed several times. Big Kitty, at this moment, the orange-haired girl next to Shane pounced on the Cat Viper. Why are you crawling on my body, little thing? The relationship between you and me is not that good. The Cat Viper was very angry. Cats are naturally moody, let alone when facing strangers like Shane who have nothing to do with them. Advertisement. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and feet, making the motion of a cat shaking off water. The thick layer of flesh swayed rapidly as he shook, but Kagura, who was clinging to it, couldn't get off it. Damn it. Get down here now. I won't get down. The cat was very willful, but the girl from the Night Rabbit tribe on his back was even more willful. When she got stubborn, even Shane couldn't do anything about it. 0. The Cat Viper became even angrier, and just as he was about to use his claws to scratch the little man off his body, Pedro and Beppo finally spoke up. Boss Cat Viper, they're Beppo's friends. Boss Cat Viper, I invited Mr. Shane and the others to the island, and they are all very powerful. Cat Viper saw Beppo, and a hint of joy appeared in his sharp eyes. There are not many citizens of Zo country, so he knows every one of them. He remembers Beppo, who went to sea accidentally when he was a child, very clearly. It's Beppo, you're still alive. The Cat Viper laughed loudly and rushed to Beppo's side. Although he was a cat, he was much taller than Beppo, who was more than 2 meters tall. The Cat Viper patted Beppo affectionately with its large cat paw, with such force that Beppo was almost knocked unconscious. So you and this little fellow on my back are the friends who will take Beppo home? After exchanging a few words with Beppo, Cat Viper turned around and looked at Shane, Luo and others with a scrutinizing gaze. Although he is a cat, he is very imposing. Shane could sense an aura that was not much weaker than that of Jack the Drought, and this was not even the full strength of this cat. On a full moon night, the fur tribe could transform. Luo and Drake's eyes became solemn, and they subconsciously clenched their weapons. The moment they made eye contact with Cat Viper, they vaguely sensed the danger of this cat. Beppo's boss seems to be quite powerful. Of course, they were not the only ones who were shocked. Cat Viper himself was also shocked. At first glance, he realized that the orange-haired man in front of him was very unusual and could pose a considerable threat to him. The next thing he saw was the white-haired little girl beside the orange-haired man. The moment he looked into those curious blue eyes, Cat Viper's heart tightened for some reason. Advertisement, Bebo, your friends are extraordinary. After a long while, Cat Viper looked at Kanna and Shane deeply. Unconsciously, cold sweat flowed down his head, which he wiped with one of his claws. Well, whether it's Mr. Shane or Captain Luo, they're both very strong, Beppo introduced Cat Viper. During this time, more and more fur tribe members noticed this scene, and various animals quickly gathered around, including goats, leopards, bears, monkeys, etc. They were all wearing human clothes, and they were quite fashionable, with various styles. If you ignored the fur on the animal heads and bodies, you might mistake them for ordinary humans. In the world of One Piece, banquets are always indispensable. The banquet was held to celebrate Beppo's safe return home and to welcome guests including Luo and Shane who had arrived on the island. Brother Shane, Brother Luo, please try our fur tribe's delicacies. They are not inferior to the chefs in the New World restaurant. Cat Viper was particularly happy because Shane and the others came to him first instead of Inuarashi. This made him, who was very competitive, feel that he had defeated the dog again. Pedro shook his head secretly and he couldn't help but remind him. Boss, I wasn't the only one who discovered Beppo and the others. Wanda was there too. She will definitely inform Inuarashi-sama tomorrow morning. Cat Viper's expression froze, and he looked at Shane, approached Shane and asked tentatively. Brother Shane, are you going to that dog tomorrow? Well, Miss Wanda has also invited us, and we accepted it. Besides, when we come to your zoo, we have to see all the scenery. Shane answered as he put a piece of food into Kanna's open mouth. He was very busy while eating because the table was very big and the little loli's hands were very short. Damn it. Cat Viper turned his head away in displeasure, baring his teeth secretly. What's wrong, Boss Cat Viper? Is this embarrassing for you? Shane noticed the change in its expression and asked. It's okay. It's not targeting you. Cat Viper blew out a smoke ring. Even when he was eating, he almost never let go of his pipe, as if it was a steel fork tied around his waist. Anyway, you came here first. You're a dog. Even if you're not convinced, I'm the winner this time, ha 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 ha. Looking at the big cat in front of him that was laughing triumphantly, Shane's mouth twitched and he didn't know what to say. Sure enough, cats and dogs are two creatures that will always have conflicts in any world. Chapter 167 Carrot's doubts in the evening after the banquet. The rest of the fur tribe went to do their own things. For them, the night is just the beginning of the day, and there is a lot of work that has not been done yet. The only ones left behind were the core group of people, Cat Viper, Pedro, and several fur tribe warriors who looked particularly capable. Beppo took this opportunity to tell Viper what he had learned from Shane about Wano and Kaido. Cat Viper was shocked when he heard the news. It was the first time that he saw humans outside who knew so much about this origin. He even knew that he was one of the 9 red scabbard heroes. Of course, he thought that Shaw En was from Wano country, and even thought that he had some relationship with the Kazuki clan. But after Shaw En heard his conjecture, he instantly became very resistant, even a little disgusted, and quickly said that he was not from Wano and had nothing to do with the Kazuki clan. I just found out about it by accident, and it wasn't a secret to begin with. Shaw En has a good impression of this group of fur tribe. In the original book, in order to save Juzo, everyone in the tribe faced the torture of the beast pirates, and no one relented. His level of loyalty is really shocking. The only bad thing is that their loyalty is to the Kazuki clan. Especially Neko Viper and Inuarashi, they were originally Kazuki Oden's retainers. They stayed with Kazuki Oden all year round, and their respect for him in their hearts could not be higher. Therefore, even though he knew that the cat and the dog were very powerful, and could even be said to be as good as Droughtjack, Shane had no thought of recruiting them on board. He wanted to find a young fur tribe on board who had not been poisoned by Oden's thoughts. For example, a rabbit on Inuarashi's side. Everyone chatted until late into the night. Realizing the seriousness of Kaido's threat, Pedro asked Neko Viper to talk to Inuarashi, but Neko Viper was very hesitant. He didn't want to lose face and take the initiative to find Inuarashi. Therefore, he came up with a clever idea and asked Bebo to accompany Shaw En and others tomorrow morning to tell Inuarashi the whole story. In that case, Inuarashi, who usually prides himself on being calmer than him, might put down his dignity and take the initiative to come to him for discussion. Shaw En's comment on this was that he was such a proud cat. Advertisement the next day, it was dawn. Cat Viper and others, who were very energetic at night, fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Pedro waited until 7 in the morning. After Shane and others got up, he asked Bebo to take care of the guests, and then he closed his eyes and slept peacefully. The quality of sleep is really good. Shaw En looked at the leopard that snored in the blink of an eye. Then, he waved to the forest aside. Soon, a cherry blossom tree and a peach blossom tree disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, 2 sisters, Peach Blossom Demon and Sakura Demon, stepped out from the woods, wearing pink kimonos and bare white feet. The 2 of them are dryads. They rested in the forest last night. Shaw En watched them transform back into their original bodies, a peach blossom tree and a cherry blossom tree, rooted in the forest land. They said that this kind of rest was more effective than sleeping. 1 night of sleeping on the land was as good as a week of sleeping on the boat. Let's go to Inuarashi-sama. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bebo motioned for everyone to follow him. At this time, Luo stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't bother, I'll use my power to send everyone there. Cat Viper's territory is in the forest, while Inuarashi's territory is in the center of the island, which is the core of the kingdom of Zou. We had to pass by there before following Pedro to the forest yesterday. Therefore, Luo also knew the direction of Inuarashi's territory. Do you have the stamina to handle so many people at once? Shaw En looked at him in surprise. There are 10 people here including Ji Dabao, and Luo's crew is even larger, 20 in total, making a total of 30 people. Luo 2 years later might be able to pass the ball to so many people at once, but Luo now has not developed enough physical strength or abilities. Orange-haired boss, you are not the only one who has improved in strength. Luo smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Room. The next moment, the space turned, and only Kanna's eyes emitted a faint light. She seemed to see clearly the trajectory of the movement of space. Bebo, you guys are finally here. What appeared in front of Shane and the others were groups of mink tribe. There were more people than at Cat Viper's place yesterday, and among them there were obviously many civilians who were not there. Advertisement. The one who spoke was Wanda. As soon as she saw Shane and the others coming out, she rushed over and had a friendly chat with Kagura. Shane's attention was attracted by a big dog wearing European Duke-style clothing, a red cloak on its back, and blue sunglasses. It was the other king of Zou, Inuarashi. So cool. Kelly also saw the big dog and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Kugo. Wu Liuqi blurted out a word for no apparent reason, a cat and a dog, as if there were also a cat and a dog on Chicken Island, but he had never dealt with them before. Traveling with Mr. Shane, you can really encounter all kinds of magical things, Victor said with emotion. Not long after he traveled through time, he visited 4 places, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, and the current Zou. In just less than a month's journey, he felt it was more colorful than the first half of his life. Another monster. Drake looked at Luo and saw the uncontrollable horror in the other's eyes. What they care more about is strength. This cat and this dog seem to be able to crush them now. Inuarashi, like Cat Viper, stared at Shane and Kanna for a long time, but his eyes were covered by his sunglasses and no one knew what he was thinking. Welcome, guests from afar. Compared to Cat Viper, he seemed more like a king, and led his people in welcoming Shane and others. Excuse me, your majesty, we are going home with Beppo. Influenced by the solemn welcome from Inuarashi and others, the crew members behind Luo all responded with some embarrassment. On Shane's side, there were also crew members who were very polite, such as Victor, Drake and Sakura. They expressed their gratitude on Shane's behalf and said many polite words. But Shane's gaze had already drifted away and landed on a humanoid snow-white rabbit chewing a carrot behind the fur tribe. Huh? Carrot felt someone was staring at him, and thought he was being lazy and not welcoming the guests, so he was discovered by Inuarashi, and quickly hid the carrot in his hand behind him. But when she raised her head, she found that Lord Inuarashi had his back to her and no one from the same tribe was looking at her. At this moment, the only one staring at her was an orange-haired hairless man. Garrett's head tilted and his pair of rabbit ears slowly shrank. Hello, guest. Although the guest was staring at him for some reason, he still greeted him energetically. Chapter 168 Abduction. Are you from the outside world? Little Rabbit was very happy. The new guests seemed to like her very much. After saying hello to Inuarashi-sama, they approached her. And she happened to be very curious about them. A young man named Shaw and answered her question. He was a man with a very charming smile, although in her eyes all the hairless people looked similar. However, Shaw-en had a certain temperament that the hairless tribe did not have, which made her feel a little different. Garot learned that they did not belong to the New World, but came from the first half of the Grand Line. So far, they had visited the Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea, Punk Hasad where icebergs and volcanoes intertwined, and the toy city of Dres, Rosa. Zuawu is their fourth stop. It's great. I've been to so many places. Garrett was a little envious. She had heard Inarashi mention Fishman Island and Dressrosa as two magical islands. It would be nice if I went outside and took a look too. Shaw-en was delighted when he heard this. He had been thinking about how to abduct the rabbit, but now the other party took the initiative, giving him a chance. Then come to sea with us, Garot. Shane extended his hand and invited him. The morning sunshine fell on the small town and fell on the face of the orange-haired young man, adding warmth to his smile. Garot froze on the spot, the carrot in his hand fell to the ground, and the rabbit brain seemed to shut down at this moment. Is this an invitation to her? If she agrees, she can go to sea like Babo, Pakmas, and the two kings. However, this was a bit too sudden. They had only met for a few minutes, so why did he invite me on the boat? At the same time, on the other side, Inu Lan, who was chatting with Luo, Bibo and others, moved his dog ears slightly and looked towards where Shane and Garot were. This is a blatant kidnapping. Inuarashi looked at Shaw-en with a somewhat thoughtful look and said to Babo and others in front of him. Advertisement Babo and Luo followed his gaze, and sure enough they saw Shaw-en leaning in front of a white rabbit with the size of a girl. They didn't know what he was talking about, but from their point of view, it looked like a strange uncle abducting an ignorant person. Girl's crime scene. The orange-haired boss has been discovered. Well, Mr. Shane is a very nice person. Before going to the island, he did say that he wanted to recruit a fur companion, but there was absolutely no malice. He was sincere. Bibo looked at Inuarashi's expression and felt a little at a loss. At the signal from Luo, he started to say some kind words to Shaw-en. Shane, the Red Dragon, defeated Shichibukai Doflamingo and Kaido's Big Banner Droughtjack, with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. Inuarashi stopped Bibo from continuing, but revealed Shaw-en's information as if he was endorsing it. Boss Inuarashi, how did you know? Bibo looked shocked. He knew that Zou was almost isolated from the world and should not know the information from the outside world. Moreover, Shane's true identity was only exposed in Dressrosa a few days ago. Even if someone from Zou went to sea during this period, it would take at least a few more days for the news to return to the island. I can't answer your question, kid. Not only can you not know about this, but Pakmask and the Big Mom pirates can't know either, because you all have your own positions now. Inuarashi said with a determined look on his face. A few days ago, a warrior left Dressrosa before Shane and others and came to Zou. His identity is the same as Cat Viper and Inuarashi. Both of them are one of the 9 red scabbards, named Raizo. Raizo came from 18 years ago. On the day Kazuki Oden died, Kazuki used the power of the time fruit to send him, along with Momonosuke, Kinemon, and Kanjuro, to 18 years later. What he is after is exactly what Kazuki predicted before his death. 18 years later, the founding day of Wano country will come. For this reason, Inuarashi, Nekomaru and all the people of Zou are determined to protect Raizo at all costs, waiting for the arrival of Momosuke, the biological son of Oden, who he mentioned, to lead them to retake Wano country from Kaido and Orochi. And now, Beppo happened to bring people back at this time, which was beyond the expectations of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, but the cat and the dog had a tacit understanding and decided not to tell Beppo and others about Raizo. Galat is the next king of Zou after me and that stinky cat. While Beppo, Luo and others were confused, Inuarashi suddenly dropped a bombshell news. Advertisement, what? That rabbit, the king? Luo opened his mouth slightly, and his originally calm expression suddenly changed. Drake and Victor, who had been watching the show silently, were also shocked. They then looked carefully at the rabbit being kidnapped by the captain. It looked stupid, and apart from being cute, there was nothing special about it. However, the two of them believed in Shaw-en's vision and were secretly impressed by him in their hearts. As expected of that pervert, Mr. Shane, he kidnapped the most qualified person. Galat. Beppo was also a little confused. He knew Garlet. They were about the same age and had gotten along when they were children. But in his heart, Garot was too young and totally unqualified to be the king of Zou. Boss Inuarashi, Carrot is too young, Beppo said in disbelief. Yes, your excellency, she is only a child. I just saw her stealing carrots. Several of Inuarashi's subordinates, including Wanda, admonished Inuarashi. Almost everyone thought that Garot was too young to handle the important task, not to mention that the two kings were not old, and were only in their early 40s. Everyone thinks she is immature. Let her go out to sea. After she makes a name for herself on the sea, she can come back and take over as king of Zou. As he spoke, an astonishing aura burst out from Inuarashi's body, like a gust of wind, pressing down on everyone around him so that they couldn't breathe. As everyone was shocked, Inuarashi drew out the long sword from his waist. The soft sword body made a sound of fighting in the air with his strength. The air was moved, and a burst of sword pressure was directed at Shane's back, blowing his clothes. Ring. This is an extremely aggressive move. At the moment Inuarashi attacked, Kanna opened her sleepy eyes. Kagura stopped joking and playing with Wanda. Liuqi pressed on the hilt of the knife behind him. and the Sakura fairy and the Peach Blossom fairy quickly stood up. On both sides of Shane, surging demonic power emanated from his hands, blocking the imposing pressure from Inuarashi. What are you going to do to Lord Sha-en? The Sakura fairy stood in front of Sha-en, and her usual gentle appearance was gone. Her purple eyes seemed a little sharp at this moment. The Peach Blossom demon on the side was already grinning, with peach blossoms all over his body, his demonic power surging, and a lot of vines sprouting from the open space in front of him. Chapter 169. Shane vs Inuarashi. Inuarashi glanced at Kanna Kagura with a serious look, and then glanced at the Sakura fairy and the Peach Blossom fairy with a little surprise. These two seemingly weak little girls were actually able to neutralize his aura. This is a good thing. The stronger they are, the safer it will be for Garot to go out to sea in the future. Mr. Shane, if you want to take away the citizens of Zou, should you ask the king of Zou? Inuarashi chuckled, holding a long sword, and stepped on the ground with his iron boots, making dull sounds like heavy drums. Looking at the big dog slowly walking towards him, Shane's eyes were slightly dazed. He actually saw an elegant temperament in this dog. Shane, it seems that our conversation was heard by Lord Inuarashi. Carrot Rabbit looked a little anxious and looked at Shane with concern. The strength of Inuarashi almost permeated the childhood of the people of Zou, so she didn't think that Shane, who didn't look very strong, could be a match for Inuarashi. Lord Inuarashi, Shane. Therefore, Carrot also hurriedly jumped in front of Shane, and his pair of rabbit ears kept shaking nervously in front of Shane. "Ah, it's so itchy." Before Garrett could finish his words, his rabbit face turned red with embarrassment. She turned her head and looked at the person behind her with an incredible look. This guy actually grabbed her rabbit ears. "Gallet, you may not know how attractive your bunny ears are to us. No one could resist the chance to show them off just now." Shane felt the soft touch on his hand, which was more comfortable than touching the little girl's head, fluffy and soft. If the little rabbit in front of him hadn't had an increasingly ferocious look in its eyes, Shane might have tried to lift it up. He believed that with his strength, he could easily lift up the little rabbit. "It's already so late, why don't you let go?" Gallet shouted angrily. She would not get angry because others liked her bunny ears, and she was even a little happy. But seeing Lord Inuarashi gain closer and closer, his aura almost becoming tangible, and calling out Shane by name, this guy didn't feel nervous at all. Carrot was worried that he would be cut off the island by Inuarashi's sword. Not only would she not be able to take her out to sea, but she would also not even have any friends to chat with. Advertisement. As she thought about this, she suddenly felt her ears being loosened. At the same time, a warm feeling came from the rabbit's head, making her squint her eyes. Soon, the warmth on his head disappeared, and Garrett came back to his senses. In his rabbit eyes, he saw Shane walking by. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you go to sea." Shane walked in step with Inuarashi. Due to the height difference, he needed to look up to meet the eyes of the 4-meter-tall Inuarashi, but at this moment no one felt that he lacked momentum. Because, a conqueror's aura erupted as soon as he took the first step, sweeping across the entire town, causing many fur tribes to stumble and fall to the ground. Even the elephant master responded by emitting a long elephant sound. Ming. This momentum is so strong, as expected of the man who is said to be worth 2 billion Baileys by the Duke. 3 furries wearing denim suits blurted out that they were Inuarashi's personal guards and were called the 3 Musketeers by the furries. "Ying, Xiao Tao, please move aside first." Sha-en spoke in a gentle tone. He pressed the shoulders of the 2 sisters in front of him, pulled them apart from the left and right sides, and walked out from the middle. He stretched out his hand into the air, and a blood-red sword appeared out of thin air. The scabbard with a metallic luster was taken off and thrown to Kagura. He dragged the sword with his hand, letting it slide across the ground, sparks flying from the friction between the sword and the floor. Nice momentum. Inuarashi couldn't help but admire it. Conquerors is domineering and has the qualifications of a king. Only such a captain is worthy of being the future lord of Zou. I just wonder how the sword in your hand looks like. I won't let you down. Shane smiled gently, and with his exquisite features, he looked like a nobleman who was dueling. Let's wait and see. Inuarashi looked almost identical to the elegant noble knight, except for the exposed dog head. As everyone watched, the two gradually got closer. Inuarashi raised the long sword in his hand and swept an arc in the air from top to bottom, while Shane also swung the long sword and dragged it. From bottom to top, it is like a scorching sun. Clang. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, shaking Zou, the white clouds above slowly moved, the air became turbulent, and a pressure spread from the junction of the long sword and the big sword, stirring up a gust of wind. Advertisement. Many of the fur-bearing people who were watching the show nearby were blown away. Their houses were shaking, tiles were flying, branches and leaves of trees dozens of meters away were trembling, and birds living in the treetops were scared away. The ground where the two men stood sank, and the floorboards were pulled up piece by piece. The cracks extended outward from the center where the two men were, covering half of the town in an instant. Lord Inuarashi is actually at a disadvantage. Sicilian, one of the 3 musketeers, seemed to have discovered something incredible. The surrounding fur tribes also let out cries of horror. Shane is so strong. Garrett sneaked to Beppo's side without her noticing. Well, Mr. Shane is really, really strong. I have witnessed his strength in both Marineford and Dressrosa. Beppo praised without reservation. He and the rest of Luo's crew have become loyal fans of Shane. Oh, Beppo, have you and Shane experienced a lot? Can you tell me some stories about him? At this time, Garrett was extremely curious about Shane, and his rabbit eyes were full of light. Okay, I'll just... Beppo was delighted when he heard that. He also wanted to help Shane recruit people, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by a few lawless and girls. Kagura, Kanna, Klee, as well as the Peach Blossom Fairy and the Sakura Fairy, all came over at this time. If you want to know about Sha-chan, of course you have to ask us. The other side. Has this guy become this strong? Drake's scalp tingled. Compared to before, the orange-haired master's domineering aura has improved, but what's more exaggerated is his body. His strength is stronger than King Zhou. Luo's pupils flickered. He could see that compared to the domineering aura, Shane was stronger than Inuarashi. Quite a difference. It can even be said that Shane's level of dominance is not much stronger than him and Drake. Shane's strengths will always be his fruit ability and physical fitness. 2 billion monsters, so this is how they came about. It was just as Luo expected. At the moment when the two weapons came into contact, Inuarashi felt a huge force that he had never imagined. If his armed color domineering was not strong enough, he would have been blown away at the moment of the fight. As a member of the fur tribe whose physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary humans, he never expected that one day he would lose so badly in terms of strength. Chapter 170 Whitebeard Pirates vs Beasts Pirates, Part 1. Shane and Inuarashi had no intention of really deciding the winner, and after fighting for more than 10 breaths, the two of them tacitly withdrew their weapons and retreated at the same time. The oppressive air pressure dissipated, the sky returned to calm, the trees stopped shaking, and only the tattered floor remained. The onlookers all blinked their eyes, they didn't expect it to end so quickly. Young man, your strength is acceptable, but you lack domineering aura. Inuarashi put the sword back into the scabbard at his waist, and several fur tribe members behind him put the cloak on him again. This is a very pertinent evaluation, and also the advice from Inuarashi as a person who has experienced it. He once followed Oda to join the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates, and met countless powerful people. And he also realized a truth through interacting with these strong men: dominance is above everything. The top strong man can use his domineering power to be immune to all fruit abilities. He can chop his master Odin hundreds of meters away with one sword, and destroy an entire island with one iron fist. Even people like him and Cat Viper, who are neither better nor worse, can rely on armament hockey to fight against Shane, whose physical fitness far exceeds theirs, without losing. I know that, too. Shane put the scarlet sword back into space, and accepted Inuarashi's evaluation calmly. He still maintained a certain amount of exercise every day, and urged his partners to practice domineering aura, allowing them to improve their strength while receiving feedback on their progress. At present, Kagura and Liuqi have mastered the dual-color hockey, Klee has comprehended the observation hockey, and Sakura Demon and Peach Blossom Demon are also learning the observation hockey, and now they have made some progress. As for Kanna, Victor, and Ji Dabao, each of them had their own situations, and Shane did not force them. In fact, Shane's domineering attitude has improved a lot at this time. Ability. Conqueror's Hockey Mastery, 1.32%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 63.21%. Observation Hockey Mastery, 33.61%. Armament Hockey Mastery, 42.15%. Dragon Transformation Mastery, 73.11%. Swordsmanship Mastery, 18.78%. Machinery Mastery, 4.01%. Resuscitation Mastery, 1.56%. As his mind swept across the ability column, Sha-en frowned in delight. After the battle with Inuarashi, Conqueror's Hockey finally broke through. Now he has mastered it completely and can control it freely. Advertisement. While he was playing Conqueror's domineering power just now, he seemed to hear the voice of the Elephant Master. Just like the communication with Kanna, the voice went straight to his heart, but Shane did not try to initiate a dialogue with the Elephant Master. What a powerful hairless tribe, they are actually on par with Lord Inuarashi. He is a friend Beppo brought back. Are all the people outside so strong? The fur tribe gathered around enthusiastically, and a few Kaluchu came to Shane very cordially, including Garrett. She had not yet decided whether to accept Shane's invitation, but Inuarashi's actions just now had already publicly announced that he agreed to her going to sea with Shane. With the support of the leader of a country, and having just heard many things about the outside world from Kagura and the others, Carrot finally stopped hesitating. Zayan, take me out to the sea. She said this in Zayan's ear, face to face. At the same time, far away from Zhou, in the territory of four emperors Kaido, Onigashima and Wano country. As Whitebeard's Moby D*K landed on Onigashima, an unforeseen battle began. Whitebeard Pirates vs Beasts Pirates. The captain of the first ship, Marco, Phoenix, faced off against the big guy, Jin, Fire Disaster. The captain of the second ship, Seaman, Jinbei, faced off against the big guy, Drought, Jack. The captain of the third ship, Diamond, Joes, faced off against the big shot, Epidemic, Quinn. The other captains responded to the flying six of the Beasts Pirates one after another. There were nearly 1,000 people from the Whitebeard Pirates fleet, and together with the reactionary forces in Wano country, there were nearly 2,000 people in total. The Beasts Pirates have more than 1,000 people on their side, and with the subordinates of Wano country's General Orochi, there are more than 3,000 people in total. In terms of numbers, the Beasts Pirates and Orochi have the advantage, but in terms of elite combat power, Whitebeard and the reactionary forces have the advantage. Advertisement excluding Kaido, the Whitebeard Pirates have already firmly suppressed the Beasts Pirates in terms of top combat power. What's more, during the fight, a number of 9 red scabbards suddenly appeared, and each of them had strength that was not weaker than the Flying Six. They either hid their identities or were imprisoned. When they heard the news that the Whitebeard pirates were attacking the Beast's pirates, they suddenly realized that this was the day when Wano country would be founded 18 years later as predicted by Kazuki, so they all joined. The Whitebeard pirates fought together against the Beast's pirates. For a time, the Beast's pirates were beaten back step by step, their sphere of influence shrank rapidly, and they were gradually pushed back to Onigashima. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. The oppressed people of Wano country are ready to play music and sing songs to welcome the founding day of Wano country. However, Kaido suddenly appeared at this time. With a thunderous 8 trigrams, several of the 9 red scabbards present were instantly knocked unconscious, and some even died on the spot. The captains of the major ships were no match for Kaido. Marco, Jose, Jinbei, Vista and others took a few more blows and were not beaten back instantly, but they were no match for Kaido. Kaido's offensive made him sweat profusely and he was completely unable to fight back. "Where's that old guy with white beard? Come out quickly and let him fight lousy." Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, his body stretching for hundreds of meters, dark clouds covering his head, lightning roaring, and strong winds sweeping. He changed the situation on the entire battlefield with just his own strength. The Byakugan members, the 9 red scabbards, and the reactionary forces in Wano country all changed their expressions and stared solemnly at the behemoth above their heads. The people of Wano country who followed the enemy into Onigashima were also in despair. Faced with such a monster, they had no idea how to defeat it. In contrast, the Beast's pirates and Orochi's forces were in high spirits. Led by King and Queen, they launched a counterattack, forcing the Whitebeard pirates and the reactionary forces of Wano country to retreat one after another. At this moment of despair, accompanied by 2 young voices, 2 figures, one of fire and one of ice, fell from the sky. Fire Fist. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A figure covered in flames quickly flew to a height of 100 meters, and a fist made of flames and a huge column of fire hit Qinglong's body. The other one was emitting cold air all over her body. She was holding a weapon similar to Kaido's, and she used the same move that Kaido had just used to defeat the 9 red scabbards, and she hit Qinglong's head hard. The invincible Qinglong was actually hit by these 2 attacks and felt dizzy, as if he had lost consciousness, and his pupils became dilated. Chapter 171 Whitebeard Pirates vs Beast's Pirates, Part 2. That's it, Ace is here. After seeing the flaming body, Whitebeard and the others showed joy on their faces. They recognized his identity, the current leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, who was known as the Flame Emperor. The other one is, why does he look familiar? And when they saw another figure, their expressions gradually became strange. She has the same horns as Kaido and holds the same weapon as him. Could this girl be? Marco looked at it carefully, his eyes became more and more shocked, and a smile of sudden enlightenment gradually appeared on the corners of his mouth. He suddenly understood why Ace insisted on coming to Wano country. No way, she is Kaido's daughter. The honest Jose looked surprised as he watched the half-beast Yamato hitting Qinglong's head with stick after stick. She fought harder than Ace, as if Qinglong was not her father but the enemy who killed her husband. Is there anyone who beats her own lousy like this? A filial daughter? But soon, the reaction from the Beast's pirates forced him to believe it. Master, you hit the wrong person. The enemy is over there. The members of the Beast's pirates exclaimed in surprise, and the big boss Quinn had the most amazing expression. His eyes almost popped out to the ground. As for Jin, he covered his forehead with a look of shame on his face. Such an embarrassing scene was actually shown in front of the Whitebeard pirates. He was now furious and furious. Young Master has been bewitched by the Whitebeard pirates, but they are definitely no match for Boss Kaido. We must not stop our offensive and continue our counterattack. Among the Beast's pirates, King's prestige is second only to Kaido, so when he spoke at this moment, the Beast's pirates suddenly woke up and followed his orders to launch a fierce attack on the White pirates again. The 2 sides fought again. Jin flew into the sky. He wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack one of the 2 people who were fighting against Kaido in mixed doubles. Naturally, the first target would not be the young Master Yamato, but Ace. Are you ignoring my existence? Marco's voice rang in Jin's ears. Jin cried out inwardly that something was wrong and put his arms in front of him to block the bird claws wrapped in blue flames, but he was knocked to the ground by the force. With a sharp bird cry, Marco turned into a blue phoenix. He flapped his wings and leaned forward to continue chasing Jin. Marco, you are looking for death, advertisement. Jin's defensive power was obvious to all. He was not only unscathed by Marco's direct attack, but he also adjusted his body without even falling to the ground. His whole body turned into a pitch-black pterosaur with sharp claws and flames. His huge wings with a shock, many unlucky guys on the ground were blown away, and he himself went up against the wind again. Boom, the 2 men collided with each other. Their strength was similar, and they were both good at aerial combat. The air fluctuations they caused were no less than those of Ace Yamato and Kaido on the side. On the other side, Quinn and Jose's battlefield was on the ground. It was not as fancy as Marco Jin's, and it was almost a close combat. Quinn took out a lot of weapons at the beginning, but no matter whether it was artillery shells or machine guns, they were all unharmed when they hit Jose, who was possessed by diamonds all over his body. The diamond skin covering the entire body was a defense that even the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye could not break. In the end, Quinn had no choice but to use Haki to fight against Jose's solid defense. Quinn himself was thick-skinned and not afraid of hand-to-hand combat. The 2 men fought like fighters in an octagonal cage, but Quinn's screams could be heard from time to time. Such as, ouch, it hurts, your thing is as hard as a rock, why don't you go fight the idiot Jack, and so on. The situation between Jinbei and Jack was particularly intense and bloody. The fight didn't last long, as both were injured, and facing the famous former Shichibukai Jinbei on the sea, Quinn no longer held back and used his strongest half-beast form from the start. His weapon is particularly strange, shaped like two bent sickles, but extremely sharp, able to break Jinbei's armed color defense and leave scars on his blue fishman skin. Jinbei's karate was also quite good. Jack felt like he had no power to use against him. Every time he felt like he was about to succeed, he was thrown away by Jinbei's skills. It is worth mentioning that in terms of strength alone, Jinbei is not inferior to him at all. In other battlefields, because Kaido had previously dealt with several of the Red Scabbards and knocked out many of Captain White's state, the Flying Six of the Beast's pirates and the Great Shin can fight Captain White on equal terms. Among them, the strength of Flower Sword Beasta was particularly outstanding. He could fight against the two Flying Six alone and not lose at all. He even beat the dinosaur brother and sister so hard that they could not fight back. Let's turn our attention back to the most critical battlefield. Ace and Yamato are still in mixed doubles. Their attacks are by no means as simple as tickling Kaido. There is actually a reason why Kaido has been suppressed for so long. What a surprise, you two little brats. Kaido's blue dragon body was knocked away by Yamato's stick. He fell on a hillside and turned back into human form. He also wields a wolf fang-shaped weapon, similar to the one in Yamato's hand, but much larger. You two little brats actually realized that power. Looking at the man and woman running towards him at high speed, Kaido's eyes were filled with admiration. He rarely showed a hint of fighting spirit and raised the mace in his hand. These two little devils actually both understood the dominance. Advertisement this meant that they were qualified to fight him, but it was only a qualification. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A roar far louder than Yamato's, which spread throughout the entire battlefield, came from Kaido's mouth. The invisible conqueror's domineering aura wrapped around the weapon in his hand, and he rushed towards the two people with an unstoppable attitude. Clang! He was answered by Yamato's thundering 8 trigrams and Ace's flaming fists. The weapons and fists of both of them were also wrapped with Conqueror's domineering aura. Once the three people collided, the entire Onigashima island shook, the thunderclouds above their heads were blown away, and a crack appeared in the sky. The sky cracked open. The overwhelming momentum impacted everything around. Under the domineering confrontation between the three invisible conquerors, countless people with weak willpower fainted on the spot, and countless combatants were frightened and threw away their weapons. The surrounding environment was completely destroyed, houses collapsed, and the earth was torn apart, as if the entire island was about to be split in half by these three people. Marco and Jin, Quinn and Joes, Jinbei and Jack, as well as many other strong men who were still fighting, all stopped their actions tacitly and turned their eyes to the three people fighting. And finally, Marco shook his head helplessly, Jin's eyes shone, Joes patted his chest in dissatisfaction, and Quinn laughed triumphantly. After losing, Ace and Yamato were still no match for Kaido and were blasted away. The two crashed through layers of buildings and hillsides, flew nearly a kilometer away, and disappeared completely. Whitebeard, come out the lousy! Kaido roared to the sky, and several gusts of wind shot out from his mouth, blowing away a large number of the White Group members. Feeling dissatisfied again, he stared at Jozu and Jinbei. In the eyes of the two people who suddenly dilated, the thunderous 8 trigrams once again take action. But Jinbei and Chaozi were not injured, all this was because a strong figure appeared in front of them. The crescent-shaped scimitar blocked the mace. Kong Yunki countered the 8 precepts. Gula-la-la-la-la-la. Little devil, what are you in such a hurry for? The heroic laughter echoed throughout the island. After seeing the person who laughed, Kaido's crazy expression suddenly calmed down, Jin's face became solemn, and Quinn swallowed his saliva in fear. Except for the most stubborn one among the Flying Six, the others all took a few steps back silently. The members of the White Group cheered. With this person here, they were no longer worried, no matter how serious the situation was. Because he is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Chapter 172 Blackcutter 2 days later. At the founding ceremony of Wano country, in this scarred and ruined land, almost most of the citizens had two conflicting emotions of expectation and confusion on their faces. With the help of the Whitebeard pirates, they drove away Kaido, the king of beasts, who had ruled them for 20 years, and executed Kaido's puppet, the former general Orochi. This was a major event that the whole country celebrated, but the problem lay with the new founding general. She is neither from the Kazuki clan nor from the Orochi clan, and she is not even from Wano country. Moreover, she is the daughter of the enemy who has oppressed them for nearly 20 years. Yamato, the new general of Wano country, Kaido's daughter, now belongs to the Whitebeard pirates and is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' first fleet. This position once belonged to Marco, but in the battle 2 days ago, Whitebeard used the final blow to blast Kaido, his Onigashima and all his subordinates thousands of meters away. After this battle, the old and sick Whitebeard was exhausted. He glanced at his sons beside him, and finally his relieved gaze fell on a flaming figure that rushed out, and finally he closed his eyes forever. Marco decided to bring Whitebeard's body back to his hometown, temporarily withdraw from the pirate group and become a tombkeeper for Whitebeard, but he would come out in time when the pirate group needed him. Yamato, who was extremely powerful and fought against Kaido together with Ace, naturally joined the Whitebeard pirates and filled the position of captain of the first fleet after Marco left. As for the territory of Wano country, how could we give away the meat we have obtained to others? After joint discussions, Ace convinced Yamato to let her serve as the general of Wano country, but only as a symbol, and she was not required to stay in Wano country for a long time. After the founding ceremony, Yamato left behind a large group of daimyos from Wano country who followed her and came to Ace and the others. Ace, when are we going out to sea? I can't wait to see the scenery and meet the people outside. There are two people that Yamato wants to see. One is Luffy, the younger brother that Ace often mentions, and the other is Luffy, the one from the previous paragraph. The most popular pirate in the Time newspaper, the newcomer of the 20 billion pirates, Red Dragon Shane. I really want to see if your brother is as interesting as you said, and that Red Dragon Shane, even my father. Kaido the B*************** D is very optimistic about him. I really don't know what kind of person he will be. Advertisement Yamato has a lot to say. She wanted to go to sea since she was a child, but Kaido kept her on this island for many years and forced her to become the general of Wano country. Now, she has really become the general of Wano country, and the beasts the pirate group was driven away by others. You don't have to go out, there's a guy you want to see, and he's here by himself, Ace said with a smile. Are you talking about your brother, or that Red Dragon Shane? Yamato was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. It's Red Dragon. He is on his way from Zou to Wano country with Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Raizo. The one who answered was Izo, who had been on the Whitebeard Sea with Odin. A samurai from Wano country who was a member of a pirate group, he eventually chose to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates as captain. After the founding of Wano country, he invited a dog and a cat from Zou country to come and have a look, but he didn't expect that not only Raizo was there, but also the Red Dragon Shane and Luo were in Zou. Yi Zhang was a little hesitant about Sha-En, not knowing whether he should invite this man worth 2 billion, but after reporting to Ace, Ace agreed immediately, saying that he had wanted to meet this person for a long time. Above the Azure Ocean, a dragon-headed ship with a red flag was sailing, followed by a submarine-like pirate ship. It was Shane's wave chaser and Luo's polar diver. The Bozu is 65 meters long, with 5 floors in total, including the cabins and 2 floors of the bottom, and as many as 13 bedrooms. But today, there are so many people that there is almost no room. All this was because of the Den Den Mushi called a day ago. Inuarashi and Nekomaru decided on the spot to go to Wano country and brought many of the people with them. Wanda, Pedro, Carrot, etc., as well as Inuarashi's personal guards and Cat Viper's men. Together there are more than 30 people. Moreover, many of the minks are huge in size. Cat Viper and Inuarashi are both 5 meters tall, and the rest of the mink warriors, except Wanda and Carrot, are basically 2 meters tall or more. Shane immediately decided to divide all 10 rooms among the minks, except for Carrot who was in the same room with Wanda. He and his friends, a total of 9 people and 1 chicken, squeezed into the remaining 3 rooms. Advertisement. The final result was, Klee, Kagura, and Kanna shared a room. The 3 lawless were very happy and particularly satisfied with this arrangement. Drake, Liuqi, Ji Dabao and Victor shared a room, and they were given Shane's room, which was the largest captain's room, so 3 men and a chicken didn't seem crowded. Then there were the Sakura Fairy, the Peach Blossom Fairy and Shane. During this journey from Zuowu to the country, he had to live in the same room with the 2 sisters. Shane was having a particularly hard time these days. He originally wanted to sleep on the floor, but the 2 sisters disagreed and insisted that Shane sleep on the bed while the other 2 of them slept on the floor. Shane couldn't resist them, so he had to occupy the whole bed by himself. But when he woke up by chance in the middle of the night, he felt the softness of 2 arms and the fragrance of cherry blossoms and peach blossoms lingered at his nose. Almost every night, the 2 sisters would climb onto his bed from the floor at the same time in tacit understanding, as if they could sleep more soundly by hugging his arms. Shane was so itchy every night that he couldn't sleep properly. Finally, after several unsuccessful attempts at persuasion, Shane could no longer bear it, and when they climbed into bed again late at night, he hugged each of them in his arms while the 2 sisters were in panic, and enjoyed the happiness of being hugged by both. On the voyage, Shane performed an item pool summon, and this time he summoned a good thing, an axe that could cut armor from Victor's world, the continent of Valorant. Black Cutter. Shane gave it to Drake. Drake was extremely greedy when he saw the black axe for the first time. When he learned that Shane was really going to give it to him, he was ecstatic. He threw away the other long sword on the spot and decided to use double axes in the future. Double axe? Then won't your name on the bounty order be changed to Berserker? When Drake was trying out the black cleaver, Shane made a joke that he didn't understand. Berserker. Seems pretty good. Drake thought this name was very good, much better than his fallen Major General. On that day, he challenged Shane to a duel, but of course he was defeated miserably. Even with the black cutter, a weapon that was almost as powerful as the Supreme Blade, he was still no match for Shane. Chapter 173. Advanced training of armament hockey. But in this battle, he also fought with Shane for dozens of moves with his double axes. This was already a huge improvement. Before the black cutter, he and Shane could only last 10 moves at most. Good man, I guess you are now at the level you will be at in 2 years, Shane said in surprise. The 2 years later he mentioned was naturally referring to Drake, who served as a flying 6 under Kaido in the original work. But Drake thought he was talking nonsense, but he didn't care. He cared more about the increase in strength that the black cutter brought to him. What a powerful weapon. I feel like I haven't even used 1/10 of its power. It seems to become stronger the more we fight. Drake stared at the black battle axe in his hand, his eyes showing excitement and some confusion. In the battle with Shane, as he continued to chop at Shane's red sword, he felt that Shane's weapon seemed to become a little brittle. If he chopped a few more times, perhaps he could cut it off. You guessed it right. The reason why the black cutter is called this is because it can weaken the defense of the targeted chops, whether it is a person or an object. In a certain League of Legends game, the black cleaver is an equipment commonly used by warriors. Only with it can warriors weaken the armor of meat tanks. It is commonly known as a meat-killing artifact. After you have it, you will have the possibility to break through the defense of enemies with thick skin and tough flesh, such as the drought disaster. Shane thinks this is actually a special weapon to deal with Kaido and the Five Elders, who are definitely some of the toughest people in the world. But if he really encounters Kaido and the Five Elders, with Drake's strength, he will probably fall down before he can cut a few axes, and then he will probably have to use the axe. This weapon is too precious. Drake took a deep breath. He could feel the value of this axe. It would be priceless even if it was left outside. If he really wanted to sell it, it might be more expensive than the price of a devil fruit. Thinking of this, Drake looked at Shane with a moved look. At the same time, he felt secretly bitter in his heart. He had not forgotten his identity as an undercover marine, but he gradually found it increasingly difficult to part with the man in front of him, his companions on the ship, and the ship under his feet. Mr. Kizaru, if I keep lurking, I might become the vice captain soon. On the afternoon of the second day at sea, Shane found two top sparring partners for Drake. Cat Viper and Inuarashi. The two fur kings had nothing to do on the ship, so training the young man was just what they wanted. Advertisement. After learning about the ideas of the dog and the cat, Shaw-en suddenly had an idea. He brought Liuqi and Luo over, and together with himself, he asked Cat Viper and Inuarashi for advice on hockey. There were also Kagura, Sakura Fairy, and Law's crew members Beppo, Jambaru, and the Minx watching. As for armament hockey, both of them have almost trained it to the extreme, and are 1 or 2 levels ahead of Shane and others. This move is called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. Ryu Sakura can form a transparent armor outside the body, or it can be wrapped around a weapon to cause damage to the enemy without contact. Cat Viper and Inuarashi began to demonstrate. The cat's and dog's claws swung out at the same time, but when they collided, there was a distance between the two palms, as if they were separated by something invisible. But the onlookers could feel the flow of air, which meant that although the palms of Cat Viper and Inuarashi had not touched, some kind of impact and collision had occurred through the air. Everyone was amazed. Shane tried to mobilize his armament hockey, but he was unable to condense a transparent armor outside his body as Cat Viper and Inuarashi had said. Not only was his armor not working, he even had trouble showing his domineering aura. The same thing happened to Luo and Drake. After trying several times, they did the same as Shane, shaking their heads helplessly, but there was no discouragement in their eyes. They believe in their own talents and believe that they will be able to achieve it one day. Well, that's right. It's really good for young people not to be too ambitious. What you need to do now is to release your domineering aura, then form transparent armor, and finally wrap it around your weapon. This is actually similar to the training steps for hardening the armament hockey. At the beginning, Shane also used his domineering power first, then hardened it on his body surface, and finally hardened it onto the weapon in his hand. This requires a long process of practice. The reason why I was able to succeed in one day was also due to Kagura's practice feedback. Etc. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but look at Kagura in the crowd, only to see the girl lowering her head, staring at her palms thoughtfully. Could it be that she has mastered it again? Shaw-en didn't know whether he was looking forward to it or feeling uncomfortable. If he had to rely on women to comprehend the armament hockey twice, it would be really embarrassing for him as a time traveler. No, starting today, I must work hard. Advertisement. Night. After Shaw-en finished washing up, he opened the door and returned to the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw the Sakura Fairy and the Peach Blossom Fairy lying on both sides of the bed, leaving an empty space in the middle. After 2 days of sleeping together, the two banshees had completely let go and were waiting in bed early in the morning, not climbing up from the floor until late at night like they did on the first night. Shane lay down in the bed warmed by the quilt. He held the two soft bodies in his arms and let out a long, comfortable moan. He decided to leave the hard work to Kagura and forget about the dignity of a time traveler. He just wanted to enjoy himself. Day 3. Shane's happy time is over. The reason was that the new member, Gallet, got up very early in the morning. She wanted to call the Peach Blossom Fairy in Shane's room to go to the deck to play with Shane. When she opened the door, she saw 3 people lying together on the bed. The cute rabbit was a little confused. She felt something was wrong but didn't know what was wrong. So she went to ask Kagura, Klee and others. Kagura's expression changed drastically on the spot, and she shouted strange things like, "It was obviously me who came here first," and rushed to catch the adulterer. Klee also went along. Although she didn't know what this meant based on her knowledge, she still felt a sense of loss. Kanna was a little angry, her face puffed up with anger. She had wanted to sleep with Shane, a member of the same tribe, many times, but was rejected every time. Now Shane was sleeping in the same bed with someone else. When Shane woke up, he felt like the sky was falling. Looking at the 3 lawless with fierce eyes beside the bed, the usually lively and active Peach Blossom Fairy was at a loss and couldn't speak for a long time. On the contrary, the Sakura Fairy, who usually blushed easily, was exceptionally calm at this moment. She used her demonic power to put on her robe, glanced at Shaw-en, left a word and quietly walked out of the room. All this is Lord Shane's request. Yes, that's what my sister said. The Peach Blossom Fairy quickly agreed. She gave Shaw-en a look that told him to wish him well, and then without even putting on her clothes, she followed the Sakura Fairy's steps and left the room. As the 2 sisters left, at this moment, the only people in the room were Shane rubbing his eyes on the bed, 3 little girls beside the bed staring at him fiercely, and Garrett eating a carrot and watching the show. Chapter 174 Liuqi Barbecue. If I say that they were the ones who took the initiative, would you believe it? Shane sighed, covered his forehead with his hands, blocked the fierce gazes of several lawless, and tried to make a final defense for himself. But this obviously won't have any effect. He is considered notorious on this ship and everyone knows it, so everyone will naturally believe the victim more. Seeing this, Shaw-en shook his head helplessly, slowly stood up, sat at the head of the bed, first glared at the rabbit watching the show, then turned his gaze to the three people beside the bed. He let out a long breath. Okay, you guys can think of it as me forcing them to sleep in the same bed with me, but let me be honest, nothing happened between us except sleeping together. Shane didn't explain it too clearly, because it was difficult to talk about adult topics in front of the three little girls. What he said was half true and half false. He was a normal man and it was impossible for him to do nothing while they slept in each other's arms. However, he did not achieve the same accomplishment as a certain senior named Shu. Kanna and Kelly looked confused, they had no idea what Shane was talking about. The reason they were both angry was simply because Shane was close to others and did not choose to be close to them. Kagura knew much more. She was the only one present. When the Sakura fairy and the Peach Blossom fairy walked out, she stared at their backs without blinking, as if she wanted to figure out something from the way they walked. Shaw-en's heart skipped a beat when he observed this scene, and the threat level he felt towards this girl gradually increased by several levels. Morning. For several hours after getting up, including breakfast, the Sakura fairy and the Peach Blossom fairy did not speak to Shaw-en again. All this was because of Kagura. As long as the two demons got close to Shane, no matter what she was doing, she would cast a dim gaze over to them, as if she was an omnipresent surveillance camera. Shane was speechless, but didn't dare to say anything. Kanna was still very close to him. She would let him feed her at breakfast, sleep on his shoulder when he was fishing, and sometimes swallow the fish he had caught with great difficulty. All in all, still as clingy as before. On deck, Cat Viper and Inuarashi are guiding Drake, Law, Liuqi and others to practice hockey. Advertisement Victor was watching from the sidelines, taking notes in a notebook. Shaw-en knew his purpose. He felt that it would be difficult for him to develop domineering aura through normal training with his qualifications, so he planned to record data and research a scientific method to cultivate domineering aura. Time at sea is always long and boring. Shane had been fishing with Kanna all morning. During this time, the sun gradually rose and the sunlight became scorching, burning people's skin. Ji Dabao was very servile and brought over the awning and brought Shane a glass of iced drink. Garrett also came to Shane's side. She realized a little later that she had done something wrong in the morning, so she came to apologize to Shane. Shane naturally wouldn't be so picky. He pointed to the bucket beside him that contained a few fish and asked with a smile if the little rabbit wanted to eat some. I don't eat meat. Gallet shook his head firmly. It's grilled fish. It smells nice and tastes good. There was a barbecue grill on the boat, and Shane had just decided to have barbecue for lunch. The food was of course not just the fish he caught, but also the stock in the freezer. King Riku gave them a lot of it before leaving Dressrosa. Sometimes, when Shane and Kanna fail to catch any fish, they will transform into giant dragons and catch any Poseidon that passes by on the seafloor, in keeping with the tradition of never coming back empty-handed. Therefore, the inventory in the ice storage did not decrease, but increased instead, and the warehouse was almost full. At noon, a barbecue party started on the boat. Shane made a rare appearance again, serving as the barbecue chef. After Sakura Fairy joined, there was a new cook on the ship and Shane hadn't cooked for a long time. The aroma of barbecue spread throughout the entire cabin. Cat Viper and Inuarashi were the most sensitive. They rushed over after smelling the aroma, and the cat and dog were drooling everywhere. The first batch of barbecue that Shane cooked, except for the one fed to Kanna, all ended up in the stomachs of these two. Seeing the two kings eating so happily, Garrett was also moved. After eating a skewer of barbecue handed to her by Shane, she seemed to have opened the door to a new world. She ate one skewer after another, and completely forgot what she had just said. She doesn't eat meat. Meat is such a delicious thing. Seeing the young rabbit blushing with satisfaction, Shaw-en felt amused but also a little frightened. This rabbit really eats a lot, and its stomach is like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Advertisement, Natsu-chan. Why didn't you call me when the meat was ready? Kagura came upon hearing the news. In the past, she was always the first to arrive, but she didn't expect that this time, the cat, dog and rabbit would get there first. She quickly joined in, grabbing skewers of grilled meat and stuffing them into her mouth, not caring whether they were cooked or not, so fast that Shane couldn't stop her in time. Her eating speed was almost as fast as that of Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Carrot combined. Shane regretted coming to the barbecue. It was really tiring to barbecue for these foodies. He quickly waved his hand and called over a handsome guy who was still practicing his domineering aura. Achi, come and take my place. This handsome guy used to sell beef offal, so he has no problem at all in grilling meat. His technique is even more advanced than Shane's. There is no trace of an oil brush or grilled meat skewers in his hands. You are indeed a professional. Shaw-en praised, took off his apron, sat down next to him, and watched Liuqi grilling meat while taking a rest. His technique of applying oil and paint is pleasing to the eye, and his sense of timing is extremely accurate. He serves the meat on the table the moment it is cooked, without wasting any time. He alone could actually keep Kagura, cat, dog and rabbit eating non-stop. Liuqi couldn't help but curl up his lips at Shane's praise. He gradually felt a little proud and was no longer satisfied with just roasting the meat. He wanted to perform some fancy moves. Just watch me, boss. Under Sha En's horrified gaze, Wu Liuqi used his chi to control the scissors and threw the meat and the skewer into the air at the same time. The scissors flashed in the air, cutting the huge piece of meat into dozens of pieces, and just enough to make dozens of pieces. The wooden skewer just holds the meat. The skewers of meat fell with gravity, and Wu Liuqi grabbed them in his hands and put them on the grill to roast over high heat, then brushed them with oil and added ingredients. During this time, he performed several fancy moves, and the oil brush and condiment bottle shuttled flexibly between his fingers. Finish. As the smell of barbecue filled the air, Wu Liuqi shook his bangs confidently and showed his teeth smugly to Sha En, who was staring at him with wide eyes. He was waiting for words of praise from Shane. "Achi, your grilling method is indeed very cool, but it seems that you are easy to get beaten." Sha En showed hesitation and looked at the 4 people in front of the barbecue grill. Kagura, Cat Viper, Inuarashi, and Carrot were all not spared. Their faces were covered with oil and seasonings, which seemed to have been accidentally spilled by Wu Liuqi when he was grilling the meat just now. I'm not." Wu Liuqi turned around and was petrified when he saw what was happening. Chapter 175 Arrival at Wano Country. He was almost frightened to his knees. Sweat dripped from his forehead like heavy rain, and his whole body went limp. He had made the second most intimidating person on the ship, the cute little rabbit who was the new crew member, and the 2 strongest fighters of the fur tribe, so embarrassed. "Don't be nervous, Achi. Even if they don't give me face, they will forgive you because you just grilled meat for them." Sha En tied an apron and came over to take Wu Liuqi's place. Having said that, he couldn't guarantee that Wu Liuqi would have the chance to stay for the barbecue. "Hey, but they are grinning. Obviously they want to bite me." Wu Liuqi looked at the cats, dogs and rabbits with fierce fangs on their faces, as well as Kagura with a gloomy expression. Accompanied by Wu Liuqi's screams, a crazy chase began. In the afternoon, after passing a raging waterfall and sailing for 3 days, they finally arrived at Wano Country. The Whitebeard pirates sent people to wait on the shore for a long time. They were greeted by a little girl wearing a kimono and with purple hair. She was only 7 years old, but surprisingly sensible. Her name is Xiaoyu, and she is the user of the dango fruit. It is said that she has a very good relationship with Ace. She made a lot of efforts in the battle against the Beast's pirates, and has a close relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. When she saw Kanna and Klee beside Shane, her eyes suddenly lit up. There was actually a friend of her age on the guest's boat. This made Xiaoyu think, and she quickly became friends with Klee and Kanna, and wanted to take them to Ace. She thought, there are little girls her age on the pirate ship, so Ace won't be able to refuse her from boarding the ship this time. Cat Viper and his companions followed Izo and his companions. They couldn't wait to meet the Whitebeard pirates and their old friends from Wano Country. Shane did not follow them, but decided to let Xiaoyu be the tour guide and take a good tour of Wano Country with his friends. Advertisement. Kagura, Wu Liuqi and Ji Dabao did not land on the island. Kagura had diarrhea and couldn't get out of bed, while Wu Liuqi was also unable to get out of bed because he was bitten too badly by cats, dogs and rabbits. Jida kept them on board to take care of them. Xiaoyu whistled, and 3 beasts about 10 meters long ran out of the forest. They were actually her mounts. She invited Shane, Luo and others to mount their horses and took everyone away from the shore and into the country of Wano. This is Curry. It used to be the most chaotic place in Wano Country, but I heard that it was well governed by the previous general. For a while, it was the paradise of Wano Country. 3 days ago, the battle also affected this place, which is why it is in such a mess now. Xiaoyu introduced as we walked. Although she was young, she spoke very eloquently and was more than qualified to be a tour guide. Curious Klee would ask questions from time to time. She asked almost everything about the past of Wano Country and the founding war 3 days ago, and Xiaoyu answered them patiently. As everyone listened to the conversation between the 2 little girls, they gradually understood each other. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would compete with the Beast pirates for an island, and it seems that they actually won the battle. Drake looked sad, feeling regretful that he had never witnessed this majestic battle. It's just a temporary victory. Kaido may not be willing to accept it. When he comes back, there may be another war. Luo said in a deep voice, analyzing the future situation. Also, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates lost Whitebeard, but the Beast's pirates still had Kaido. Luo added, and it sounded like he was not optimistic about the future of the Whitebeard pirates and Wano. His words were based on facts. The Whitebeard pirates currently lacked someone who could confront Kaido head-on. We will never be afraid of war. If we drive Kaido away once, we can drive him away a second time. Xiaoyu bit her lips and said loudly, with tears shining in the corners of her eyes. The conversation between several people seemed to cause her discomfort. Luo and Drake fell silent immediately, realizing that they had said the wrong thing. I believe that you, the people who have been aroused to resist, will never give in again. You will become stronger than before. When Xiaoyu was about to cry, Victor's gentle voice sounded slowly. His tone was firm and full of conviction. It seemed that he was not only speaking to Xiaoyu, but also to himself. Thank you. Thank you. As if affected by Victor's determination, Xiaoyu stopped crying and smiled again. Advertisement, I'll take you to Wado, which is the capital of Wano Country. The founding ceremony of Wano Country is held in Wado. Ace, the others, and General Yamato are also in Wado. As she said that, she looked at the orange-haired man who had been silent for a long time, with some curiosity in her eyes. This is the man Ace and General Yamato want to see. He doesn't look very special, and he hasn't spoken to her before. Do you want to talk to her? Thinking of this, the expression on Xiaoyu's face became a little gloomy. She felt that she was still too ordinary and could not get the attention of such a big shot. No wonder Ace had always refused to allow her to get on the ship. But at this moment, a kind voice sounded in his ears. Little girl, you are very suitable to be a pirate. If Ace doesn't accept you, come to my ship. Ah? Xiao Yu was stunned, as if he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. After reacting and seeing the speaker, she instantly covered her mouth in surprise. A big shot worth 2 billion was actually inviting her. Do you think I am already a charming female ninja? Xiao Yu asked impatiently. What ordinary people don't know is that this is an agreement between her and Ace. When she becomes a coquettish female ninja, Ace will let her board the ship. But Sha En, who had read the original work, knew about this agreement and immediately understood what the little girl was confirming. In order to add some fun to the young 4 emperors who were about to meet, Sha En touched his chin and looked at Xiao Yu up and down as if seriously. Then under Xiao Yu's expectant gaze, he said with certainty. Of course, I have long seen that you are a charming female ninja, otherwise why would I invite you on board? Ah, really? Xiao Yu stood up in excitement. The beast mount beneath her shook, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Fortunately, she was pulled by Klee next to her. Of course it's true. I, Red Dragon Sha En, never lie to anyone, especially a cute little girl like you. Luo, Drake, and Victor all expressed their speechlessness and had no shame to look at this guy. Klee was also a little ashamed. She no longer wanted to call Sha En brother, but wanted to call Sha En a liar. Even Kanna, who had been sleeping on Shane's lap, opened her eyes and wrinkled her nose, showing her disdain for Shane's remarks.